Many know about slavery, but few discuss paper genocide. We did not all come from Africa, and most of us have Aboriginal roots that were stripped away due to reclassification and miseducation. As a native Black American and a member of the Muskogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. If you want to learn how to trace your genealogy and apply for tribal citizenship, go to nativeblack.ancestry.com to schedule a consultation. Many know about slavery.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings, Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
All right, who do we have here? I was sending out some invites, seeing if anybody had wanted to try. Kojo? Is this Kojo?
Yep, Kojo.
Hey, Kojo, let the folks know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
I'm from Jackson, Mississippi, and I'm reading what is it? NativeBlack.com.
NativeBlackAncestry.com.
Native Black Ancestry. You mean from Africa?
Nope. If it was Native African Ancestry, then the website would be called NativeAfricanAncestry.com.
Oh,
right?
you talking like First Nation.
No, I don't really use the term First Nation. That's typically something that Asiatic natives in Canada like to use. In North America, we typically use the term Indigenous, Aboriginal, Native American, American Indian. But when you hear First Nations, that's typically referring to folks up in Canada.
Are you referring to Afro-Native?
Nope. If I was referring to Afro-Native, I would use the term Afro-Native, right? Words matter.
All right, since we got that clarified,
yeah, it sounds like you may have some. Well, hold on. It sounds like you may have some deeper questions. So hold on just a second. I put you on mute for just a moment. I have somebody else trying to call in. I'm just going to let them introduce themselves real quick, and then I'm going to get right back to your questions. Let's just bring everybody up on the panel. We've also got Redskins Bamanders. Let the folks know where you're calling in from, what's on your mind.
Calling from Prince George's County, Maryland. Just letting you know I'm loving your content. I've never enjoyed it live as much as this. This is awesome.
Yeah, I appreciate it, brother. Thanks for tuning in. Like I said earlier, I'm just trying to, kill a couple birds with one stone. I'm knocking out some research, preparing for some broadcasts later this evening, but I figured I'd go live at the same time, chop it up with the people. So thanks for joining. I'm going to let the other brother on the panel finish answering his questions, and then I'll come right back to you and see what else you have for us.
Yes, sir.
All right. Appreciate you. Back to Kojo. Kojo, you had some more questions, right?
Yeah, this is like just a website.
I mean, I'm not sure what you mean by just a website. A website is a website. But when you say just a website, it's as if you're alluding to a website being more than a website.
Yes, usually when I see Ancestry.com, they definitely do with DNA.
Well, yes, Ancestry.com sells DNA testing kits, but clearly there's a big difference between Ancestry.com and my website, NativeBlackAncestry.com. Two different websites.
Okay. Yeah, you also got an African Ancestry website, so I'm just trying to get it all together. So
yep. There's also another DNA testing company called AfricanAncestry.com, where Rick Kittle sells fraudulent $800 DNA testing kits and gives you a T-shirt and a couple certificates saying that you're from an African tribe. You are correct. That's AfricanAncestry.com.
Wow. You just diss Dr. Kittles like that?
I'm not sure what you mean by this. I said that his DNA tests are fraudulent. That is a claim. Wait, hold on, sir. Do not interrupt me on my platform. That's disrespectful. For the folks that are just now tuning in, I'm reiterating my sentiment on Rick Kittles. I said that he peddles fraudulent DNA testing kits. And if you want to know why I proclaim they're fraudulent, or if you haven't looked into the history of his testing kits and need to be enlightened, then let me know. But it sounds like you're just generally in shock that I don't view Rick Kittles in some high regard, right?
Okay, $800. That's not true. And what's going on with the fraudulent part? I mean,
time out, sir. We cannot allow you to promote misinformation on my platform. You just said $800. That's not true. Now, since I'm live on YouTube and TikTok, I can't really share my screen like I want to, but I can at least pull up my phone and hold it to the camera. So let me go to AfricanAncestry.com. Since he says I'm lying about the $800 DNA testing kits. Okay. I've just logged to AfricanAncestry.com. I'm going to go to products. Actually, I'm going to go to shop test because the $800 one, I believe it was a test of some sort. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. So again, hopefully you guys can see my screen right here. This is AfricanAncestry.com. Clearly says $800. I think he's running a special right now. I guess normally it's $825, and right now he has it on sale for $725. So yeah, no, sir, no lies told. This is a test, and you get a T-shirt, and you get certificates saying that you're a part of some African tribe for normally $828. Currently on sale for $739. And if anybody wants to look for themselves, all they have to do is go to AfricanAncestry.com and go to the product section. But sir, why did you just call me a liar when clearly I'm telling the truth?
You gonna let me answer and not mute me again? I see you.
I'll mute you whenever I see fit.
Well, then, we got nothing to talk about.
Bye. I don't know why you joined the panel. Kick rocks, buddy. Back to Redskin. Redskin, what do you think about, oh boy? I mean, as soon as I said Rick Kittles is selling fraudulent DNA tests, he said, I can't believe you just said that about Dr. Rick Kittles. And then I mentioned the $800 DNA test, and he said, no, that's a lie. He's not selling $800 tests. I mean, I guess technically the $800 test is on sale right now for $725, but what do you think, Redskin?
I think some people can't grasp the concept because I remember going to family reunions in the 80s and 90s, and my whole family reunion looked like the man on the Redskins at logo. So, there are some people out there, they go to family reunion and they see afros and the nappy hair and they think everybody's like that. I thought everybody had Indian ancestry. I just knew everybody thought they had an Indian ancestry too, but I guess it's very family specific and it's very prevalent in mine.
Hey, maybe the last dude knows the name of his African ancestors that he's claiming he descends from, or maybe he's gone to Africa to connect with the local villages people were trafficked from, or maybe he's done a DNA test and that DNA test gave him results of blood relatives of his in Africa, but I doubt he has any of the above. Yet he wants to call in and try to challenge me, and he doesn't even know his guru Rick is selling $800 DNA testing kits for a T-shirt and some certificates. Okay. Let's talk about it. Alexander, you should definitely click the link and call in. Alexander is making the claim that I have been exposed. So guys, Alexander is going to call in, I'm sure, and he's going to let us know how I've been exposed and why he's so surprised that he sees me live right now. And shout out to Lord Zod. Lord Zod said, he was talking about that last caller. He said, what did he say? He said he embarrassed the whole state of Mississippi or some shit. Shout out to Lord Zod. Oh, Jesus. The whole state of Mississippi has to hold that L. But yeah, Redskin, you have the floor. What else is on your mind? I mean, it seemed like it was just an old head that was just, he really believed the hype of the 80s, the Pan-African stuff. He's been rocking dashikis and onks every February, and he just can't rid himself of that time when he was, 9 years old and his mama had him stay up late to watch Roots, and, he's a lost cause.
Yeah, man, I got nothing to add. Like I said, the music, the background, the pictures, your delivery, it's all good. It's the first thing that actually caught my attention. So I just, every time I hear the subject, I think back to my grandma, and so it's, I just love it.
Nice. Well, I gotta ask you, is this your first time catching one of my live streams?
Yes, it is.
Oh yeah, no, this is nothing. You got to go to YouTube, go to Mike TV. This is like me just bullshitting, doing some research live at the same time. Normally, I got a whole presentation. I'm sharing my screen. We going through documents, sources, German churches, Spanish conquistadors from the 1500s. Like, we go super deep with the receipts. Right now, I'm not sharing my screen or going through the receipts because I'm just like casually doing research in the back end. So, you know, if you're impressed with this, like, nah, brother, go to Mike TV and and go check out some of the live streams I just did last week.
Will do. I appreciate it. I'm gonna look out for you.
Thanks for calling in. Yeah, don't hesitate to click that button in the future. I'm gonna shoot out some more invites, see if anybody else wants to call in. Hopefully we got some detractors, some naysayers. I'm trying to see where you guys are coming from. You know, where are the Pan Goofies at? Oh, I'm sorry, Pan Africans. Where are the Pan Africans? How about this? Can a Pan African call in and I'll show you mine and you show me yours? I'll show you my indigenous ancestors and you show me your African ancestors. Does anybody want to do that? Can anybody do that? I'm telling you, I'll show you mine, then you show me yours. I'll show you what tribe I'm a part of, what American Indian tribe I'm a part of, and then you show me what African tribe you're a part of. You know, it's fair. It's balanced, right? I don't think a single Pan-African is going to be able to call in and do that, though. I can pull up my family tree, show you the whole lineage back into the 16 or 1500s in some cases, but I don't think a Pan Goofy can call in and share their family tree and show us their African ancestor and the name of the boat that they got shipped on and the port that the boat landed. And yeah, y'all don't know a damn thing about your own family tree, but y'all got so much to say about us. If I wanted to rhyme that, I would say you have so much to say about me, but it's a community thing. This ain't about me. It's about the community. Let's talk about it. But yeah, I'm going to shoot out some more invites, see if anybody else wants to call in, chop it up, and then I'm going to get back to sending out these recordings and doing these family trees in the back end. What time is it? I got to go live in a couple hours. Yeah, never enough hours in the day, I tell you. Boy, I tell you. And yeah, all you folks on TikTok who are new to me, just now catching the live for the first time, go to nativeblackancestry.com. I built out a digital archive with over 1,000 documents at this point, all citing our indigeneity. And I also have a YouTube channel called Mike TV where you can catch a lot of my content. So definitely check it out. All right, and we got Alexander. Alexander, let the folks know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind. Alexander, are you there? Alexander going once.
Can I get the big screen? Can I get the big screen? Can I get the big screen?
What was that?
Can I get the big screen? Can you hear me, y'all?
Now we can. At first we didn't, and I'm not sure if you heard me, but I asked you where you're calling in. Okay, Jesus. There's a connection issue, or you're just not listening.
Hello.
Where are you calling in from, and what's on your mind? All right, guys. This guy's slow. I don't know what the issue is. Am I not giving him a fair shake? I mean, I literally start off the same with everybody. Where are you calling in from? What's on your mind? And he can't pass the first level.
What's going on, Mike?
Tyrone, show him how it's done. Where are you calling in from? What's on your mind?
This is Tyrone Leung. I'm from Charlotte, North Carolina. That Alexander cat, that's Joe the Explainer. He's a troll. He's from OHF channel trying to
you said it's Joe who? You said Dora the Explorer, Joe the Explorer, what?
Joe the educator. I call him Old Black Joe, but he's a raccoon from over there at OHF panel. He wants to come over in the Aboriginal spaces and try and dictate who we are by claiming we some random West Central African tribes and stuff like that. But
well, see, the thing is, that's exactly what I was hoping for. That's the exact type of people I wanted to call in and challenge me today. But the unfortunate part was he couldn't even pass go. I mean,
he can come back up.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Wait, hold on. Correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't it seem like he was purposefully ignoring my questions and at the same time demanding to be brought up on a big screen?
Yeah, he was.
Like, where they do that at? Where you calling in from? What's on your mind? Fuck what you talking about, Mike. Bring me up on the big screen. Who the fuck are you?
You think this is Pumpkin Baby's platform or OHF's platform?
Again, naming another person I've never heard of a damn Pumpkin Baby. So there's a lot of little troll channels out here, I guess.
I wiped the floor with that fool over on Pumpkin Baby's channel with Jack E. Forbes. He kept trying to say that he debunked him, but he never showed up any sources.
Shout out to Jack D. Forbes. Rest in peace. I didn't even realize until after I started studying his research that he passed away several years ago. So
back in 2011.
Shout out to Jack D. Forbes. He's one of our more Eurasian phenotype American Indians that still stands on business and tells us true history of Black indigenous people. So shout out to an ally like Jack D. Forbes. Oh man, hold on. Hey Tyrone, I got the Alexander guy trying to call it again. You think we should give him a second chance or no?
Yeah, give him a second chance so he can get clowned.
All right. Hey, you're only coming back because Tyrone says to give you mercy, okay? Let's see what he has for us. Alexander, let's try this again.
Thing about that.
Let's try this again, Alexander. Where are you calling in from and what's on your mind? I don't know, guys. He's just
Hold on, let me get in. I'm in the country. Hold on.
Sir, what's your name?
I'm at work. Give me a second.
If you at work, then why are you trying to interrupt my show, making demands, got some green screen thing on? I mean, what's going on with you?
You should be focusing on getting that job done rather than arguing with people online.
Hey, this is the sad part about it. He's at work and I'm at work.
Can y'all hear me now? I'm at work.
The only difference is...
We can hear you.
Can y'all hear me now?
And knocked over his router box.
He has such technical issues.
Hold on, give me a second.
I'm gonna drop him down and I'm gonna allow him to come back because I don't know what's going on with boys' mic setup and stuff. But as I was saying, the crazy part is he's at work and I'm at work, but he's working a 9 to 5 for some European, calling in on his lunch break to try to challenge us on our heritage. And my literal profession is educating my community on their indigeneity. Hey, maybe if we were really Pan-Africans like he probably thinks, maybe you would be able to be a successful content creator and spread that gospel and have people call into you, or maybe you can even build a website and host consultations like I do. But instead of doing like me and showing people how to get in touch with their American Indian history, you can show people how to get in touch with their African roots and learn what African tribe they come from. And that could be your job. But oh, wait, you can't make a living doing that because there's not a market for that. There was a market for that in the 80s. There was a market for that in the 90s. Hey, early 2000s even. But now it's a new day. It's a new dawn. Ain't nobody trying to go with that pan-goofy rhetoric no more. That's why these pan-goofies got to call into me on their lunch break. Mans is over there in the warehouse driving the forklift and shit, trying to call in at the same, you're not really Indian, Mike. You're not really Indian. Okay. Don't make me send this clip to HR. I'm just teasing. Tyrone, what's on your mind, brother?
Well, yeah, bro. Back to what I was talking about, Jack E. Forbes. Yeah, he put out great information about the indigenous paradigm. One of his students, Erica Coleman, that put out The Blood That Stays Pure, is a great book as well to help Black Americans reconnect to their indigenous roots. And he put out great information for not only Native American studies, but to help Black American studies as well, and even Hispanic American studies. So for this clown to sit up here to say that he's been debunked just because he briefly mentions Leo Wiener or Ivan Van Sertima or J.
Well, and that's the thing. I'm down to hear about why he thinks Jack D. Forbes isn't a valid source and blah, blah, blah. But it's like he can't even pass go. Like, we can't even get where are you calling in from and what's on your mind? I mean, I'm in my car. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Jack D. Forbes is a fraud. All right.
Yeah, he want to dominate people's panels.
I think he's backstage again. Hold on. I think he's backstage again. You said he does what, Tyrone? He tries to dominate people's panel?
Yeah, he's a moderator over there on Pumpkin Baby's channel, so he likes.
Hey! Let's give him a fair warning. If he is accustomed to dominating people's channel, he's in for a rude awakening. Nobody runs their platform like me. Good luck trying to dominate this dictator. Okay, come on. Because I'll tell you straight up, this is a dictatorship. It's not a democracy. When you call into my show, you follow the rules. You get muted when I don't want to hear you no more, and you get kicked if I don't feel like you're adding value. But I guess if somebody's used to just strong arming people's platforms, and hey, that explains why he came up here like that. Empress, since you've been so active in the YouTube chat, I'm going to give you the luxury of choice, Empress. Do you think we should let him up for a third time? Do you think we should extend yet another olive branch? I mean, I swear, if I bring him up again, it'll be like my 7th or 8th time asking him, where are you calling in from and what's on your mind? Jesus. Nuna says, may I join, big bro? Yeah, anybody can join. Anybody can join. Just go ahead and click to request. Empress, let me know if you think that we should give Alexander the yay or nay off with his head, or let him live another day. And while we wait for Empress's feedback, let's bring up Nuna Daniji. Nuna, let the people know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Long Island, New York, Amityville Wine Dance. Shout out to the Amityville Warriors out there. And I appreciate Mike TV. You know, I discovered this brother over there on Donald Glover's channel. You know, shout out to that whole movement over there. That boy Mike is no joke, man. We behind you, family. Continue to do what you're doing. You got an army, you got a family, you got a whole lineage behind you, you know, and we got your back, brother. Continue to drop that knowledge.
I appreciate that, brother. I appreciate it. And yeah, it's crazy how when an American Indian joins my panel and I say, where you calling in from, what's on your mind? I mean, it's so easy for them to answer and engage in conversation, but it's something about them Pan-Africans. I don't know what it is. Something about them Pan-Africans.
You're doing groundbreaking work, brother. You're doing groundbreaking work, family. And I mean, the work that you're doing is so monumental, and I'm so happy, brother. You're all over the web right now. Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, you're everywhere, family. And I'm pushing for you to be the greatest of all time, family. Continue to do your great works, Mike.
Yeah, I appreciate that, brother. I really appreciate that. And yeah, you you putting a whole lot on my shoulders that I try not to think about. Okay, I just pump out the content, I just do the research, and I didn't even realize until recently that, like you said, there's actually a lot of people on Facebook and Instagram and stuff sharing the work. And you know, I'll consult with new clients, and I'll ask them, like, the first thing I ask them in the consultation is like, how did you discover my content? What motivated you to look into your family's heritage? And people these days have been like, oh, I found your content in like a Facebook group, or you know, I found it on some Clubhouse thing. And I'm like, I'm not even on Facebook. So shout out to everybody who's been spreading the word, who's been spreading my content. I really appreciate it, everybody.
Yes.
And Nuna, I'm not sure if you want to stay on the panel and rock out with us, but if you do, I think Empress says that I should be nice and let the Pan Goofy join again. So, you know, I don't know. What do you think, Nuna? Give me some feedback.
Man, I love to see you work, man. You be cooking these frauds, man. You definitely laying down groundwork. The ancestors is behind you, and the work that you're doing is groundbreaking. Like I said, they're not messing with you, family. We got your back on all four corners of the planet. You know, we got you, family. Continue to do what you're doing.
Hey, I appreciate you, brother. And you know what? We've got some Africans on the panel now. Let's shout out to our resident African, Alexander. Alexander, let's try this again. Unmute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Calling from Mississippi. Do I sound good now?
Yeah, you sound better. What's on your mind?
All right, so first, Tyrone, while you're on the panel line, man, you went through Jack D. Ford's. I read his books. He talked about
read shit in their book.
Can I talk? I thought you said
various parts in the book, and you checked.
I'm the one that dominated the introduction. But I'm the one that dominated the panel. But you over talking me. You see how you already starting off lying? But I'm the one that dominated.
If I'm lying, I got the recording.
Can I finish my? So can I?
All right, guys. Hold up. Time out.
He's muting me. So I'll tell you what.
I'm muting both of you. I'm muting both of you so that I can speak. That's the way it works. And if you unmute yourself after I mute you, then you can just go. But anyways, Tyrone, allow him to speak. I know that he addressed you and you responded to his comments. He aimed straight at you. But go ahead and try to just refrain from commenting until he lets us know that he's finished with his whole intro. Go ahead, Alexander.
All right. So like I said before, you went through Jack D. Ford's. And you crashed out because I made you read the book to find the part where he said that black people wasn't indigenous to America. Because I told you he was talking about admixtures. He talked about admixtures through all his books, right? He talked about his people, the indigenous people of America. He wasn't talking about black people. He never claimed black people wasn't indigenous to America. He talked about admixtures throughout his books. I read his books. Because I used to think maybe there was a possibility, since he said this, I read his books. But he was talking about admixtures, right? Then you said that's a lie. I'm gonna read it to you. Then when we start reading the book together, you couldn't find it until the point you start crashing out, right? Then on top of that, after that was over with, you dropped off the panel and you chased me to multiple lies, crashing out, calling me all kinds of names because you was upset that you couldn't find what you were looking for. Right or wrong?
Go ahead, Tyrone. I guess he wants you to respond now.
Context of this pseudo, but one, he got beat up by me when he was trying to save Rail from the fours on Gish Gallop, trying to claim this painting that was created in the late 1500s, saying that this is a representation of what Native Americans are with the depiction of Carolina Indians, right? But I asked Rail from the four, what happened in the year 1526 that was created way before that painting that was created in 1580s or 1590s, right? And I brought up 1526, right? The San Miguel Guadalupe voyage. And they literally stated that Indians were slaves in that website. And this dude was sitting over here crashing out over them talking about Indians being slaves and not his African descent, Gish Gallop, where he was trying to go. And I showed my sources and he still was crashing out over that. So the conversation went over into Jack D. Forbes, which he got beat up on. I literally stated that the Negro is unquestionably Indian. I read that from chapter 3 and also read chapter 7. This clown kept trying to say, oh, he's been debunked. He's not a real source. He's been debunked by peer-reviewed scholars, right? And I literally read the book for this moron, and he kept trying to go all over the place, trying to point me to chapter 1, saying he got debunked based off of him briefly mentioning Jack D. Force, briefly mentioning Ivan Van Sertima, Leo Weiner, and what's his name? J.A. Rogers. And this clown literally kept trying to mute me, boot me off the stage while I was talking because he didn't want to hear what I had to say. And he kept trying to move the goalposts and say, oh, it doesn't say any Aboriginal stuff in here. It says admixture. No crap, Sherlock, because his position ain't about pre-Columbian information. It's about colonial information. That's where you're trying to gish gallop around the subject. So I followed him up by going over there. I didn't even know this fool was over there on OHF's panel, but somebody requested me to go on his panel and talk to them because he posted up a pseudo prompt talking about where were Indians called Negroes before 1550. And we literally pulled up the book of Jack D. Forbes. He said, oh, you can't use Jack D. Forbes because he's pseudo. Okay, bet. I asked this fool repeatedly.
Hey, Mike TV.
No, don't crash out now.
Because you off topic now. Can we get back on me and you?
This is on you off topic. That you said that you defeated me, right?
You talking about me and you.
No,
now you can talk about Rail, OHL. Who's running?
Following you and
stick to the subject.
I'm not changing nothing. So
yes, you are.
Mute up. I didn't blurt out over you while you was talking.
Yeah,
I didn't know because I'm catching you in your line.
No, you ain't catching me in my line.
You shut up and mute your mic, please. I'm talking. Thank you. So when I finally went over there to OHF panel with that biased prompt that he made, trying to use a Tarahumara Indian and saying this is the Negro that they're talking about, and saying, or where were Indians called Negro before that year of 1550? Like he wanted to make a statement and try and discredit Jack D. Forbes, right? And Jack D. Forbes literally states the years when Negro was used on Indians prior to 1550. Within 1530, 1520 time frame, arguing about whether to call them white, olive skin complexion, or black as devils on the river Styx. And he tried to say, oh, no, you can't use Jack D. Forbes because he is pseudo, he a cult book. And I heard the same statement from Teaching on the Move, from Gummy Slavy. They follow me.
All right, hold on.
Darvin
Time out now, guys. Time out. Everybody stay on mute for just a moment. So for anybody who's just now tuning in, everybody means you too, Alexander. Everybody stay on mute. So for everybody who's just now tuning in, what's going on is Alexander originally wanted to call in to challenge me. It took him a few times to get the mic together. Now that the audio's working, instead of challenging me, he chose to challenge one of my panel members, Tyrone, and he challenged him on using Jack D. Forbes, an American Indian man, as a source to support the notion that there were Black indigenous people, whether pre-Columbian or post-Columbian. We're going to get to that in just a moment. But essentially, and I've been taking notes. Alexander was making the claim that Jack D. Forbes was actually not talking about Black Americans. He was talking about his people. So, Alexander, maybe you can start by educating us on who are you referring to when you say his people? Who do you think Jack D. Forbes's people are?
The indigenous people that got here prior to colonization. When we talking about ancient migrations, when we're talking about the Hobbit groups or who it identified with, I'm talking about those people. Now, when we're talking about Jack D. Forbes,
time out. I'm going to mute you for just a moment because I need your answer to be more concise. When I mute you, you stay on mute. You don't unmute yourself, or you can just leave. I'm trying to speak.
Now you're trying to control
That's it. Alexander, hold your tongue. Hold your tongue. Hold your tongue. I'm not trying to control a narrative. I'm trying to get a more concise answer from you. Can you name a read? All right, since you can't hold your tongue, I'm just gonna have to put you backstage while I speak. No, you can shut the fuck up when I'm talking, you bitch-made, pan-goofy, belligerent, asinine asshole. Maybe if you started your own channel and had people wanting to call in and talk to you, then you can control your show. But you came to talk to Mike TV, bitch boy, so follow the rules. Anyways, not trying to control a narrative, oh insecure ass nigga. I'm trying to get you to give us a more concise answer. I asked you, who are Jack D. Forbes' people? And you started babbling like a fucking baboon. Everybody's confused right now. Mike just asked you, who are Jack D. Forbes' people? And you're just rambling like an imbecile. So when I bring you back up, answer the question more concise. Give us a region. Where in America do you think Jack D. Forbes people from? Matter of fact, since Jack D. Forbes is an American Indian, maybe you can name the fucking tribe that you're saying are Jack D. Forbes people. You see how that works? But guys, I'm just trying to control a narrative. Or maybe I'm trying to get you to give us an answer that my 100+ people watching can actually understand. So let's bring him back up and see if he can actually give us an answer that makes sense. Who are you referring to when you mention Jack D. Forbes's people? Go ahead.
Every group, they have the haplogroups groups A, B, C, D, and X. All the indigenous haplogroups groups that represent those people of the Americas that migrated here first. So if you got any proof of that.
And now I'm going to drop you so I can speak, and then I'll bring you back up. Since normally when I mute you so I can speak, you keep unmuting yourself. So again, we're not understanding what the fuck you're talking about. Jack D. Forbes is one man that's a part of one tribe, and you're claiming that Jack D. Forbes's people are all American Indians in the Western Hemisphere. Everybody with this haplogroup or that haplogroup is Jack D. Forbes's people. You gotta narrow it down, Playboy. You gotta narrow it down. If somebody asks who my people are, I'm gonna refer to the folks that descended from the Mississippian mound builders, the Eastern woodland people, the tribes of the Southeast, Central America, Caribbean, South America. That's my people. I'm not going to claim every single Native American community over here with the haplogroup, da-da-da. No. Narrow it down. Jesus. Try again. Who are Jack D. Forbes's people? And be more specific. Don't talk haplogroups, talk regions, or talk tribes. You need to name a tribe, or you need to name a region of the Americas. Jack D. Forbes never claims that all people of the Americas are his people. So stop it. Stop it. He's turning in his grave right now. Alexander, name a region or name a tribe.
Every single tribe in the Americas have those haplogroups groups. You can spin it however you want. You can control the narrative. Every single haplogroup
Kiddo said you
belongs to them. So show me haplogroups groups.
Hold on, mute him.
Oh, Tyro, I'm gonna give him one more chance. I gave him very specific directions, and he still can't understand. Alexander, when I bring you up, you have to name a tribe, or you have to name a region. You can't just say Jack D. Forbes's people was all the indigenous people of America. That's not the way it works. Jack D. Forbes was a member of a tribe. And you know so much about Jack D. Forbes, don't make me Google it. Don't make me Google what tribe he was a part of. You should be able to just tell us, since you're the resident expert on Jack D. Forbes and you know that he was really talking about this and that and Tyrone's really wrong. Well, I'm not even going to let him get the region cop out. Alexander, name the tribe. When you come back, name the tribe that Jack D. Forbes was a part of before his passing. That's what you're tasked to do. What is the tribe? As a matter of fact, He probably doesn't know. He probably has to Google it. So let's give him 20 seconds to Google it real quick, okay? He's going to do the heavy lifting for us. Let's give him 20 seconds. Go ahead. Don't use Bing. Don't use Firefox. Use Google, okay? ChatGPT even. But just let us know, what is the name of Jack D. Forbes's tribe? Jesus, it was like 10 minutes to even get him to answer the first couple questions, and now we can't get him to list a tribe, huh, guys? Let me see what the chat's talking about while we see if he can get a tribe for us. Let's see. Amor says, wait, haplogroups? Natives don't use DNA for blood quantum. Exactly. And most Native Americans are vehemently opposed to DNA. So I have no idea why he's trying to claim that Jack D. Forbes' people were all people with a certain haplogroup when Native Americans don't even do DNA tests. All right. Alexander, what tribe? Hold on, Tyrone. Alexander, what tribe was Jack D. Forbes a part of?
Yeah, that's a lie. Navajo also got genetic tests that show that they go back 18,000 years. You can look that up, guys. So let's do what haplogroups. Look up.
What tribe is Jack D. Forbes a part of? Or was he a part of?
Hey, viewers, look up all the haplogroups of the indigenous of America.
What tribe was Jack D. Forbes a part of?
Look up all the haplogroups.
Okay, guys. All right, Tyler, it's cool. Clearly, mans must be special needs. And I don't want to start bashing a member of the special needs community. That's not a good look for me. I'm a public figure, okay? So let's just let him stay in the chat. I mean, he couldn't even tell us that. I'll look it up real quick. I'm sure people are wondering. Jack D. Forbes, what tribe was he a part of? These Pan-Africans claim to be experts on our lineage, on our heritage. They claim to know all there is about Jack D. Forbes and what he meant when he said this and when he said that, but they can't even tell us the tribe he was a part of. All right, I found it, guys. He was a part of the Delaware Lenape, and he also has Powhatan heritage. Oh, no, and actually, no. Time out. He identified, Jack D. Forbes identified as Powhatan Lenape and Delaware Lenape, but Jack D. Forbes was actually never enrolled in any tribe. Interesting. But guess what, guys? We would never know that if we're waiting on Alexander to give us that info, right? So again, when he's trying to say that Jack D. Forbes said this and Jack D. Forbes said that, and all of the American Indians are Jack D. Forbes' people, if Jack D. Forbes really felt that all American Indians are his people, then why didn't he want to be a part of the tribe that his ancestors were a part of? Oh, wait, that's crazy. And then the real asinine part is Alexander was up here trying to claim that Jack D. Forbes exclusively spoke about Africans that were admixed with American Indians. And that's false. Just like Tyrone said earlier, Jack D. Forbes's historical take, his historical focus was on post-colonialism. So he really focused on a lot of the Africans that mix with the natives. But Jack D. Forbes is quoted numerous times in his books talking about Black indigenous communities that were here before Columbus with no African admixture. Matter of fact, guys, I got several quotes right here. You see what real scholarship looks like? First quote, Native American descendants had been legally defined as mulattoes in Virginia in 1705 without having any African ancestry. So if you actually want to know something that Jack D. Forbes believed or quoted or wrote in his book, he says, quote, Native American descendants had been legally defined as mulattoes in Virginia in 1705 without having any African ancestry. So wait a minute, guys, since 1700s, American Indians are reclassified as mulatto. And if any of you have done your family genealogy, you know you've seen those ancestors of yours in the census as mulatto. And guess what? As time rolls on, they get reclassified to colored and Negro and Black and African American. Oh, so I guess Jack D. Forbes is admitting to the racial reclassification and the melanated indigenous people here with no African ancestry. Second quote, the term Negro has been applied to Native Americans. Time out right there. I'm not even going to finish the quote. Jack D. Forbes already here is saying in this first half of this quote, the term Negro has been applied to Native Americans. So again, I don't know what Alexander was up here talking about. Now let me finish the quote. The term Negro has been applied to Native Americans and Black has been used for all of the above and for non-whites in general. So here we go yet again with Jack D. Forbes saying that Black is a term of reclassification for Native Americans. Native Americans have been relabeled to Negro, to Black, to mulatto. And this is right out of Jack D. Forbes' mouth. These are quotes. Third quote. And in this quote, to give you more context, he's talking about the Nottoway tribe in Virginia. Quote, "The scholars do not appear to have had any African ancestry, but they are regarded nonetheless as mulattoes." Yet another Jack D. Forbes quote saying that there's indigenous people with no African admixture being reclassified to mulattoes. All right. I don't know what that Pangoofy was talking about, though. Fourth quote. American ancestry were frequently classified as mulattoes with or without mixture with Africans. Let's keep it going. Fifth quote. The above evidence shows that in 1772, 1777, and 1785, the term mulatto was explicitly used for persons of American ancestry. All right. And the sad part is, I thought Alexander wanted to come up here and challenge me. I thought he had some gripe, something to get off his chest with Mike, but he came up here challenging Tyrone on Jack D. Forbes's take, and he's wrong. And he couldn't even tell us what tribe Jack D. Forbes was. Maybe it's because he didn't even know that Jack D. Forbes wasn't a member of any tribe. All right. Tyrone, what do you think about this?
Yeah, the dude is straight clown made. Like, and here's what killed him, unalived him in the source. Like in the introduction, he kept trying to want me to go to the introduction, but the introduction doesn't even agree with his point. So I'm gonna read from page 1 to 2, and I'm gonna stop there. So it says thousands of volumes have been written about the historical and social relations existing between Europeans and Native peoples of the Americas, and between Europeans, Africans, and the relations between Native Americans and African. No, matter of fact, let me go to page 1 because it literally states that they were interfusing culture with each other in Jack D. Forbes' book, which he wanted to skip over. I'm gonna read that.
And hold on, Alexander is still in my chat begging to be let back up. Alexander, I see no reason to bring you back. You can't answer simple questions. My audience is trying to learn new things, and you can't answer simple questions. I don't see any reason to bring you back.
He kept talking about Navajo.
You don't even have high enough IQ to answer specific questions so that we can have a civilized conversation. If you were able to do that, then damn, we'd be able to learn what issue you got with me. Because again, I thought this whole thing was about proving me wrong about something. But Tyrone, he's really in love with you. You and Jack D. Forbes, he just can't get enough of. But go ahead and continue, Tyrone.
Oh, he obsessed with you too because he comes from that same group with Black First, OHF, and all them teaching. They try and dox you, saying that you don't have any real Fed recognition and try to talk mess about your card and stuff like that. So that's where he comes from.
All right.
But yeah, to continue going to the
motherfuckers obsessed with my heritage. Okay, what's new?
Mad that you got Fed recognition in your money. They ain't got no money.
Hey, it's crazy too because my aunt just came back from an event with the tribe and she gave me a whole bunch of goodies from the tribe too. Hold on, I got me a little coaster with the tribal seal. Woo! Shout out to my tribe, the Muskogee Creek Nation. I don't show up to events. I don't fuck with the chief. They doing some fuck shit with the freedmen right now. I'm actually working to change things from within. If you know, you know. I also got this nice little leather thing right here, courtesy of the tribe. Okay. I appreciate. Matter of fact, this was pretty cool. I especially told her to bring back some historical documentation, any maps or anything, and she was able to give me a nice little folder with some nice maps here. This map right here is our current territory, our current reservation. I know when you hear about Native Americans, you hear about them cracked out on the res and this and that. I was surprised to find out that my tribe is not a part of that demographic. My tribe's reservation includes the entire city of Okmulgee, including the entire city of Tulsa, Oklahoma, and several other cities as well. So if you go to visit Tulsa, Oklahoma, you're on my tribe's reservation, technically speaking. I believe we lease the property to the city of Tulsa or something like that.
Matter of fact, I went out there.
This right here is another nice one I was able to get. Look, hold on real quick. This is a county map. Here we go. Got a little county map. And in classic sellout fashion, one of the counties is named McIntosh County. Who was McIntosh? William McIntosh was the half-breed Scottish Creek Indian sellout that signed the treaty that resulted in my tribe walking the Trail of Tears. And because he sold this out and did that, the tribe took him out and burned down his plantation. And guess what? He wasn't the only one. Look it up. Whenever you hear about Indians signing treaties that resulted in their tribe walking the Trail of Tears, every single one of them, I don't care if it was Creek, Choctaw, Seminole, Chickasaw, Cherokee, every single one of those chiefs was a half-breed with a Scottish father and an Indian mother. Look it up.
I got this book recently from out there in Muskogee Nation in Oklahoma because my sister lives out there in Arkansas, right there next to Bill.
Let me see. I got you on the big screen now. Okay, the Dolls Rolls of the Citizens and Freedmen of the Five Shillage. Nice.
Yep.
I actually just ordered a book about another leader within my tribe. I forget his name. I'll have to pull it up real quick. He was on some sellout shit, but I like to learn about the sellouts because it really helps me understand why the tribal dynamics are the way that they are today. But I wonder if I can log into my Amazon real quick and pull the title of this book that I have being sent to me right now. I just ordered a new one. And actually, not only did I just order this new one, but I just had a book shipped to me that I ordered. You guys should definitely check out this book as well. How to Hide an Empire. Most people don't know that the United States is just as imperialistic as any other faction. We maintain an image of, oh, we're just the US and like we don't go and take people's lands and da-da-da. No, the US holds a lot of territories. We hold a lot of territories overseas. Tyrone, I don't know what happened to the screen. Oh, there you go. Did your audio cut out, Tyrone? I don't know if you're talking.
Yeah, I went on tea time.
Okay. Oh, yes. This book is about George Washington Grayson. I'm actually related to the Graysons. I have a very interesting family tree, to say the least. So yeah, I just ordered a book called George Washington Grayson and the Creek Nation from 1843 to 1920. So I'm sure that's going to be a good read. But yeah, thanks for sharing, Tyrone. Thanks for sharing. You know what? I did have some people on YouTube trying to call in. My bad. We got sidetracked with our resident Pangoofy.
Oh, let them up because we got all day to unpack this.
Amora says we have Scots in our lineage too. Yeah, most people don't know that the Scots and the Scottish Irish, they moved into the Southeast as early as the 1500s, and they were intermixing with indigenous tribes to get preferential trade agreements, to get in positions of power, et cetera, et cetera. Scottish Highlanders actually come from a similar clan-based society as Southeastern tribes, so that's why they were able to come in and trade with us and intermix. Yeah. But yeah, that's so sad. I just wish that the Pan Goofies can finally get some good representation so we can have like a good debate, a good conversation. But most of you guys just no conversation skills. We also got Rebecca Smith up here. Rebecca, hey. Where are you calling in from and what's on your mind?
I'm calling from Arizona.
All right, lay it on us. What's on your mind?
I just wanted to see if you would discuss the difference between freemen and freedmen.
Yeah, sure. When we talk about free man with no D, free man, that typically refers to American Indians, most of the time melanated, indistinguishable from Black Americans, right? But these are American Indians who descend from converted Indians. What a converted Indian is tribes in the Southeast and the East Coast since as early as the 1600s. Some of them formed leagues with certain European factions. Some of them had trade agreements. Some of them even got spiritually converted by certain Christian denominations, whether it was Protestants or the Mormons or this branch or that branch. So you actually do have this class of people that sprout up. They also get classified as free people of color. You'll see a lot of free people of color in the Carolinas all throughout the peak of slavery. And you have to ask yourself, where do all these free people of color come from? Where do all these free men come from if we're supposed to believe that all Black folks descend from West Africans? I mean, what cruise ship was bringing free Africans over here in the 1600s to 1700s? I mean, it wasn't happening, right? So free man is typically someone who was never enslaved. They are free, they're maintaining their freedom, and typically they're able to do that within the white society because they've been assimilated or spiritually converted. But those freemen have to watch out because there are slave catchers from the South who will still come up to the North and try to capture a free man and sell him at the slave auction block. That's what that movie 12 Years a Slave was all about. If there's ever a slave movie you should watch, that should be one to watch. Why? Because it's actually based on a true story. Solomon Northup, he was actually an indigenous man from the East Coast. I think he might have been Nantucket or something, or Narragansett, but he was a free man of Islanders, and he got captured by some slave traders. And next thing you know, he's in the South on a plantation, a slave for about 12 years. And of course, since it's a slavery movie, they still pull the psyops. And the way that they pull the psyops in the movie is they have an African from the UK playing Solomon Northup. They have an African from the UK playing a lot of the slaves on the plantation. So I'm going to let you know, they still try to do that fuck shit by casting Africans from Europe as us. But that's a good movie to watch because it's actually based on the autobiography of Solomon Northup. Or instead of watching the movie, you should go read his actual autobiography. I mean, the book's always better than the movie anyways, if you ask me.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and Lupita Nyong'o, she's a Kenyan from Mexico.
Yep.
Thank you.
Now, I'm not done. I only answered 1/3 of your question. Now, when we talk about the freedmen, there's two different types of freedmen. There's freedmen of U.S. territory. There's freedmen of tribal territory. What's the difference between U.S. territory and tribal territory? Geographically, not much. We might be in Louisiana. There's a certain land, a certain area of Louisiana where the land's owned by a local indigenous tribe, so that's tribal territory. Rest of the land's owned by the U.S. government, that's U.S. territory, right? So you've got freedmen in U.S. territory and you got freedmen in tribal territory, and those are two separate people. After Indian removal, the freedmen that walk the Trail of Tears, that make their way to Arkansas, Oklahoma, those folks are indigenous Black Americans who are reclassified by the European-led Dawes Commission. They literally had white European federal agents coming out and interviewing our ancestors and picking and choosing who gets to be listed on the Dawes roll, who's not part of the Dawes roll. So whenever you see these $5 Indians, these Siberian Huskies on the res, talking about you Black folks aren't really Indians, that's why you don't have tribal citizenship, they don't talk about how the white man created their tribal roles. That's why $5 Indians were able to infiltrate. Did any of you guys ever stop to ask yourself, well, hey, if these tribes are in charge of the roles that document their tribal members, how do white people pay $5 to get placed on the tribe? Because the tribe didn't have nothing to do with the Dawes roll. The Dawes roll is named after Henry Dawes. Who is Henry Dawes? A European senator from Massachusetts. They sent a white boy from Massachusetts out to Oklahoma to pick and choose who's an Indian and who's not an Indian no more. And they came out with the Dawes roll, the Dawes Commission, decades after they pushed them to Oklahoma. Why? Because after they went to Oklahoma and they're doing their own thing on their wild Indian territory, some white folks snuck over and said, damn, their land actually has a lot of oil on it. So how do we break up their tribes? How do we break up their land? How do we take their land that we just gave them? We just made them sign treaties to give up their land in the Southeast to go to Oklahoma. And now we found out they got oil. So now we got to take the land we just gave them. How do we do that? They come up with something called the Curtis Act. The Curtis Act dissolved tribal governments. Federal government comes through and says, hey, there's a Curtis Act. That means y'all don't run your own affairs. We run you now. Then shortly thereafter comes the Dawes Commission, where they come through and interview people and get to decide, are you a freedman? Are you a by blood? Are you half-breed? Are you 1/4? Are you 1/8? Right? So when you hear about the freedmen in tribal territory, when you hear about the Creek Freedmen court case, these are Black indigenous people who've been racially reclassified as freedmen by European government agents so that their land would be taken away because their land had oil. The richest, youngest Black girl in the world in the early 1900s was who? Sarah Rector. They got a movie coming about her. Movie's coming out in a few months, right? Sarah Rector wasn't just a Black girl. She was an oil magnate. Richest colored girl in the world. Why was she the richest? Because her family's land had oil beneath it. Where was her family's land? In Oklahoma. Wait a minute, how does Black girl get a land in Oklahoma? Because she was a member of my tribe, the Muskogee Creek Nation, and that was her land allotment she got from the Dawes Commission. So now we're talking about the freedmen of tribal territory. Now there's one more type of freedmen though. Remember, there's two types. The other type of freedmen is freedmen in U.S. territory. The freedmen who didn't walk, the Black indigenous people who didn't walk the Trail of Tears, they got enslaved in place, they got reclassified in place, and when emancipation comes around, they now all get reclassified as freedmen. And a big difference between the freedmen of tribal territory, the freedmen in Oklahoma, versus the freedmen in the Southeast, is those freedmen in the Southeast were promised 40 acres and a mule. They never got it. The freedmen in Oklahoma were promised 160 acres of land per person. Some of them got it. A lot of them got shorted and only got 40 acres. So we could say, just to keep it simple, the freedmen of Indian territory got their 40 acres, whereas the freedmen of the Southeast didn't get nothing. They got forced right back onto the plantation through Reconstruction. The Union forced them right back to the same slave master, to the same plantation, but now there's a Freedmen's Bureau that's going to write a labor contract for you. And the labor contract says you got to work from sunup to sundown, 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. You have to call this person massa, just like you used to. And your pay is food, water, shelter, and you're supposed to get a portion of the crop come harvest time. So they call this sharecropping. But when harvest time comes and you go to get your portions of the crop, the slave master pulls out a book and says, no, you owe me money for rent. And you got sick a few times, you owe me money for medicine. Oh, those tools you've been using, you've been renting those tools. You owe me money on them tools. Matter of fact, you owe me money. So now you're a wage slave working for free on the same land you were a slave for previously before the Civil War. So this is the freedmen of the Southeast. But wait, those freedmen of the Southeast have the luxury of choice, or at least the illusion of choice, because there's a choice. You can go back to that plantation, work for slave master again, or you can go up north and work in a factory, being a slave for 13-hour shifts, working in a factory, dealing with Jim Crow, segregation, the Klan, all kinds of shit, right? And guess what? You have to choose one or the other. You have to choose to work on the plantation in the South, or you have to choose to work in the industrial plantation in the North, because if you don't choose either, the union has something called vagrancy laws, where if they see you just shooting the shit, hanging around town, playing the harmonica, drinking some brew, well, they'll say that you're idle and you're being a vagrant. So now they arrest you, put you in the chain gang, and now you're working in chains on a plantation in the field somewhere. So that's the freedmen of the Southeast. Whereas the freedmen that walked the Trail of Tears, went to Oklahoma, they're fighting a different fight. A lot of tribes in the 70s and the 80s started to kick out those that were classified as freedmen from the tribe. That's what my tribe did in 1979. We got some Eurasians, some $5 Indians that got in positions of power, and they changed our tribal constitution in the middle of the night to say that if you want to be a member of the tribe from here on out, it's not good enough to just have an ancestor on the Dolls roll. From now on, you have to have an ancestor on the Dolls roll, and that ancestor has to have a blood quantum. And here's the thing. When they reclassified your ancestor as a freedman, they put them on a separate freedman roll and left their blood quantum blank. So you see how this was all a setup to disenfranchise freedmen in Indian territory and disenfranchise freedmen in the Southeast. And both of these demographics of freedmen are really indigenous Americans that are reclassified. So hopefully that answers your question.
Mike. Oh, also to add on to it, you forgot about the Guian Miller rolls and the Henderson rolls, because that also comes into play with people that stayed within the Southeast as well.
No, those that stayed in the Southeast and those that stayed in the East Coast, there were some tribal roles for them as well, and they put a lot of caveats on those. One of the caveats were, if you want to identify as Indian on government documents, you have to relocate to a reservation. So imagine how many of our ancestors didn't want to be a part of the reservation system. So because of that, they get lumped into new demographics of colored, Negro, mulatto, etc.
Mm-hmm.
But yep, you have any more questions, Rebecca?
No, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. And if you ever want more detailed info or, want to learn how to trace your family genealogy, just check out my website, nativeblackancestry.com. You can even have access to my calendar and pick a day and time to connect with me one-on-one.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, thanks for calling in. And you know what? It looks like we've got another caller. Let me see who this is. Better not be Alexander again. Hey, Alexander, if you're such a pangoofy, why do you call yourself Alexander? Shouldn't you do like all the other pangoofies in the 80s and the 90s and change your name to Lamumba, Albay, Amen Ra, or some shit? Like, I'm confused. His name is Alexander?
He originally called himself Joe the Educator.
Hello. So, I'm not trying to be offensive or anything, but
well, time out, Lucifer. You're starting off a little bit strong. I start off with, where are you calling in from? And what's on your mind? Go ahead. You have the floor.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to be offensive or rude or anything. So my question is, why do you think Black Americans are indigenous to?
Ma'am, I asked you a question. You have to answer my question before you ask your question. Maybe you didn't hear my question, so I'll say it again. There was 2 parts. Where are you calling in from? What's on your mind? Go ahead, Lucifer.
Where I'm calling from? Oh, what do you mean? Sorry, I just don't understand.
You don't know what I mean when I say where are you calling in from?
Oh, I mean, not really. I'm sorry. Can you please clarify that?
Your country, state, or where you're born?
Tyrone,
Oh yeah, I was born in Canada.
It's a one-on-one, Tyrone. It's a one-on-one. You said you're born in Canada. So you're born in Canada by way of what country?
I was born in Alberta, like in St. Albert, which is like in Canada.
I don't think you understand my question, so I'll ask it differently. What country are your family originally from?
Oh, from Somalia.
Okay. So your family's from Somalia, and I think if you're born in Canada, correct me if I'm wrong, does that make you a first or a second generation?
I think it makes me like a second generation.
I think you're right.
No.
I think you're right. I spoke to somebody else from Ghana, and they were calling in from Canada, and he told me he was a first generation because he was born in Ghana and moved to Canada, I think. So yeah, if you're born in Canada, I think you're a second generation migrant. But okay, you answered the question where you're calling in from. Now let us know what's on your mind.
Oh, so my mind is that I just want to understand, like, so my mind is that, like, why do you think Black Americans are indigenous to America? I just want to understand, that's all.
I think that because that's our history. At least my history, personally. I'm not sure if this is your first time tuning into my channel, but you're talking to someone who's a member of a federally recognized tribe. So it's not like I'm just up here saying, I'm an Indian. The United States government does not classify me as a Black person. They do not classify me as a Black American. My documents say American Indian. Just like you have a Canadian citizenship paperwork, just like you have some kind of Canadian ID. Hold on, where's my wallet? I think I can find it, guys. Here's my wallet. I'm sure you've never seen what an American Indian tribal ID looks like, so let me just show you it real quick. This is what a tribal citizenship card for an indigenous tribe of North America looks like. So again, when you start off asking, yeah, it's pretty cool indeed. So when you start off by asking, why do I think that Black folks are indigenous? It's because we are. I am. My ancestors are. My ancestors are documented. There's books written about them. My great-great-great-great-grandfather was a town king and the chief justice of the Muskogee Creek Nation. So it's kind of like if I came to you one day and said, hey, why do you think that your people are from Somalia? And you'd be like, well, because my family was born in Somalia. Well, but that doesn't mean they're from Somalia. No, like my grandparents, my great-great, like all my whole lineage comes from Somalia. Oh, well, is there a way you can prove it? Yeah, my family has Somalian citizenship. Same thing.
Oh, I see.
But you have the floor, so if you have any other questions, go for it.
Yeah, so that does make sense. Yeah, even though I was born in Canada, right? But my roots came from Somalia, and my family came through generations in Somalia. So that makes sense.
Exactly. And the difference is between you and a Black American is that your recent lineage comes from another country, another continent. You come from migrants. Black Americans do not come from migrants. We talk to a lot of people across this African diaspora of yours that are so confused, that are so surprised to learn that Black Americans are not migrants. We do not descend from migrants. We can trace our genealogy in the Americas to the 1600s. And I only say to the 1600s because that's around the time when they first started taking census records.
I see. Like, there's a lot of Somalians like in Minnesota in America, and they, like, my people, like, they came on the year 1914 in America, so it was about like 111 years. So like, what do you think about that?
I don't really think anything about it. You're asking what I think about your people migrating from Somalia to America in the early 1900s?
Yeah, like it was 1914, so yeah.
I think it's unfortunate. I think it's very, very unfortunate.
Because of the war, yeah.
No, not because of the war. I think it's unfortunate for other reasons.
Oh, why?
Well, I'm not trying to pick on you or anything, but because I'm specifically speaking to you right now, and you're specifically from Somalia, we'll give the Somalia example. But this is something that we can attribute to all African migrants for the most part. For one, have you ever heard of brain drain?
Oh no, I didn't heard about that.
You've never heard the term brain drain?
No.
Okay, so what the term brain drain refers to is when the smart, the boule, the bourgeoisie, the upper class, the educated, when the educated demographic within a country, a struggling country, a third world nation, a second world nation, when you're upper echelon, when you're elite, when you're most academically profound demographic moves, relocates to a Western nation, that's called a brain drain. Because imagine all these smart, and again, I know Africa's a continent, it's not it's not a country, but just for lack of better terms, all these brilliant Africans, all these smart Africans that are doctors and lawyers and engineers, and they're so successful. I'm not talking about the poor Africans living in the shantytown. I'm talking about the good to do Africans living in the McMansions with the electric fences and the armed guards and the butler. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, right? It's so unfortunate that demographic chooses to flee their ancestral homeland, whether because of a war or because of a famine or because of a drought or because it's so unfortunate when they choose to flee, because it really further messes up your country. How does the country of Somalia ever get fixed if the smartest, most educated, most well-to-do, most financially sound Somalians, whenever they get money, they choose to move to Canada, or they move to America, or they move to the UK, right? And that's not just Somalia. No, and that's not just Somalia. That's across the continent of Africa. It's kind of a thing. When Africans get some money and they reach a certain upper echelon, the thing to do is go be educated in Europe or in Canada and live somewhere else and maybe visit their African country they're from once or twice a year.
Yeah, it is a little bit sad. There's a lot of problems in Somalia, like drought, war, poverty and things like that. So it just makes, it's sad, but it just makes sense on why they want to go to other countries where it's more.
Respectfully, to you, it may make sense because you descend from, for lack of better terms, I'm not trying to be mean to you, you descend from fleers, in the sense that since your parents made the decision to leave your ancestral homeland and come to Canada, that kind of psyche has been ingrained in you. You said that you're born and raised in Canada, right?
Yeah, I was born.
So you're born and raised with the preconceived notion that Somalia was just so bad. There was just so much going on. Your parents had no choice but to flee to Canada. But again, I'm sorry, sometimes I speak harshly. That is absolute bullshit. Everybody has a choice. I don't care how bad the Somali war got. I don't care how bad the famine got. Everybody has a choice. And you choose to stay and fight and make things better, or flee to another country that has better living conditions for you. And here's the difference. Here's why you don't get a lot of empathy, a whole lot of sympathy from Native Black Americans. Because our ancestors went through what the Somalians went through times 1,000. You're talking about a Somali civil war, Somali famine. We were invaded by several European nations simultaneously for 500 plus years, and we're still occupied, lynched, massacred, detribalized, reclassified, ancestors victimized through a process known as paper genocide. And guess what? We never chose to flee America and go move to Liberia or go move to Canada or go move to Africa. We don't do that. We stay and we fight. The most we'll do is we'll migrate from the Southeast a few states over to the East Coast. We might go from the East Coast cross a few states and go out west, but to flee the entire, forget the country, to flee the entire continent of Africa. Your parents couldn't find a single country in Africa. There's 52 countries in Africa, right? They couldn't find a single country in Africa that they wanted to raise you in. They thought that Canada was the best bet. That's a bit selfish.
Yeah,
Did it give them a better, hold on. Did it give your parents a better standard of living? Yes. Did it give you better chances? Maybe. Yes. But what about your Somalis that are still back there dying and starving and struggling?
Yeah, they're having a hard time down there. But like my people, and we're here in Canada for like 55 years, so it's not that long. But so like Black Americans were like here in America for like 1,000 years, like in the 1600s.
Since the beginning of time, the first earliest Europeans that document their journeys to the Americas, since 1492 and onward, they always write about Black indigenous tribes, woolly hair, Negro phenotype. Sometimes they even said that we look similar to Africans. They said that a lot of us are light brown, dark brown, but some are even as dark as Ethiopians when you get to South America. Matter of fact, the Spanish conquistadors called our indigenous ancestors Negros de Terras. That translates to blacks from this land. You know what they called the African slaves when they would bring African slaves over? They called them Negros de Guinea, blacks of Africa. So they knew since day one, there's black people in the Americas, Negros de Terras, and there's blacks in Africa, Negros de Guinea. But they're two different people, two different cultures.
Oh, I see.
So when you say how long, so when you say how long have Black Americans been in America? Since the beginning of time, since the flood waters rescinded, since the earth rose out of the oceans, since forever. More specifically, everybody else in the Americas but us are immigrants or descend from immigrants. Mexicans, Latin Americans, a lot of people in the Caribbean, they descend from Spanish Europeans or African slaves shipped over. There's a lot of Native Americans in Canada, the Southwestern Plains, Alaska. Those folks are migrants from China, Siberia, Russia. So the only class that is not a migrant in the Americas are those that have been reclassified as Black, African American, Negro, mulatto, freedman, etc.
I definitely see that. So my opinion is like, what do you think about the other Native Americans saying that they were here first, like the lighter ones?
You're talking about the ones that look Asian.
Well,
the ones that look like they have a white parent and an Asian parent. The ones that look like they're a mixed Asian European, right? Slanty eyes. If I pulled up a photo of them next to a Mongolian, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Those people, right?
I mean, I'm not trying to be disrespectful or anything. Like, they do look a little bit Asian, though, but they still look slightly different.
And science even says they migrated across the Bering Strait from Asia. Let me break this down for you. The reason why you see these Asiatic natives talking a whole bunch of shit about Native Black Americans is because they are paid to by the United States government. The United States government brokered an agreement with them centuries ago. This is what the agreement was. I'm paraphrasing, though. The agreement was this. We will give you billions of dollars annually. We'll give you a patch of land for you to go do whatever you want on. But this is what you have to do. You have to adopt European customs. You have to adopt a spirit of white supremacy. And you have to maintain the notion that anybody with dark skin comes from Africa. That's why they're online so vehemently opposed to us. That's why they're online so hell-bent on convincing everybody that these Black folks are crazy, even though we have documents, oral traditions, archaeology, anthropology, and everything in between.
I see that. Like, I love learning new things.
Yeah, it's good to learn new things. Yeah. And also, furthermore, furthermore, the reason why you see this vitriol from these Asiatic and really what you should refer to them as are plains natives. We call them plains natives because these are the people that live in the plains of North America, the Arizona desert, the New Mexico desert, the Utah desert, right? Where nobody wants to live. They live in the plains. These are the ones in the movies living in teepees and roaming with the buffalo and scalping people when they're trying to go in the covered wagon to the West Coast and stuff. These are the Plains Indians. And you have to understand that when these Plains Indians migrated across the Bering Strait from Asia, when they came down, they were in conflict with us. The Mayan, the Aztec, the Mississippian mound builders, the Eastern Woodland people. We had wars with these invaders. We had armed conflicts with these invaders. It's written in our hieroglyphs on the pyramids in South America. We had long-standing conflicts with them. Even in more recent years, some of our ancestors were buffalo soldiers working for the U.S. government, forcing some of these Plains natives onto the reservations they live on today. So they've got a long-standing beef with the people you call Black Americans. But unless you know that history, you'll just be like, damn, how come they're like, why don't they just leave Black people? Like, if Black people say they're Indian or when identified, like, how does that affect them? Well, now you see why.
Yeah, like I want to understand both, but I also want to understand the truth and be more educated, you know? Yeah, because I was asking questions too about the other people, like the ones that you said that look like they came from, like another country.
And correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, wait, hold on. Correct me if I'm wrong. Have you called into some of their shows and had conversations with them?
Oh yeah, but again, I'm not.
Okay, no, hold on. That's all I wanted to know. So when you call into them and you have conversations with them, I would assume, I'm just assuming here, they probably can't give you the same kind of oral history you hear me giving, right?
I'm not sure. I think I should need to research this, but that's like.
No.
Really
in general,
sure.
I'm saying in general. Imagine the last Native American Plains Indian person show you called into. When they talk about their tribe, when they talk about their history, are they getting as in depth with it as I am? Are they able to go back to the 1400s and talk treaties and dates and stuff? Or are they just saying, oh no, all Black people come from Africa?
They're not really saying about the treaties or anything like that or in depth.
So then you have to ask yourself then, if these are the real Native Americans, why don't they have that knowledge? Why do you never hear any of them talk about pyramids or mounds? Because our ancestors were building the pyramids that are all across the Americas, not them. Most people don't even know that we have pyramids in the Americas. Not only do we have pyramids, we have way more pyramids than are in Africa. Africa has 300 pyramids. Do you know how many are located in the Americas?
I'm not sure, but I think a few lots, yeah.
Over 1,000.
Oh, wow.
Not only does Africa have 300 and we have over 1,000, but our pyramids are older than the ones in Egypt. The largest pyramid in the world. Do you know where the largest pyramid in the world is located?
I'm not sure, but maybe like south, kind of like in the Americas.
Yeah, Mesoamerica, Cholula, located in Puebla, Mexico. But guess what they did? They covered it with dirt, the Spanish conquistadors, that is, and they put a Catholic church on top of it. And they lied for the longest time and said, this isn't a pyramid, this isn't a mound, this is just a hill with a Catholic church on top. But people started to excavate, and it turns out it's a ginormous pyramid. The largest pyramid in the world by volume is not located anywhere near Africa.
So I'm just curious, like, what's your opinion on Joya? Like, I think he's okay, but what's your opinion on him?
On who?
On Joya, like the
Josiah guy?
Yeah.
He's one of these natives on the reservation, strung out on fentanyl, being paid to promote vitriol that Black Americans come from Africa and we're pretendians and Wabos. That's it. I mean, just look at him. He looks real indigenous, right? With all those neck tattoos and the missing teeth. I mean, you have to ask yourself, if you're born and raised on a reservation and you're native and your whole family's native, then why is your reservation so poor? Why do you guys live in such squalor? Why are they so down bad? I mean, if they're the true indigenous people, shouldn't they be like planting and building stuff and like maintaining their culture? But no, you see somebody who looks indistinguishable from a tweaker named Josiah. He gets online and says, oh, Black people aren't in it. And you have to realize people like that do it because they have no content, because they're poor. They want to make money. You can make a lot of money on social media, but the only way you make money on social media is by driving traffic to your page. And the easy way for Pan-Africans, Africans, and these plain natives to drive traffic to themselves because they're not interesting. Nobody wants to just watch them or talk to them by themselves, right? The only way they can drive traffic is by centering their content on us. Are Black people really Indians? Are Black people Wabos? You see how it always has to have Black people in it for them to get some traction. If he's really a Native American, why doesn't he just make a bunch of TikTok videos about, hey guys, this is my tribe and this is our culture and this is a historical event that happened with my tribe and here's a treaty that... No, his whole content is predicated on Black Americans, right?
I mean, most of his content is kind of like about Black Britannians, but I think maybe Britannians in general, you know. But I think he's
his
okay.
content is his content is specifically aimed at Black Americans and trying to ascribe the label of pretendian to us. When if you go on Google right now and Google pretendian, the term pretendian has never referred to Black Americans. Never. Go on Google right now, look up pretendian, and you won't see a single Black American. You'll see Asians, you'll see Italians, you'll see white people. The term pretendian was created for Europeans and other migrants that were cosplaying as American Indians.
And where they try to go to with this Black pretendian thing, they try to reach to Jim Beckford or Longlands or either Martha Redbone, which these are not even close to what a pretendian is. A real pretendian is a YT person. And we can pick up books about pretendians and they don't mention Black people whatsoever. There's one by Philip J. Deloria that describes what a pretendian is, from the YT hippies during the hippie movement, people that illegally cheated tribal enrollment, paid $5.
Hold on real quick, Tyrone. Hold on real quick, Tyrone. I want to finish out my conversation with Lucifer, and then I got somebody who's been waiting backstage, so I'm going to bring them up in a minute. But Lucifer, do you have any other questions for us?
Oh, yeah. Also, so you think that, like, I'm not trying to be rude or anything. So, like, you said that your people, the Black people were here in America as, like, the real indigenous people were here for that at the end of time, or like at the beginning of time, right?
I said since the beginning of time, since time immemorial.
So do you think that you may be... So my question is, do you think you may be related to like a little bit like of African ancestry, you know, but like you're still like the indigenous people? Because
some of us descend from Black indigenous people that have zero admixture. And some of us descend from a mix of Black indigenous people and African migrants. Why is there a mix? Because we accepted runaway African slaves into our tribes, into our militaries. Look up the Seminole Wars. It doesn't matter if you were a Black Indian or if you were an African. If you were on an American plantation, we would try to free you, liberate you, and let you join our tribe. And we married with some of them and had kids with some of them. But here's the trick they play. Nowadays, they try to say the only way a Black Indian exists is if it's a mixture of an African and a Native, but that's not the case. It's much more nuanced than that. There are Black indigenous people like myself who have zero African admixture. Some of us even have European admixture, way far more than we would ever have African admixture. But there are those of us with zero African admixture at all, and there are few of us that do have some African admixture as well, but that doesn't separate our indigenous roots.
I see. Yeah. So I think.
And when you actually get into hold on. And when you actually get into the transatlantic slave trade, you'll realize barely any African slaves were ever shipped to North America. The vast majority of African slaves were shipped to Brazil. The second largest destination for African slaves was the Caribbean islands. Less than 4% of all African slaves trafficked during the transatlantic slave trade went to North America, and that includes Canada and the British 13 colonies. Some historians say that the figure is around 90,000 Africans being shipped to North America. Some theorize it could be as much as 388,000 Africans shipped to North America. Well, check this out. I'm gonna play devil's advocate. Let's say 400,000 Africans are shipped to North America. Well, guess what? There's 45 million Black Americans present day. It's logistically impossible to have a sample population of 300,000, 400,000 balloon to over 45 million. It doesn't matter if it's been 300 years, 600 years, 900 years. That's logistically impossible, especially when slaves had a high mortality rate and a low birth rate. So you have to ask yourself, where did all these slaves come from if they didn't come from Africa? So then when you compare that to the firsthand accounts of Spanish conquistadors who say that they saw negros de terras, blacks of this land, then you realize it's quite obvious. It's been in front of your face all along. Lucifer, if you're a slave trader, if you're a European slave trader, and your only goal is to sell slaves to plantations, what is going to make you the most money? Going all the way to the other side of the world, to Africa, and then bringing them all the way over here to the Americas, or capturing some local indigenous people that are displaced or held captive and selling them to plantations? Look it up. Long before there was an African transatlantic slave trade, there was an Indian slave trade. They were taking indigenous people from the East Coast, shipping them to South America. From South America, shipping them to the Southeast. From the Southeast, shipping them to Europe, to parts of Africa. But most people don't know this because they don't teach it in school.
I see. Again, I think Julia is, he's just cool, but I just want to say your opinion of him. That's all. And I just
no. You as an African migrant thinks Josiah is cool, and that's your opinion, but your opinion isn't really valid in this sense. Your opinion on whether or not he's cool has no weight to the conversation when you are not of our culture. That's like an Asian calling into me saying, hey, I think Josiah is cool. Okay, and? But if you ask any indigenous Black American what they think of Josiah, oh yeah, nah, different story indeed.
I see. I just see him cool as a person, but there's some things that
I don't think you know him as a person. I don't think you've ever talked to him. I don't think you've ever met him. I think you just watch some of his TikToks and you think that you know somebody. I mean, I don't know how you could ever say you think somebody's cool as a person because you watch some videos they made online. That's strange.
Oh no, I don't know him personally, of course not. But I mean, I did talk to him for a little bit.
If you don't know him personally, then why are you on my show trying to give him a shout out?
Oh no, it's not that. I just think that he's just, he's just another person.
Ma'am, nobody mentioned Josiah. You brought him up. Why did you bring him up?
Because
because he talks about Black Indians. That's why.
Yeah. So
and you're talking to a Black Indian that says that he's an agent provocateur, disrespecting our lineage, and you still have the nerve to proclaim, oh, well, I get what you're saying, Mike, but I think he's a cool guy. Nobody asked you for your opinion.
I see that, and I respect your opinion.
Do you have any other questions, or should I get on to the person who's been waiting backstage?
I think I should leave because I don't want to keep that person waiting. But thank you for being on. Thank you for letting me be on the show.
Yeah, of course. Don't hesitate to click that link or click the button at any point in time.
Disrespectful.
Oh no, you're just a little off topic. That's all. But no, don't hesitate to call in the future. It was nice talking to you. The next person that we have calling up, and hold on, Tyrone, I'm gonna circle back to you, I promise. The next person we have coming up is Lavisho, and then we're gonna bring up Forsaken. Lavisho, let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Hi, I'm Lavisha Celestine. I'm actually in New York, and I'm a Caribbean expat. I actually work with someone who has the same ideology as you. I have so many questions because this is just a recent.
Well, hold on. If you have so many questions, I gotta warn you. I've got several hours of content I have to get ready for. I've got more people waiting backstage, so we're gonna have to do your questions in a rapid fashion. So just start firing away.
Absolutely. So I'm just going to ask 3 questions then. I have a whole lot, but I'm going to just summarize it in 3.
Yep.
So you said that you believe that you are Native American. And
false.
Okay, you did not say you were Native American?
I did not say I believe I am Native American. I said I am an American Indian. The government classifies me as an American Indian, and I'm a member of a federally recognized tribe. That's what I said.
Right, that's beautiful. And you also know that you have no genetic relative with African people whatsoever.
No African admixture. If I did a DNA test right now, it would not link me to any blood relatives in Africa.
Have you done one?
No.
Okay. So what prevented you from doing one?
Because for one, I have no purpose to.
Okay.
Fun fact, when I was applying for tribal citizenship, my tribe didn't say, hey, take a DNA test to see if you're indigenous to America. No government and no American Indian tribe goes by DNA testing because it is a pseudoscience for proving ethnicity. DNA testing can tell you if you touched a girl. DNA testing can tell you who's your mama and your daddy and your cousins, but a DNA test cannot tell you you're 5% Nigerian, 20% Ghanaian, 30% Ethiopian, 10% European. That's why if you look in the fine print of those tests, it says entertainment purposes only, educated guesses are used.
Okay. So what is your tribe?
The Muskogee Creek Nation.
Okay. Do you speak the language that they speak?
Yes.
Okay. Are you fluent?
No.
Can you write it down?
Yes.
Okay. So if you
and I thought you said you had 3 questions. Wait, you went over the limits. So let me just pause you and ask you some questions now.
Okay, I love that.
You said that you're a Caribbean expat, right?
Yes.
Is that synonymous with Caribbean migrant?
Yes, because it's not. I just think that in the United States, people.
What's the difference between an expat and a migrant?
An expat to me is someone who actually move from one country to another, not necessarily for a better life, but just because they want to move to another country for a different experience. That's what I moved to America for. The politicized calling someone an immigrant pretty much devalues the reason why they come to America. Not everyone who comes to America is running from something. I didn't run from the Caribbean, from any political persecution, any danger. I moved to New York because I like New York. I do. So yes.
Okay, hold on. Time. I understand if you have a little bit of insecurities based on the whole migrant or immigrant word, because there's been a lot of bashing migrants in America, but you do understand that expat and immigrant are the same exact thing. An expat is someone who voluntarily lives outside of their native country. An immigrant is someone who moves permanently to a foreign country. That's the same thing.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. That is the same thing. But the reason why I'm using expat.
No. You weren't trying to tell me it's the same thing. You were trying to convince us that there's some kind of difference. You were trying to make it seem like expat is someone who voluntarily moves, but they're not under pressure, while immigrants move because they're running from something. And that's not the case. No, if someone's an immigrant, it doesn't by default mean that they're running from something. It just means they're migrating to a foreign country.
That's beautiful. That the reason why I said expat against immigrants is because right now there's a political attack on the word immigrant. When you want to attack someone,
sir, that is your personal opinion.
Okay, so
it is not a fact. It is not a fact that there is a political attack on the term immigrants. It is a fact that there is a political attack on illegal immigrants.
That's
but
beautiful.
No, there's not a political attack on immigrants. What are you talking about?
Okay, so when you do look at, to answer your question, when you do look at someone who is African for some reason African, who is an immigrant to America, and they're African.
Hold on. Sorry. I really don't want to get too caught up on the immigration thing. It was just one out of several questions I had for you.
Okay.
So you're an immigrant from the Caribbean. Which country in the Caribbean?
I'm from St. Lucia.
St. Lucia. Is that kind of by St. Barnabas? It's like past Puerto Rico?
No, that is it's next to the French Antilles.
Next to the French Antilles. Okay. So far, I've only been to Puerto Rico, so I definitely have to do some more exploring. I've got a map of the West Indies right here, but obviously I haven't studied it a whole lot. So my next question is, do you know what country in Africa your people descend from?
Well, it's an admixture, really. To go back to what you said about the Brazilian slave trade.
Hold on. I told you that we have to be concise. So the answer is no. You don't know what country in Africa your people came from.
Oh, I am of African descent. That is absolutely sure.
Sir. If the answer is no, if the answer is no, just say no, and then I'll get on to the next question. That's it.
Absolutely.
So the answer is no, right?
Okay.
Okay. So you don't know what country in Africa your people came from. Do you know the language that your African ancestors spoke?
Well, since we were all trafficked, there's no distinct language, but the language.
Okay, so the answer
can I elaborate
is no. No. I told you I've got a lot to do. So I'm putting you on mute. I told you I've got a lot to do. I got people backstage. We need to be quick. Do you know the country in Africa your people came from? The answer is no. Do you know the African language that your people spoke? The answer is no. So I guess I don't even have to ask you if you speak the African language. That answer is also going to be no. I guess I don't have to ask you if you write your ancient African language. So the question's going to be no. So now here's my next question for you, sir. Why would you ask me what tribe I'm a part of, if I speak the language, if I write the language, if you don't know what tribe your ancestors were a part of, don't know the language, and don't write or speak the language? Cat got your tongue? All right, well, I guess we'll hear from Tyrone. I think he's thinking about that.
Yeah,
maybe he's coming up with a good answer for us.
People on in an interrogation seat like he the Indian police or something. But yeah, he's still a Black American. It's just that he has a specific tribe and ethnicity is what you don't understand. But you're sitting up here trying to apply this African descent thing on the people, and you can't even claim a specific West Central African tribe like a Fulani.
Wait, hold on, Tyrone, hold on. He's claiming he's muted. Sir, you're not muted. I'm looking at your microphone. Your microphone has no slash through it. I don't know why you think you're muted. Maybe you're dealing with some technical difficulties. So what I'll do is I'm going to drop you and just request to join, and I'll bring you right back. You're not muted at all. I asked you a question. I was waiting for an answer. My question was, if you don't know the African country your people came from, if you don't know the tribe that your people came from in Africa, if you don't know the language, if you don't speak the language, if you don't write the language, why would you ask these things of me? Go ahead, Lavisha.
Yes, I was muted. You actually muted me and then had to unmute me, but okay. I do speak an African language called Creole. It's a new invention from the slave trade.
So then why, when I asked you the language of your ancestors, you didn't say Creole?
And that's not even the African language.
I think he got caught with his pants down, so now he's trying to backpedal and be like, no, I do speak a language, it's Creole. Did Creole originate in Africa? No. All right. Oh, and you know what it is, Lavisha? For some reason, when I mute you and then I try to unmute you, it now says that your microphone is turned off and only you're able to unmute yourself. So try to unmute yourself, and then maybe it should work.
Is that better?
There you go. Now we can hear you. So again, my question, hopefully we can get an answer this time. Why would you ask those questions of me if you don't know the culture of your ancestors?
Because the question you asked me is a loaded one. There's a massive amount of phenomena that happen during the
time out. I asked you the same exact questions you asked me verbatim. If the questions I asked you were loaded questions, then you started off by asking me loaded questions. Are we living in Bizarro land? Is this a Twilight Zone? Guys, did I not literally ask him the same exact questions he asked me?
Yes, you did.
But when I flip it on him and put him to the task of answering to his culture, I'm asking him a loaded question, guys. Look how that works. All right, go ahead and unmute yourself, sir. Go ahead.
So you said that I didn't ask you a loaded question, but the positions we're having conversations on is that I understand what a series of situations got me to be in the Caribbean. You said that you are, Native American.
We don't care what situation got you out of the Caribbean to New York. We didn't ask you what situation brought you from the Caribbean to New York. I asked you, why would you ask me about my tribe, about my language, if I can speak it, if I can write it? If you don't know your tribe, you don't know your language, you can't speak it, you can't write it. And instead of giving us an answer to that question, you try to say that I was asking you a loaded question. We're not going to move away from that. I hope you know. We're not going to let you start explaining away and get caught up in semantics. You got to answer. Why would you ask me those questions? And when I ask you the same thing, there's an issue? Go ahead and mute yourself. Explain this. This makes no sense to us.
So first of all, I was not pertaining to me moving from the Caribbean to New York. I'm speaking about the phenomenon of my African descendants in the Caribbean answering a Creole question. But if I can answer instead of being muted, I could always answer a question because it's I have to explain my answer. It's not a yes or no.
I didn't ask you a yes or no question.
Well, you did say yes or no.
No. Earlier, when I asked you yes or no questions, like, do you speak the language? Do you write the language? Those are yes or no questions that get a yes or no answer. But my last question I asked you was not a yes or no question. Okay, my question was, why would you ask me those questions if you don't know your tribe, you don't know your culture, you don't know your language?
Because of curiosity. I was not comparing you to anything. I asked you if you knew you were a Native American, do you speak the language? And are you have any good knowledge of your tribe? That's all I asked you. I then was not pertaining to anything. I was just curious because I did say I was asking a question. You refuse the question to answer me, where it's a little bit.
Sir, this is the issue. You keep going on and on and on when I told you we got to keep it concise. I said, why did you ask me those questions? Your answer is because I was curious. That's it. That's all. We don't need 3 more sentences, 4, 5, 6 more sentences to explain the rationale behind your curiosity. You asked me those questions because you were curious. And you know what's funny? I asked you those same questions because I was curious. So now my next question to you is why, when I ask you those same exact questions verbatim, did you reply with, that's a loaded question? Why do you think that that's a loaded question? Go ahead, unmute yourself.
There we go. So it is a loaded question because asking me if I speak my native language, that's another question. Can I ask a question? How do you think?
No, you can't ask me another question while you're still answering my question. Jesus Christ. So your answer to my question is, and again, guys, if there's anybody new tuning in, I asked him, why when I ask you the same thing you asked me, is it a loaded question all of a sudden? And his answer is, because it's a loaded question. Thank you. That's your answer. We don't need no more explaining. You said it's a loaded question because it's a loaded question. So now here's my next question for you. When you asked me those same questions, was it a loaded question then? Now that's a yes or no question. Go ahead, unmute yourself. Give us a yes or no on that one.
No, it was not a loaded question because you already had an answer.
Oh, thank you. So you've told me all I need to know. Respectfully, you're not worth conversing with. You're not worth my time. You don't have enough cultural prowess to have this kind of discussion. You ask me a question, and it's not a loaded question. I ask you the same exact question, but now it's a loaded question. Sir, you're nonsensical. There's no reason. There's no rationale. We can't do nothing with this. We can't have a conversation with this. You can't pass go. Sorry, I don't know what to tell you. I'm going to give the audience the luxury of choice. Put a 0 in the chat if you guys don't want to hear from him anymore and we should get on to the next one. Put a 1 in the chat if you want me to just let him unmute himself and just speak uninterrupted for some time and let's just hear what he has to say. I see a lot of 0s in the chat. Someone says they're curious. A lot of people are saying next. How about my folks on YouTube? I'm seeing 0s in the YouTube chat. HSB, are you still catching the echo on the YouTube? Let me know. I'm seeing 0s. Polo says, this man said Creole is an African language. Yeah, Lisa's curious too. Well, you know what? I'm going to cater to the minority. I'm going to do the unthinkable and I'm going to cater to the minority. I'm going to go ahead and put a timer on my phone for 3 minutes and we're going to let our resident Caribbean migrant speak for 3 minutes straight, uninterrupted, so he can get everything he needs to get off his chest. Hold on just a moment. Let me get this timer. Set this baby to 3 minutes flat. All right, sir, the time starts when you unmute yourself and we hear the first word come out your mouth. You may begin.
Well, thank you for giving me the opportunity. Yes, I'm a Caribbean expat because Americans have pretty much politicized the word immigrant. So I like saying expat. It's the same thing, but whatever. To answer your question, yes, Creole is an African European admixture language. It's what we use to communicate with each other throughout the Caribbean and from Brazil, and also into Louisiana. Creole is a Louisiana language. It's an African language. I asked you the question if you know that if you are Native American, because you obviously look like you're African. You sure do. If you go to anywhere in the United States, you look like you're African.
Guys, I muted him again because now it's going to get interesting. Now it's going to get exciting. I love this. I love that he took it here. Okay. So now I've got a question for you, sir. Since Africa is a continent, it's not a country. Name the country in Africa that has people that look just like me. Name it. You're going to get placed on mute again if something comes out of your mouth that is not a name of an African nation. Go ahead, unmute yourself.
Fulani.
Fulani. Thank you. How do you spell Fulani?
Fulani. Fulani.
Thank you. Now I'm going to put you on mute. Please stay on mute. I'm live streaming on YouTube. I'm live streaming on TikTok. I don't even know how I could properly do this. I don't even know how to go about doing this. You know what? I think I found a way. I'm going to go ahead and share one of my monitors. Let me add it as a source on TikTok. He says, I look like a Fulani African, guys. We're going to pull up some photos of Fulani Africans, and you see me on camera. You see exactly what I look like. So this is going to be an easy comparison to make. Very, very easy comparison.
He said Fulani, right? Those are mixed people. They're Arab looking.
No, it's cool. It's cool. Hey, forget about them being mixed. Wherever. We're going to start with the visual representation. Okay, that's what we're going to start with. Now, first of all, which monitor is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that might be my third monitor technically. Is it the third monitor? No, it's not the third monitor. Okay, maybe it's the second monitor.
See below. You can see the.
Hold on. Yeah, it's the wrong one. Okay, here's the right monitor. Here's the right monitor. Okay, so let me bring this over to the side now. Now you guys can see my screen. Now, my folks on YouTube, let me change it so that the folks on YouTube can also see my screen. Let me move this to the side. Let's type in Fulani men. Perfect. All right, we got an image of a Fulani man right here. Now, guys, go ahead and vote. Go ahead and cast your vote, guys. This is a Fulani man wearing a traditional hat. Put a 0 in the chat if you think the Fulani man looks nothing like me. And put a 1 in the chat if you think I look just like the Fulani man. And guys, don't worry. We're not going to cherry pick one photo of a Fulani person. We're going to bring up several different photos of Fulani men. I'm seeing nothing but 0. Somebody says he looks like the dude from Good Times. I'm seeing a whole bunch of 0s on YouTube, a whole bunch of 0s on TikTok. Okay. All right. So nobody says that I look like this Fulani man. Well, let's find another photo of a Fulani man, shall we? I got another photo of a Fulani man. Here we go. Guys, do I look like this Fulani man? Hold on, let me zoom in on him. We got another Fulani. This one got face tats and a turban and shit. Do I look like this Fulani man, guys?
Heck no.
Men lie, women lie, pictures don't. Hey. If I look like the Fulani man, then there's nothing wrong with it. Tell me. Say, yeah, Mike, you look like. Yeah, Mike, you got similar phenotype, the nose, the skin, the freckles. I mean, yeah. But so far, I can't find a Fulani man I look like. Hold on, sir. Hold on, baby. Before you ask another question, I'm going to bring up another Fulani man. Since you said I look like a Fulani man, okay? Here's another image of a Fulani man. And yeah, they might really be mixed with Muslim or something because I'm seeing a lot of them in turbans. I don't know. Maybe that's just a sand African thing. But hold on. All of these people in the slideshow are Fulani. Here's another Fulani man right here. Getty Images. Guys, 0 in the chats if I don't look like this Fulani man, and 1 in the chat if I look just like this Fulani man. I'm seeing 0s again. I'm seeing 0s. Okay. Here. Just for shits and giggles, let's go to a 4th Fulani man, okay? I'm going to pull up a 4th Fulani man. We've got yet another Fulani man. And you guys have to let me know. 0's in the chat if I don't look like him. And 1's in the chat if I do look like him. What do you guys think? Do I look like a Fulani man or no?
Nope, but I know who you actually look like.
Hey, don't give away any secrets yet. I'm gonna keep that as a little secret card in my pocket to pull out when I need to. But so far, the Caribbean man. Hey, I'm not so surprised that you failed at this test because you're not even like from Africa, Playboy. You're like descendant from African slaves sold by their fellow Africans, shipped to the Caribbean. Then you moved to New York. I mean, I guess you don't even know what a Fulani man looks like if you thought that I looked like one. But go ahead and unmute yourself and let's hear what you have to say. You said something about Native Americans or something, right?
Sure. Show me an African, sorry, not African, pardon me, a black Native American. Yeah, show me some other people from. I'm curious. That's what I'm asking. Show me someone who is a black Native American.
Your child. Well, it's a time out. You're looking. You're stuttering. Well, it's a time out. You're stuttering. You're all over the place. Are you challenging me to show you a black Native American? Is that the challenge? Yes or no? Go ahead and unmute yourself. Unmute yourself.
Yes.
Is that the challenge? Okay, yes, that's the challenge. Well, first of all, no offense, you're ignorant because you're looking at a black Native American. But I think what you really meant is, can you show me like an older photo from like decades ago or something, or like an older photo of a black man that's indigenous, that's a native, right? Okay, I'll do that for you. Pulled up the Fulanis that you said I look like. You failed miserably. Don't look like a Fulani. Now you're challenging me to show you a photo of a black indigenous person? Easy. Here's my grandfather, Thomas Jefferson Adams Harjo, Chief Justice of the Muskogee Creek Nation, Tribal King of the Muskogee Creek Nation. Now what? Now what? You can't show me a Fulani that I look like. You thought you were cooking. You said, well, Mike, show us a black indigenous man that you look like. How about my grandfather, dumbass? Did I pass your test? Oh, wait, but then there's more. You're probably thinking to yourself, well, no, that's just a black man. That's not a Native American black man. Well, let's go to the Dolls roll. You probably don't know what a Dolls roll is, huh? When you go to the Dolls roll and type in my ancestor's roll number 2145, his name is Thomas Jefferson Adams Harjo, and clearly he's listed right here as a full-blooded Creek by blood.
Yeah, Mary, bring your goofy ass up here too.
So not only did I show you a picture of a black Indian, I also verified that he's 100% Creek by blood. Now what do you have to say? Oh, it's getting awkward, huh, guys? It's getting real. I think I hear awkward silence on the line. Go ahead, unmute yourself, Caribbean boy.
Let's not name call. We're being very respectful here.
If you thought that me calling you a Caribbean boy was name calling, you're in for a rude awakening. You should get out the kitchen already if you think that was name calling.
That's not what I was talking about. You called me ignorant.
Go ahead.
When I was curious.
Oh, that wasn't me calling you a name. That was a clever observation. Go ahead.
An astute observation at that.
Put my pinky out when I drink, okay? That was an astute observation.
Curiosity and not ignorance. So, thank you. So you said that this person is related to you and is a supposed black American who has been here for thousands of years before the beginning of time, supposedly. So you said that they were there from the beginning of time. So when supposedly, because I don't know if you believe that majority of the people on earth came from Africa, the cradle of life. So you think that
if it's the cradle of life, why did you go to New York instead of Africa? Because if it's the cradle of life, why didn't you want to go live in the cradle of life?
Because New York is actually in close proximity to my country. It's cheaper.
Hey, I don't care what's closer and cheaper. If I think something is the cradle of life, I want to go there. I want to be on the soil. I want to breathe the air. The cradle of life, you say? Wow. I've never heard of Africa being the cradle of life. Do tell more. Unmute yourself. Do tell more.
I agree. You've never heard it before. But with that ideology, why don't you think Europeans go back to Europe? They know exactly where they come from. Why don't they leave?
So he tried to challenge me on knowing my customs, my tribe, my language. I turned it around on him. He claimed it was a loaded question. He then further cements his disrespect by claiming I look identical to a Fulani African. I bring up several photos of Fulani Africans. He fails. Then he further goes deeper with the disrespect, trying to challenge me to show a photo of a Black indigenous person. I show my grandfather and also the Dawes Roll, where he's listed as a full-blooded Creek by blood. Now this imbecile is trying to rant to me about Europeans? Yeah, you're not worth my time anymore, respectfully. Jesus, I got to get ready for a live stream in a minute, y'all. I got research I'm trying to do. This mother, hey, I got a good clip out of him. Don't worry, guys. I'll clip this up. I'll put it on YouTube. Go to YouTube, Mike TV. You know, ignorant Caribbean man claims Black Indians look like Fulani Africans. It'll be a great video, guys.
Mary need to bring her YT ass up here because she want that work.
Mary had a little lamb. Mary had a little lamb. I'm gonna give you an invite, Mary. Don't be shy.
Miss Mary right here, she talking mess, saying, "Oh, y'all don't look Indian." Come on, come get this work.
And Mary probably looks like never mind. I'm not gonna go. I want to be respectful. Mary, call it. If Mary doesn't call in, then I'll just go no holds barred. I just sent her an invite, so if Mary's not on the stage in the next couple minutes, you know it's because she's afraid. You know, Mary's the type of white girl to cross to the other side of the street when she sees a Black Indian coming her way. Oh Lord, we do have somebody called Elaine calling in. I think Elaine might be the last guest because I really do have to start preparing for a whole bunch of live streams tonight. But Elaine, yeah, your Wi-Fi is not Wi-Fi, Elaine. Try to request to join again. But yeah, that was wild. And this wasn't the first time I've got this. 2 weeks ago, I had some African in Canada trying to tell me that I look like a Ghanaian. I did the same thing. We pulled up several photos of Ghanaian men. I don't look nothing like them. So it's interesting how they try to pass off this bullshit of you guys look exactly like Africans. But as soon as we ask them, oh, what country in Africa has Africans that look like us? You see how they fold under pressure. Yeah, that was embarrassing. What little island was he from? Wait, what little island did he say? St. Lucia, St. Barnabas?
Yes, sir. St. Lucia or something like that.
He's doing his whole island a disservice. Doing his whole island a disservice.
He claimed Creole to be the African language.
This is pathetic, y'all. This is absolutely pathetic. Ugh. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to stay on here for 10 more minutes. You guys have 10 minutes. If there's anybody else that wants to challenge me for a debate, anybody that wants to ask questions about genealogy, Black American indigeneity, you got 10 more minutes to call in before I end these live streams and get on to preparing these broadcasts that I'll be doing on TikTok and YouTube later on this evening. But yeah, last chance to call in, guys. I don't know. I think he thought he was really cooking. He thought that I was not going to be able to bring up a photo of a Black indigenous man. Is that what he thought?
He thought you wouldn't
say a language. I got a whole digital archive with over 600 documents of Black indigenous people. What the fuck you mean? I just uploaded 44 documents to my website today of Black indigenous people. What the fuck you mean? Anybody wants to check it out, go to nativeblackancestry.com. Look at my digital archive. Click on the tab that says Indigenous Americans. And what are you going to find? A whole bunch of Black Indians, huh?
Yep. Oh, and speaking of which, since he up there in New York, you'll find a whole bunch of Black Indians, such as the Shinnecock, such as the Narragansetts and all them. They have festivals.
Go ask your local indigenous tribe in New York about Black Indians, and they'll tell you all about them. Dummy.
You can go to Louisiana and find Black Indians. That's basically their culture in New Orleans.
Come on. Oh, speaking of Louisiana, here's the Choctaws of Amet, Louisiana. Black Indians, right?
Like you can go to Virginia, see the Cherokee, the Iroquois in Powhatan or Accomax. You can go to South Carolina and see the Gullah Geechee. They're basically Creek extensions. They're Seminole.
Hey, no, hold on, Tyrone. I got somebody else trying to call in. Todd, let people know where you're calling in from. What's on your mind?
I came up a little while ago.
Oh yeah, I know. I remember you.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm from Bama, and I was
wanting to know what tribes was around there. See, I just Googled it. It said your tribe, Muscogee Creek. I'm from the Northeast. I'm Northeast Alabama, and I recently went to a cave, and it had, our artifacts and all this, but the painting, the painting.
No. Stop it. I'm putting you on mute for me. Please don't tell me you went to DeSoto Caverns. Please don't tell me the cave in Alabama you're talking about is DeSoto Caverns.
No. It's called Russell Cave.
Thank God. If anybody doesn't know, never go to DeSoto Caverns. I actually think DeSoto Caverns might be in Georgia, not Alabama. But basically, it's an underground cave network that's an indigenous burial ground that they converted into an amusement park, and they do Christian-themed laser light shows. I'm serious.
I live in Bama. I did not know that.
That's like an hour from us.
That's an hour from me.
DeSoto Caverns is in Talladega County, Alabama. These motherfuckers took our cavern, our underground cave network burial site, called it DeSoto Caverns, and do Christian laser shows.
That's disrespectful.
Wow. Look at this shit. This is it.
Wow.
DeSoto Caverns.
Oh, another one would be Moundville.
Look at this.
Yeah,
they got a fucking photo of Conquistador DeSoto.
No,
like he's a cool guy or something.
What the heck?
Oh my
DeSoto.
God.
Hella disrespectful.
Look at this shit. DeSoto.
You celebrating the colonizer.
Oh my God.
And it's literally a cemetery. It's an underground cemetery, and they turned it into a tourist attraction. They got a little kiddie pool for the kids. They got go-karts. The white kids are panning for gold, doing laser light show, Christmas themed. Look at this shit. Here's the laser show in the caves.
Wow.
It's like me trying to run an amusement park in a European graveyard.
That is so disrespectful. It's crazy.
Beyond disrespect.
I did not know. I did not know this at all, bro. I swear I did.
Look at this shit. And then some of the local pretendians be out there dressing up like Indians, putting on a little dog and pony show. Got a statue of DeSoto and everything. But I'm sorry, I got a little triggered when you said cavern in Alabama. Okay, clear. Mike got triggered as fuck. Okay.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. You're okay, bro. Yeah, no.
Chata that's out there representing the culture.
Yeah, no, I would just want to know, since I live in Northeast Alabama. I'm trying to figure out if it was Cherokee here, but it keeps saying on Google. I hate the Google.
So you got to realize. So you got to realize that all of these artificial boundaries weren't here before. So when you speak of an area like Georgia or Alabama, there were dozens of tribes that inhabited the area. So the reason why people have mentioned my tribe, the Creek, is because our tribal territory before the Trail of Tears was all of Florida, all of Alabama, all of Georgia. But it wasn't just us. Our tribe back then wasn't really a tribe. It was a confederacy of dozens of tribes. So yeah, there's many different tribes in those areas. Facts.
Because it says mixed between Creek and Cherokee.
Yeah, no, I feel it. Mm-hmm. But yeah, the Creek were definitely in that area. The Cherokee, as you can see, are in the blue. Some of them are coming down to Alabama, Georgia a little bit, but yeah.
So that means
right there. That was all the same.
Hold on, Tyrone. Hold on, Tyrone. One-on-one. On top?
So that would be my descendants from that area, or I'm trying to just figure out.
The way that you would figure it out is by tracing your genealogy. So, you would have to build out a family tree, taking your maternal line and paternal line to the 1700s to figure out, were my people in Florida, were my people in Carolina, were my people in Georgia, et cetera, et cetera.
It said right here. Because I did the Ancestry or whatever. I talked to my uncle. He started tearing up, and I said, "What was we?" Because he seen the sense. He teared up, and he has the same complexion as you, but I'm darker than him. You get what I'm saying? And he teared up, and he said, "We're Cherokee Indian." I said, "Are you sure?" He said, "I know I'm for sure because that was my great grandpa. He knew that."
Yeah, facts. Yeah. So then if you want to take it from just oral tradition to finding documentation, then that's where you got to do the genealogy research. That's why if you go to my website, I let people have access to my calendar where they can schedule a day and time to connect with me one-on-one. And I teach people the 3-step process that me and my family follow to trace our heritage and get tribal citizenship.
Okay, then I traced back a little bit more, and like I said, I found my great uncle, but it's the race said American Indian, but it didn't say which. It just said American Indian. That's it. And I can't believe I found it on the census. I can't believe that. I never thought I would be able to find it, but it's found.
Oh yeah. So now it's all about just taking that research back further. Yeah. Keep looking for those records.
Okay, man. Thank you for having me on.
Yeah, most of that, brother. Don't hesitate to click that link in the future. Nice talking to you.
Gotcha. All right.
And Tyrone, go ahead and give us some closing remarks before I wrap up.
Just make sure y'all do y'all genealogy, get the record straight. Like, don't give in to some of these naysayers that's getting on this platform talking about and questioning your indigenous heritage. Just do it yourself. It's just up to you to find out who your relatives were. Don't just rely on just an Ancestry or 23andMe spit kit. There's documents out there. There's probate records. There's land deeds and all that. And I yield the mic.
Well, hey, thanks for calling in, brother. It's always nice chopping it up with you. And yeah, shout out to everybody tuning in on TikTok, everybody tuning in on YouTube as well. I appreciate you all. This was a very interesting discussion, to say the least. And yeah, if any of you have yet to trace your family genealogy, definitely check out my website, nativebblackancestry.com.
Many know about slavery, but few discuss paper genocide. We did not all come from Africa, and most of us have Aboriginal roots that were stripped away due to reclassification and miseducation. As a native Black American and a member of the Muskogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. If you want to learn how to trace your genealogy and apply for tribal citizenship, go to nativebblackancestry.com to schedule a consultation.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings, Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
Many know about slavery, but few discuss paper genocide. We did not all come from Africa, and most of us have Aboriginal roots that were stripped away due to reclassification and miseducation. As a native Black American and a member of the Muskogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. If you want to learn how to trace your genealogy and apply for tribal citizenship, go to nativebblackancestry.com to schedule a consultation.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings, Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
There has always been this great secret within the circles of the colonial elite about who the American Indians were. In the early days of colonialism, many learned religious men took note of the Indians and the characteristics they found in connection with this idea. Over time, this idea became lost and suppressed as the agenda to fabricate history unfolded. If the question is, how is America Egypt? Then the answer is Hebrews in America. If the answer is Hebrews in America, then the question is, who the fuck are these people? This video will be a culmination of things we have learned throughout this series, America is Egypt, combined with things we have learned from the smartest beast in the field. It is essential to have at least seen a few episodes of the smartest beast in the field in order to grasp the material in this video. First, to understand the context of America is Egypt, or even Hebrews in America, it's important to understand the historical context of such a statement on a basic level. What is a Hebrew? What is a Jew? What is an Israelite? These are not synonymous terms. All Hebrews are not Israelites, and all Israelites are not Jews.
Oh, yeah, let's talk about it. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, smash the like button on the way in. Subscribe to the channel if you're new. Shout out to the folks watching on TikTok. Shout out to the folks watching on YouTube. We're going to go ahead and get into it, y'all. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint. We're here to give you the information you desperately need. Never knew you was missing. We got the StreamYard link posted for the YouTube audience. If anybody wants to call in, now is the time to do so. If you're watching on TikTok, you already know how to call in. But let's go ahead and get into it. Right now, we're reacting to a little bit of footage from UBTV. Check him out on YouTube. He's a great scholar. But right now, he's highlighting the Hebrew connection with the American Indians that most people are not aware of. You know, on the surface, if you talk about American Indians being Hebrew or part of a lost tribe or something, I mean, a lot of people will just discount that as some kind of pseudo conspiratorial claim, right? But in actuality, there were Hebrew artifacts found amongst the indigenous tribes of the Americas. Exhibit A, the Decalogue stone. This Decalogue stone was found with Hebrew inscription, and that image is supposed to be depicting Abraham. You've also got the Keystone, another Hebrew artifact found in indigenous mound sites. You've got the Bat Creek stone, which actually was an amazing cover-up. The Smithsonian took this, hid it in the basement. When someone finally went and checked it out, they said, damn, y'all got it upside down too? Excuse me. Come on, y'all. The Smithsonian hiding it in the basement wasn't good enough. They hid it in the basement and had it upside down. That's diabolical. Crazy work. Upside down in the basement. For years, the Smithsonian said, yes, this is a true artifact. This is a true, you know, oh, and hold on, guys. My YouTube audience is not seeing what I'm showing on the screen. Hold on. Here we go. And actually, I'm going to share this a different way. Let me make sure you can see everything. So again, guys, right now we're looking at the Bat Creek stone. We're looking at the Bat Creek stone. Smithsonian took this, buried it in the basement, displayed it upside down. They claim that these were Cherokee inscriptions. Well, some researchers come by, they flip it right side up. They say, no, this is Hebrew. So as soon as it's exposed that this is Hebrew, the Smithsonian says, okay, never mind, the artifact's fake. The Smithsonians are the ones that discovered it, so to speak. I mean, they were ransacking one of our ancestral mound sites. The Smithsonian Institute finds the artifact. They authenticate the artifact. But as soon as we find that the artifact doesn't have Cherokee inscription, it has Hebrew, now the Smithsonian says, you know what, the artifact's fake after all. That's how they get down. Guys, do you know that there's so many, damn near every single European that came over here, every single pilgrim, conquistador, academic, did you know it doesn't matter whether they're German, French, Dutch, Spanish, Portuguese, British? Do you know that they all came to the same conclusion that the American Indians had Hebrew culture and descend from a lost tribe? Guys, ChatGPT is not the end-all be-all. ChatGPT is a tool, and you got to use it effectively. We're going to use this tool to see if it can pull some sources for me. Can you give me a chronological list of every single European explorer that came to the Americas and wrote publications where they alleged or concluded that indigenous tribes of the Americas had Hebrew custom, Hebrew culture, or Hebrew origins, or were descendant of a lost tribe? And I want this ranked in order from the earliest account to more recent accounts. Watch this, guys. Let's see some sources, some texts, some documents. Did you know that all these Europeans came over here and they're like, damn, these American Indians are Hebrew? I didn't know this until I became a American Indian scholar myself. I didn't know this 2 years ago. Come on. But as I find new information, I share it with my audience, and here we are today. But guys, watch. We're going to get a full list. We're going to get a full breakdown. And guys, I'm not a Hebrew Israelite. You won't find me dressed like a Dungeons and Dragon character yelling on a megaphone. I mean, but it's interesting how what they preach about, there's a seed of truth in it, at least a seed of truth. ChatGPT is clarifying exclusions and limitations, compiling a chronological list of explorers reporting Hebrew origins, adding important figures. And Multimeyer, respectfully, please don't go down the Dane Calloway conspiratorial rabbit hole on my channel. We're talking about true, factual, indigenous American history. We ain't going down rabbit holes of, did Harriet Tubman really exist, or is she a fabric of the imagination of the United States government? I mean, go watch Dane Calloway for that. He's just here to make you think, right? I'm here to give you the information that leads you to doing your genealogy, that leads you to getting reconnected with the ancestral tribe that your ancestors were affiliated with, that then leads to rectification, which involves reparations, restitution, and everything above. I mean, we're here for solutions. We're not here for entertainment. Here we go. We got that full list. We got that full breakdown. Number 1, Fray Diego Duran. He wrote something called Historia de las Indias de Nueva España. He wrote this in 1581. Duran repeatedly draws Aztec Hebrew parallels. He leans into a Hebrew lineage reading of Mexican origins, or Mexica origins. So again, we got this dude in 1581 claiming that there's an Aztec Hebrew parallel. We've got Fray Gregorio Garcia. He wrote something called Origin de los Indios del Nuevo Mundo e Indias Occidentales. I butchered that terribly, but it's okay. Let's work through it. This was a major early compendium on American origins that treats the lost tribes / Israelite hypothesis as a live option. Garcia had spent 12 years in the Americas before composing the book. So Garcia is over here in our ancestral homeland for 12 years doing reconnaissance, getting the information, spying, and after 12 years, he writes a book. And he hypothesizes that we're a part of a lost Israelite tribe. Okay. You got Ives. He wrote something called Voyage a Nord de Brazil. This is field work. So he was in the field. He was in the trenches. He was out there writing notes in the field. In 1611, he reports Tupi customs and explicitly compares certain practices to those of ancient Israelites, like body cutting banned in Deuteronomy. I've never read Deuteronomy. I guess there's body cutting that's banned in Deuteronomy. He uses Hebraic frames to interpret ritual behavior. You've got Antonio de Montesinos. He wrote something called Relación de Heron Leve in 1644. And he claims that he encountered Israelite Indians near Quito who recited the Shema. Yeah, I'm not a Hebrew. I don't even know what the Shema is, but apparently American Indians were reciting it, identifying them as tribes of Reuben / Levi. His report was reproduced and popularized in Europe. Reverend John Eliot. He wrote something called Jews in America, 1660. Damn. They ain't gonna teach you this in school. Diego Andreas Roca. He's a Peruvian printed treatise canvassing and at points advancing Hebraic / Iberian Jewish descent scenarios for American Indians. Later editions and studies explicitly index it under, quote, lost tribes of Israel. You've got Joseph Francois. He's a famous missionary ethnography that systematically compares Iroquois lifeways with those of the earliest times. He repeatedly invoked ancient Hebrew and Judaic rites to explain similarities. And last but not least, we got James Adair. He wrote something called The History of the American Indians in 1775. After 30 plus years, we heard from an author earlier who spent 12 years with American Indians and then said they were Israelites. This fool spent 30 plus years among southeastern nations. That's our ancestors, the Southeast, Florida, Georgia, Alabama, Louisiana. That's where all Black Americans come from, right? The Southeast. After 30 years among Southeastern nations, Adair argued outright that people such as the Catawba, the Cherokee, the Muskogee, that's my tribe, the Choctaw, and the Chickasaw descend from the Israelites, listing detailed ritual/language parallels. Hey, and again, ChatGPT is a tool. It's not the end-all be-all. This is a tool that just gave us 8 different sources, dates, names, and titles of publications that you can now research on your own time. That's how scholarship works in the 21st century. Let's talk about it. But guys, let's get back to the video. UBTV was about to cook up when it comes to this Hebrew connection.
Quote, by the Levitical law, the people who had running issues or sores were deemed unclean and strictly ordered apart from the rest for fear of polluting them. For everything they touched became unclean. The Indians, as in a strict manner, observe the very same law. In terms of purity, these are very peculiar characteristics of the Indian that are undeniably parallel to the so-called Hebrews.
I'm just in
Quote, Star in the West, Elias Bodendot. Quote, page 113. Quote, the Indians to the eastward say that previous to the white people coming into the country, their ancestors were in the habit of using circumcision. But laterally, not being able to assign any reason for so strange a practice, their young people insisted on it being abolished. Mackenzie says the same of the Indians he saw on his route, even at this day. History, page 34, speaking of...
So these white boys come over here to the Americas and they see indigenous tribes that are circumcising their youth. Where'd they get that from? It's such an ancient practice, such an ancient tradition with these tribes that the youth don't even know where the practice comes from. Since the elders can't even explain where it comes from, they're like, yo, let's abolish it. We trying to go with the elephant trunks.
Of the nations of the slave and dog rib Indians very far to the northwest. He says, whether circumcision be practiced among them, I cannot pretend to say, but the appearance of it was general amongst those I saw. It's crazy. So they was just walking around with their dick out. I mean, was they that butt naked, especially in the northwest? You know, it's cold and damp up there, bro. Anyway, I'll be all right. Continuing, Dr. Beatty says in his journal of a visit he paid to the Indians on the Ohio about 50 years ago, that an old Christian Indian informed him that an uncle of his, who died about the year 1728, related to him several customs and traditions of former times. Among others, that circumcision was practiced among the Indians long ago. But their young men, making a mock of it, brought it into disrepute. So it became disused. End quote. Star in the West. Quote, the storyline was further reinforced in 1650 when Thomas Thorogood substantially expanded the list of affinities by noting an American affinity for circumcision, as originally reported by Columbus. Along with Columbus's discovery of North America, he noted that many of the natives there were circumcised. The advanced civilizations of pre-Columbian America practiced circumcision, although the more primitive tribal people did not. Once again, this may reflect the loss of ritual in times of privatation.
Okay, so on the one hand, I'm thinking, what kind of freak nasty diddy freak off shit was these Europeans doing to where they were seeing so many of our Johnsons? But you know what it probably was? In our community, many communities, we let the little kids, little toddlers kind of just run around, you know. They just so I can imagine if back in the day, you know, little toddlers run around naked or whatever, or maybe one of them ran out of their loincloth. So you see, okay, you know, not circumcised or circumcised, right? Got it. Otherwise, how are these Europeans seeing all these indigenous Johnsons for them to be like, yeah, you know, Hebrew, yeah, circumcised. You guys, damn, all these penises are circumcised. Huh? I mean, all right.
The Spanish conquistadors banned the practice as part of their systematic destruction of the indigenous cultures. It is now rare in South America, though more common in Latin North America. Quote, the Indians have customs consonant to the Mosaic law of uncleanness. They oblige their women in their lunar retreats to build small huts. And as considerable distance.
And you know what? I've got an older half sister who's part of a different tribe through her mother. So, you know, she's Creek through my dad, our shared father, then some tribe over in like Santa Rosa area for the mother side. And her mother's side of the family, the women in the family would talk about this low key with like disdain, like, oh, look how backwards our ancestors were. But I remember when I was young, they were telling me about how in their tribe, they would separate the women. They would kind of quarantine the women and make them stay in a teepee or a hut or something by themselves when they were on their menstrual cycle. But when I actually do the research and I do the scholarship, I learn it's because of their ancient religious practice where they felt that when a woman's on her cycle, there's some kind of, you know, spiritual, metaphysical stuff going on to where, hey, she should be over there by herself. Or maybe it was just something they came up with because they knew that women were a bit angry on their period. So they was like, you know what? The Lord wants you to be over there for a few days.
From their dwelling houses, as they imagine may be out of the enemy's reach. That Bishop was too rational to adopt the hypothesis embraced by Acosta and Torquemada that the devil had actually counterfeited the history, laws, rites, ceremonies, and customs of the Jews in the New World. But he believed that the Hebrews had colonized America. So here's what they were putting out. If the Indians were doing anything that resembled Hebrews or Jews, the devil actually came to them and made them counterfeit the stuff the real Jews.
Come on. There's so much evidence of the Hebrew practices of our indigenous ancestors. So the colonizers are like, yeah, you know, they got a pact with the devil, so they're doing like a twisted version of the Hebrew stuff. Meanwhile, these images right here depict what they were doing to our ancestors. Look at these images. I mean, this is worse than the most gory of gory Hollywood movies. Just looking at these drawings, look at this. Spearing them, hanging them above fires in groups. Live autopsies. Butchering them in half, taking the children and splitting them in half. Attack dogs butchering them. Roasting them on fires. Burning them in houses. Chopping off arms.
To adopt the hypothesis embraced by Acosta and Torquemada that the devil had actually counterfeited the history, laws, rites, ceremonies, and customs of the Jews in the New World. But he believed that the Hebrews had colonized America. So here's what they were putting out. If the Indians were doing anything that resembled Hebrews or Jews, the devil actually came to them and made them counterfeit.
Come on, y'all. Impaling children. This is a child with a spear up its rectum through the top of its spinal column. This is what they were doing to our ancestors. And you really expect these people to educate your children? You really expect them to give them knowledge of self? Look at this mass grave in the pit. Damn. Damn.
The stuff the real Jews were doing. This is the shit they were putting out now. This is official doctrine. In reference to the Mexicans and other Indian tribes whom he took Las Casas to be real Hebrews, the words Loqueta tua manifestum te facit in reference to the Mexicans and other Indian tribes.
Come on, y'all. Throwing them off of hills, whipping them at the posts, using them as target practice with the bow and arrow. Y'all, if this is what they're doing to us, you don't think they would also keep some of us as alive as slaves and then reclassify us and then lie to their descendants about where they really come from? I mean, if this is what they're doing to us, you think they're going to go all the way to Africa for a fucking slave when they're already butchering and massacring our people? Okay. Yeah, guys. They're going to import Africans from the other side of the world instead of sparing some of these folks and taking them as slaves to work their own indigenous land that they know how to work, right? Oh, no. I guess it makes more sense to you for them to take an African from the other side of the world that's never been to the Americas, that's never seen indigo and tobacco and all these crops that are indigenous to the Western Hemisphere, right? Oh, yeah, we're going to bring them over here and then train them on how. No, the first slaves in the Americas were the indigenous tribes.
Who he took to be real Hebrews deserve serious attention, because we have here the opinion of a person who is well acquainted with the Mexicans and Peruvians and who proceeded to America immediately after its discovery by the Spanish. Spent there the greater part of a long life and solemnly recorded in a testamentary document his conviction of a fact which he might have had many reasons for choosing not to divulge. Las Casas goes so far as to say that the language of the island of Saint Domingo, aka the Dominican Republic in Haiti, Las Casas even goes so far as to say that the language of the island of Saint Domingo was corrupt Hebrew. His conviction of a fact which he may have had many reasons for choosing not to divulge. Oh, they wanted to clarify the controversy regarding who is responsible for building the mounds. In the late 19th century, when the tablet was found, Cyrus Thomas, the director of the mound excavations, concluded the inscription presented letters from the Cherokee alphabet. That's what Cyrus Thomas said.
Come on, y'all. We're talking about the Back Creek Stone I was showing you earlier.
This interpretation was accepted at the time, but was contested about a century later by Cyrus Gordon. Oh shit, we got Cyrus versus Cyrus. Contested about a century later by Cyrus Gordon, a scholar of Near Eastern cultures and ancient languages, who re-examined the tablet in the 1970s and proposed that the inscription represented Paleo-Hebrew of the first
consultation with Mike. A lot of information, in a short period of time. It was very valuable. I'm definitely excited. To searching on my genealogy. He's been an awesome resource. Gave me a lot of information. A lot of things. The puzzle I didn't have. Find them and I 100% recommend and his services to anyone who's looking to crack the code, so to speak, on their genealogy. Because there's a lot. How we say fake going around with this subject, and it's very important that people put the pieces together. Because if you don't know your history, you don't know your future. 100%.
Mike TV, he's knowledgeable about his information about the American Indians, how we change our classification over time in the different types of mounds and different rules from the French, from the British. If you want valuable information, you want to really find out who in your lineage and who are the people you come from, I suggest going with Mike TV. His prices are affordable. He's not like some of these other people out here. I urge, go with Mike TV.
My bad, y'all. You said that there was a bit of an echo there for a moment. Hopefully the second testimony will play through okay.
The consensus among archaeologists is that the tablet is a hoax. Surprise, 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 surprise. He wrote several books on transcultural diffusion and the ethnic composition of pre-Columbian America, chiefly of Mesoamerica. Based on analysis of archaeological pieces, both his own and others, von Wuthenau argued that the continent, contrary to mainstream theories, was ethnically heterogeneous and populated by people of Amerindian, Black, White, Middle Eastern, Asian, and mixed race appearance, and thus had been thoroughly contacted by outside groups prior to European colonization in the 15th century. These ideas were opposed by many Mexican academics and have been described as lacking evidence. I wonder why Mexican academics oppose his works. This is not what they're supposed to look like. Who are these? Nah, bro. Nah, man.
And my bad, guys. I just heard it back, and yeah, the echo was diabolical on that one testimonial. I'm gonna play that back real quick, hopefully without the echo this time.
Just finished my consultation with Mike. A lot of information in a short period of time, but it was very valuable information. I'm definitely excited to get started searching on my genealogy. He has been an awesome resource. Gave me a lot of information, a lot of things, a lot of pieces to the puzzle I didn't have. He was able to help me find them. And I 100% recommend Mike and his services to anyone who's looking to crack the code, so to speak, on their genealogy. Because there's a lot of, how we say, fake news going around with this subject. And it's very important that people are able to put the pieces together, because if you don't know your history, you don't know your future. So 100% sign up.
Mexico, you said? Nah. No. That's a Mayate. Ezekiel 27 mentions the various clans of Japhethites and their role in the mercantile kingdom of Tyrus. Take note that Javan, Tubal, and Meshech traded in the persons of men. These bloodlines include the Greek, the Spanish, the Italian, the Portuguese, in addition to the Turks, Armenians, and Russians. The sons of Japheth are not part of the story up until this point in the biblical narrative, and then still aren't playing a contemporaneous role within the context of the story. Why is that? How is that even possible, given what we know about all of their quote-unquote geographic proximity? And yet Isaiah 66:19 describes these people as being from isles afar off, in the context of Gentiles. But if Israel is really located where they say it is, why would these places be considered isles afar off? Probably for the same reason they are just now becoming part of the story. Now, who does this sound like?
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings, Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
About slavery, but few discuss paper genocide. We did not all come from Africa, and most of us have Aboriginal roots that were stripped away due to reclassification and miseducation. As a native Black American and a member of the Muskogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. If you want to learn how to trace your genealogy and apply for tribal citizenship, go to nativeblackancestry.com to schedule a consultation.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings, Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
Man, you know what's ironic? So many in Latin America spend their time trying to negate or be contrarian to Native Black Americans' Aboriginal claims. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm sure you guys have seen it on Instagram, on TikTok, on YouTube. These Latin Americans claiming that they're the true indigenous people and we come from African slaves, right? But we really got to talk about this identity crisis that they don't want to admit to. On one hand, they diminish their African heritage. They don't want to be seen as Black. They don't want to be associated with that history, so they erase it, right? And then on the other hand, they downplay their European roots too, even though their last names, their religion, their language, their architecture, and even their entire political systems are direct inheritance from conquistadors and colonizers. So what's left? They try to cosplay as indigenous. They wrap themselves in feathers and earth tones, claim the identity of the very people their forefathers enslaved, forcefully took, tried to genetically annihilate. I mean, and now in 2025, they're running around claiming great-great-great-grandma was a Maya princess or an Aztec warrior. I mean, damn. They don't embrace indigenous identity to honor it. They embrace it as a shield, a way to deflect from the fact that many of them are descendants of colonizers, a way to keep from realizing that the blood of conquistadors still flows through their veins. And here's the wild part. They weaponize that false indigeneity against Native Black Americans. They use it as a talking point. We're the true indigenous, not you. But this isn't about truth. It's about protecting an illusion. Because if they admitted the fullness of their heritage, African, European, and indigenous, in some cases, then they'd have to confront uncomfortable realities, the role of their ancestors in slavery, in conquest, in paper genocide, and in the erasure of the real copper-colored nations of the Americas. So instead of reconciling with that, they live in a permanent state of contradiction. From colonizer to indigenous to fully European, to Black to escape African roots, to anti-Black to accept it. I mean, that's the Latin America identity crisis in a nutshell. It's not about who they are, it's about who they're desperately trying not to be. So guys, make sure to subscribe to the channel if you're new. Hit the like button on the way in, hit the Cash App if you support the mission. Make sure to check out the website, nativeblackancestry.com, and let's get this show on the road. We've got a couple of honored guests, as always. We've got Miss Empress and Miss Joshina in the building. How you guys doing?
Hi, Mike.
Hey. Nice to see you, as always. Let the folks know, have you seen any of this strange behavior from the Latin American community? Have you seen this kind of mestizo myth, as I like to point it out?
See it all the time, Mike. I mean, it's like kind of astonishing about how they go around and claiming indigenous, which we know, historically speaking, that some do have indigenous background, some few tribes out there still. But for the majority of them, they're white tea going around claiming indigenous when they constantly shout to keep the race pure and to preserve the race. It's kind of like crazy, don't you think?
Man, it screams identity crisis. Yet we're the ones who everybody wants to run around trying to gaslight into having some kind of identity crisis, right?
Right. And that's like, I'm trying to grasp the concept of it. And, like I always try to put myself in other people's shoes to see where they're coming from and see their point of view. And it seems to me exactly like what you said. They wash out the indigenous blood and proud to be of Spain, but at the same time, they hate. It's like a form of self-hate, I would think.
Yeah. They definitely don't embrace the European heritage, at least not like their forefathers did. But Josh, what do you think? I mean, have you seen these Latin American folks who are so hell bent on convincing us we're not indigenous, while At the same time, they try to hide their European and African ancestry and just claim they all come from the Aztec and the Maya, and they're the real Olmecs too.
That's kind of like all of a sudden to me. It is come down within the last year or so. They say that, you know, we have hop on bandwagons or whatnot, but within the last 7 months or so, we've seen this rise that, oh, they're indigenous to this land. But we have receipts and we have facts that we're gonna go over tonight and disprove that.
Hey, well, without further ado, let's go ahead and get into the facts. I know that Empress was doing some research in preparation for tonight's broadcast. What kind of information were you able to unearth?
Well, during my research, I found out a lot of things, and it's a few key points that I want to hit on. And it's about the immigrants that were brought over here during colonialism in South America and other places in America. First of all, according to Jose C. Moya in the Oxford Handbook of Latin America History, there were about 1 million Spanish immigrants and about 500,000 Portuguese immigrants to their prospective possessions and brought into the Americas. According to J.H. Eliot in Empires of the Atlantic World, the total number of immigrants from Spain to the Indies over the length of the 16th century and generally put at 200,000 to 250,000, or an average of 2,000 to 2,500 a year. That's a lot of people. Let's see where this takes us. Initially, the vast majority of immigrants were men, but as this initial wave of men began to settle down, more women and families began coming over as well. So you know what that means. Since the first wave that was coming over as men, and women didn't start coming over till after the men settled, what were these men doing in the meantime? Taking advantage of the indigenous women that were there already. Yeah.
Oh, wait, hold on. Time. Those were quite a few numbers that you rattled off there. Was that hundreds of thousands of Europeans migrating over?
Yes, this was during the colonial period. Only 200,000 to 250,000, with an average of 2,000 to 2,500 a year. So. Wow. During the colonial period for the 16th and 17th century, that's what the numbers are coming up with.
So basically, on average, every year of European, Spanish, Portuguese colonialism, they're bringing over about 2,000 to 2,500 colonizers, right? And most of them are men. Not only men, but probably military-aged men, probably conquistadores, probably mercenaries, knights, right?
Exactly. And it states that here in the paper. Even though these numbers are presented by well-regarded experts, take them with a grain of salt. Migration and population figures are notoriously difficult to gather in a society marked by drastic divisions in social class. So with the social class, meaning military, rich, poor, or craftsmen. So it all depended on the amount of money or the status quo that you had to come up over here, but the numbers are still the same.
Interesting. And when you talk about the social aspect of that, you know what really comes to mind is the chart. I'm sure that you guys have probably seen this chart before. It's like a Spanish caste chart, and it lists the different, racial hierarchy and they really got it down to a T. I mean, in North America, the British, the French, they got, Negro, mulatto, Indian, freedman, but, the Spanish, they got octoroon, mestizo, you got this, you got that. Matter of fact, hold on. I wonder if I can zoom in on this so that I can read some of these. So reading this from top left to right, We've got Español con India Mestizo. You've got Mestizo con Espanola Cortizo. You've got Castizo con Espanola Espanol. You've got Espanol con Mora Mulatto. Then Mulatto con Espanola Morisco. Then Morisco con Espanola Chino. Then Chino con India Salta Atas. I mean, it just keeps going. It just keeps going. They got it down to a T. I mean, you say that there was over 2,000 of these military age European colonizers coming over every year, and they're not coming over with women. We can only draw one conclusion, that the majority of Latin Americans that claim indigenous ancestry have that ancestry because their European ancestors forced themselves on the local indigenous women. And why is that something that we never really hear from the Latin American community?
I think they try to deny the fact that they were colonized and enslaved, and they're quick to say things about the Native Black Americans and say that we are descendants of slaves, when we know that there was a huge Black indigenous population here besides the West Africans that were brought over here during the
Hold on. Some of them do highlight that we are descendants of slaves, and some of us are descendants of slaves. That's not even the issue. What they really try to gaslight us into believing is that we're descendants of African slaves.
Yes.
And
exactly.
the vast majority of African slaves went to Brazil, South America, the Caribbean. Your average Mexican descends from an African slave more so than a Black American, right?
Yes, very much so. To add to that, it also says that additionally, it is crucial to point out of the different places in the Western Hemisphere had different migration rates. For example, in the 16th century, most immigrants traveled to the viceroyalties of New Spain and Peru. These areas remain the most populated of Spain's possessions, but as economic conditions changed over the following 200 years, like the growth of the sugar industry in Cuba or the growing importance of cities like Buenos Aires, immigration rates also fluctuated. In some areas of the New World, people of European descent eventually came to be the majority population. People in the New World of European descent eventually came to be the majority population, Rio de la Plata, which made these regions settler colonies similar to Canada, Australia, or the United States. Other regions of New Spain, Guatemala, Bolivia, had much higher indigenous populations, so the cultural impact of immigration was mitigated, although still substantial. Now, did you hear that one? That right there.
Wait, hold on. So just like how in North America, even though at one point in time the Black indigenous were the majority, but we get invaded over hundreds of years to where we're the minority in our own ancestral homeland. You're saying the same thing happened to Central and South America. Them Europeans of a Spanish and Portuguese flavor just kept flooding over and kept flooding over. And when the men came over, they forced themselves and grafted them onto the indigenous women to where now the European is the majority.
Exactly. That key point right there. And that's why you have a huge difference in the Latin community, predominantly Mexicans or, just South America in general, that have a huge white tea population compared to their heavily melanated Afro-Indigenous population. They were basically washed out and coerced and taught to believe that being lighter is better. So they all joined in, and even after independence, still preserved keeping the race pure and bettering the race. So they constantly look and search for white tea Spaniards to mate with, have children with. instead of their own indigenous roots.
I see. Well, you know what, guys?
So,
we're going to cut to
another key point is...
Oh, hold on. There's a little bit of a delay. Go ahead and finish out that key point, and then we're going to cut to a quick commercial break and then see what Joshina has to present for us.
Okay, so the last one is between 1492 and 1950, approximately 5.36 million Spaniards immigrated to the Americas in two major waves, primarily to Spanish colonies in Latin America. It is important to note that figures vary among historians due to different data sources and the inclusion of exclusion of certain periods. Colonial area, which was 1492 to 1824. 5.36 million.
From 1492 to when?
1824, the colonial era.
1820. So from 1492 to 1824, there was over 5 million Europeans that specifically migrated to Central and South America.
Yes, sir.
Damn. And 5 million Europeans with a healthy mortality rate and a healthy birth rate. Imagine how fast they can reproduce, especially when they're forcing themselves on the indigenous women. Whereas in North America, they want to gaslight us into believing that we descend from African slaves when only 300,000 or so African slaves, they claim, were shipped to North America. And you can't take 300,000 African slaves with a high mortality rate and a low birth rate and have that balloon to the 45 million plus Black American population we have present day. That's just not logistically possible, right? But you know, guys, quick commercial break. For everybody that's new to my content, I really want you guys to check out my website, nativeblackancestry.com. I built this website with tons of historical resources for folks that are looking to learn more about Black indigeneity or looking to learn how to trace their family's genealogy. Matter of fact, you can even book a one-on-one consultation with me where I teach you the 3-step process that me and my family use to trace our heritage and get tribal citizenship with the Muskogee Creek Nation.
Hi, my name is Frances Tuck, and I contacted Mike from Mike TV on YouTube because I wanted to find out about my family's Native American history that I believed existed. Through the research that I was able to do through Mike TV, I was able to find out that our name is indeed on the registry. I had a consultation with Mike today, and because of his advice and the research that he has done, I am now confident that I'm able to find my family's roots in the Native American History database. Thank you, Mike.
Let's talk about it, y'all. Real people, real results. And just the other day, I officially launched my course, Hidden Heritage, The Untold Story of Native Black Americans. I've been working on this for 2 years for folks that, see a lot of my content on YouTube, on TikTok, but want, a more formulaic approach to researching Black Americans' indigenous roots. This is going to be a full course taking us from the early days of colonization all the way to present day, tying all the different organizations and different bad actors that were a part of not just colonizing our ancestors, but reclassifying them through the process known as paper genocide. So definitely check out the website, nativeblackancestry.com. We've got a lot of historical evidence for you guys who are looking for some heavy-handed receipts. But speaking of receipts, Joshina, I heard you came with some receipts today. You sourced some videos for us, right?
Yes, I did. And I think they highly relate to the topic. And I'm excited to go over some.
Hey, well, let's get on into it. Let's see. We'll start with this one. What are we going to see with this video right here?
Okay, so this one right here is a Native American saying that she doesn't agree with Mexicans referring to themselves as indigenous to this land or being indigenous Americans.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and get into it. Let's go.
Yeah, no, trust me. I come from an indigenous background. So a lot of my family is dark skinned. A lot of my aunties are married to a very dark skinned indigenous men too, especially from Oaxaca and all of that stuff. And it's even from my own people. that I get this, my accent, or even my tias. Why is she married to that prieto, which is like dark skin? So trust me.
Why is she married to that prieto? Damn, I ain't heard that one before. That sounds offensive. That prieto. What's a prieto, Justina? I don't know if you know.
No, I've heard mayate, but not prieto.
Yeah, damn.
I know. Even my own people discriminate against their own people for the skin color because they're colorist. Although I didn't experience that, my sisters did. Although I didn't experience that, my aunties who married dark-skinned indigenous men from Oaxaca did. Especially because we don't fit the beauty standards because we have very indigenous features. They call us things like indios, nopaleros. They're this Dominican guy who just stitched me talking about they have to.
Okay, I'm a little distracted. Is she eating corn? What is she eating that is dripping wet out of her? I'm just a little distracted here. Maybe it's my ADD kicking in.
Hell.
She real sloppy with it.
Be careful with me because I've been so fake-ish, trying to sound so cool. Let me tell you about this type of women. Like, my grandpa didn't even speak Spanish. My grandpa spoke their native language. Sadly, I don't.
Wait, your grandpa spoke. What was the name of the native? I'm calling cap on this one. I'm sorry, I'm calling cap. If your grandpa spoke his native tongue, I think you should at least know the name of the language, ma'am.
I know it though, but hey, even my own people hate indigenous people. So.
Damn. Okay. I mean,
it's like they still discriminate against each other. We have one calling herself, an indigenous American, one calling herself, and she's talking about the other ones is calling herself indigenous or native to the land, and she's discriminating, and she's saying, the lighter, the darker, it's just a practice that's just like bred into these people, no matter what. They tend to use the color scheme to justify if they're native or if they're indigenous or if they're just mazitos. So to me, that just proves that we have a big identity crisis here, and it just gets real deep, people.
Yeah, and you know what? A big difference that I noticed, because somebody surface level could make the argument, well, Mike, she's talking about colorism in the Latin American community, and there's colorism in the Native Black American community. But here's the difference. The colorism in our community was forced upon us through segregation, laws, massacres, lynching, et cetera, et cetera. Black Americans getting preferential treatment for being able to pass. And not even preferential treatment, but just, damn it, being treated like a human being if somebody thought you were fair enough skin to potentially be European, right? So when you see the colorism in the Native Black American community, first of all, it's not to the same extent as in Latin America, for one. But for two, there's some envy from the darker skin community because fairer skinned people in our community typically get certain privileges. And certain fair-skinned individuals in our community have sold out our community, right, in the past. But when you look at the colorism in the Latin American community, it's because they want to breed the blackness out of that region. They have practices like Major La Raza, the blanqueamiento, where they literally wanted to breed the melanin out of the population. So, Native Black Americans on one hand, it's like we got a little tit for tat, tongue-in-cheek, light-skinned versus dark-skinned jokes that we do here and there. It's not that serious. But in Latin America, they literally despise their melanated heritage and they want to breed it out of existence. That's deep. Yeah. And if there's anybody that doubts what we're talking about, just Google blanqueamiento. Just Google it. It'll pull up right on Wikipedia, okay? Blanqueamiento means whitening. It was a social, political, and economic practice used in many post-colonial countries in the Americas and Oceania to improve the race, Major La Raza, towards an ideal supposed ideal of whiteness. And this is a representation of exactly that. You would have the dark-skinned indigenous woman or the dark-skinned African slave, and you would force her to have a baby with a Spaniard. So now the baby comes out like a mulatto or a mestizo. Then that daughter is forced to have a baby with a Spaniard. And now in just a couple generations, that bloodline is European presenting, right?
Yeah, we see it over and over again, and there's plenty of examples.
Yeah, it gets deep. It's deep. But yeah, let's see what this next clip you have is. What's this? Mexicans and Native Americans are not treated the same. Let's take a look.
Mexicans want to claim that they're Native Americans, but at least in the US, Mexicans and Native Americans are not viewed the same way. They're not treated the same. In continuing my legal historical research, I found a law from 1909 Arizona, two of them that have to do with the way Mexicans and Native Americans were viewed by the first law says Mexican citizens with an intention of becoming American citizens have every legal voting right that white men have in Arizona.
Whoa, so you're telling me Mexicans have always inherently had white privilege in North America?
Not only that, they fought for it.
Oh, so was this part of that Major La Raza?
Oh yes, it all connects. They fought to be identified as white, and they brought it from their homes to out into the public, and that's how they judge everyone else around them, by that color scale.
And you know what? I have heard, statistically speaking, 56% of Latinos identify as white on U.S. Census records. So, yeah.
So they have access to these rights that are otherwise reserved just for white American citizens. At the very same time, the state legislature that passed that law granting these rights to some Mexican citizens also says, we want the Navajo to stop getting land west of this river. Stop granting them this land, kick them out of there, because that land has been reserved for white men.
Whoa, so you're telling me Mexicans migrate to the US of A, identify as white, get white privilege, and then try to destabilize and forcibly remove indigenous North American tribes. And then their descendants in 2025 are on TikTok and YouTube talking about they're the real Indians.
It's ironic.
That's diabolical.
It's ironic.
Yeah, this is some wicked work, y'all. This is some real wicked work. But let's see what else old boy had to say. Let's see. Where's my clip at? Here it is.
So it becomes really clear that in this time period, Mexicans were seen as, you can give them some rights. They can have access to voting. They can be viewed somewhat similarly to white American men in Arizona. But the Navajo, they don't get rights. They don't get land. Send them back to their reservation so they stop taking what rightfully belongs to white men. Now, that's not to speak for cultural, ethnic, other kind of racist issues that may have been happening at the time, but I think it's interesting that at least legally here, Mexicans were given some rights and Native Americans were seen as deserving nothing.
Damn. But nowadays, the descendants of the conquistadors are claiming that they're the true Native Americans. What? And you know, we were just talking about their policy to better the race. I think that's what this clip here is about, right?
That's exactly what this receipt is. It's going to show some young gentlemen talking about what they practice at home and how they're treated as a group if they do not practice this.
Older Mexican man won't let his daughter date a black man, but she could date a white man.
Because of the skin color. It's almost sad because they say, pa mejorar la raza.
Yeah,
That's what they be saying.
To better the race.
Yeah.
Fucked
up, bro. They're fucked up, bro.
So when my grandma moved to the city and my grandpa moved to the city and they met, my grandma automatically just seemed better because she was with this guy from Michoacan that was light-skinned and white with green eyes. And she looked like Felipe, dark, short. And that she thought she was better, fool. Like, and I swear to God, my grandma just passed, but she loved my nephew more than she loved my niece.
Damn, and she loved my nephew more than she loved my niece. The nephew must have been lighter skinned, huh?
Of course.
Damn.
That's what they do. They treat their children differently. They treat their family members differently. There's times when they won't even invite certain family members over to the home on holidays because they're a different skin color. They try to breed out the indigenous, and now they want to sit there and claim that they are indigenous. They are a different people. They're a whole different race. They're mixed with so many different things, European, Filipino, and African American, which they try to not tie themselves to. In some cases, they are mixed with indigenous people, but you got to remember they have tried to breed this out. So what do we have left? We have a people that are cosplaying as indigenous people.
And you know what? Speaking of that, Sheena, I think you were telling me before the broadcast that you also found some receipts about that Filipino migration into Central and South America, right?
Oh yeah, that'll be me right here. I got it pulled up already, ready.
Oh, it was Empress. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I got you guys mixed up. I was talking to Empress, but I called her Joshina. My bad.
It's all right. I got you, Chief. Okay, during the Manila Galleon trade of 1565 to 1815, thousands of enslaved or forced Filipinos were transported by the Spanish across the Pacific to Mexico, Central America, and Peru. The trade connected the Philippines with Spain's colonies in the Americas and was a key route for the trans-Pacific slave trade.
Damn. So you're telling me the reason why we see a bunch of Mexicans that look Asian is because thousands of Asians were shipped from the Spanish colony of the Philippines to the Spanish colonies in the Americas?
Correct. That would be correct. A lot of them that look Asian are because they are mixed with Filipino. It goes on to say that the Spanish exploitation, the colonizers circumvented official decrees against indigenous enslavement in the Philippines by taking advantage of the pre-colonial bonded serf system. Filipinos were also forced into service as sailors on the galleons and faced harsh and deadly conditions during the voyage, but a lot of them did make it to South America. Enslaved through conflict, the Spanish and their allies regularly enslaved Muslim captives from conflicts in the southern Philippines, particularly from Mindanao and Jolo. So those were the regions they were took from and brought here to the Americas.
And I think I found the map. This is what we're referring to, the Dia del Galeon.
Yes.
Damn. So straight west of the West Coast is Asia, the Philippines. So they were going over there to the Philippines because the Spanish had colonized the Philippines. Most people in America don't even know about that, haven't even heard about it. But yeah, the Philippines was colonized by the Spanish. And when they were enslaving the Filipinos, they were shipping them over here to the Americas. And guys, you know how I really found out about this? I recently hired some virtual assistants from the Philippines. I got some virtual assistants in the back end that helped me with editing some videos and clipping some live streams up and stuff. And when I went to pay them, I had to do the currency conversion. And believe it or not, the currency that the Filipinos use is called the Filipino peso. And when I seen this, I said, the Filipino peso, like Mexico, like Latin America peso. And then I did the research and oh yeah, they got colonized by the Spanish, just like we did. And they were shipping them over here and having them mix in with the local population, which is why a lot of them Mexicans look Asian, but you'll never hear them talk about their Filipino roots.
You'll never hear them talk about their European roots. You'll never hear them talk about their African roots. In 2025, they want to cosplay as full-blooded indigenous folk. All right. Okay.
One more key point was it also says that sale by native elites. Native Filipino chiefs who already held slaves sold them to Spaniards in Manila, who then put them on galleons bound for the Americas. Boy, that's so sad. These Filipinos ain't shit, just like these damn Africans.
Damn. Selling their own people into slavery.
Yeah, for sure. And I believe it too, because the indigenous population of the Philippines is heavily melanated, Afro.
Yeah.
Don't get me started.
Hey, a lot of Asians, like the Koreans and the Chinese, they look down on the Filipinos, the Taiwan, the Vietnamese. They're seen as like the niggas of the Asians because they're a little brown, right?
And the Cambodian and the Laos and the Hmong, they all are darker Asian. Some of them even have, do you know Cambodian, Laos, and some Hmong have afros over there when you see them? They got afros, they have braids. And you know, we have a huge Cambodian population right here in California in the valley. And they not too far from us. They not. So I believe it. I believe that the lighter ones were selling the darker ones.
Okay, I can dig it. As it's making a lot more sense now, guys. We are connecting the dots. But you know what? Let's see what else we had. Joshina, what is this one here about?
So I just said on this one that it was more like pretending crime. Because she really is. She's calling out, you know, other like this is another one calling out Mexicans, saying that, you know, they don't have the right to call themselves indigenous. But she kind of like goes deep into her reason and why. So she gives us another explanation why they don't have the right to call themselves indigenous.
Okay, let's see. So she's kind of calling out her own people, but it sounds like she might still kind of be on some fuck shit.
Yeah, like I said, I feel like it's indigenous. I mean, like pretending crime. Like, girl, you know, the pot calling the kettle black in some cases.
Well, let's get our popcorn, y'all. Let's go.
My personal experience, the problem isn't when Mexicans reference our native ancestry. The problem is when Mexicans...
And this is Major La Raza right in front of her face. Don't she look like a white girl? I mean, she looks damn near indistinguishable from a white girl. I mean, yes, long black hair, right? But just skin phenotype, like a melanin. I mean, that Major La Raza ran its course, goddammit. They were successful with that shit. Okay.
And when Mexicans play Pretendian. Now, in my grad cohort, I was the only Latina, and there was also only one.
I got to run that back. She said Mexicans are playing Pretendian.
Problem isn't when Mexicans reference our native ancestry. The problem is when Mexicans play blood quantum and when Mexicans play Pretendian. Now, in my grad cohort, I was the only Latina, and there was also only one native kid. And me and him, we were like, I see you. And we were quick friends. We both came from California. He was a NorCal guy. I'm a SoCal girl. And we just kind of like got each other. Like, he was the closest thing I had to home because nobody else in that cohort knew what it meant to go to high school where the campus was half trailers. This guy would invite me to the native student meetings. And in these meetings, you introduce yourself, say either I'm an ally or I'm native, this is my tribe. And so I would go and say, hi, I'm Dreama, I'm Mexican, and blah, 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 major, whatever. And I feel like that is the colonial identity I carry. I can't say anything else, or else that would make me Pretendian. When I say I'm Mexican, like that kind of fills in the blanks as to why I'm in attendance, is because...
No, you being Mexican doesn't explain why you're popping up at indigenous meetings, indigenous student body meetings, indigenous groups. No.
I'm here as somebody of native descent rather than as somebody who carries a native identity. And that is the difference.
Oh, okay. So this is where it's the Pretendian on Pretendian. She's calling out her fellow Mexicans as Pretendians, but she's also saying she's somebody who's native. She just doesn't have native identity, but she has native heritage. But she ain't talking about the Filipino admixture or the African admixture or the European. Hey, it's kind of like how I not only have
Black indigenous heritage, but I also have some German admixture. But imagine if I exclusively try to identify as German and go to the German meetings and pop up at the German Student Body Association. I just exclusively want to hone in on that little tiny piece of my ancestry and ignore everything else. That would be wild. People would look at me like, yo, that's crazy. I mean, I know your great-great-grandma might be German, but yo, you wildin', right? And in that same vein, now we see this Latin American identity crisis unfold right before our eyes.
And this friend invited me to the Indian American Community House on Governor's Island. He was a artist, he was a resident artist or something like that. I don't know the title. And we workshop plays for 2 summers straight. Like, you can be chill. You can be chill as hell and involve yourself in Native communities as an ally, as somebody of Native descent. But once you start playing this, like, oh, I look more Native than you because I'm Mexican, like, that's bye. One time we went to the Columbia powwow, and he's like, oh my God, I know somebody from college there. There's a pretendian over there. I turn around. I go, he's Mexican, isn't he? He was a brown Mexican man going around California saying, I'm Native. And past that, he can't really say much because he doesn't have like a Native Mexican identity.
But you're also Mexican claiming you're Native. You're just being a little more slick with this shit. She's just being a secret agent conquistador instead of being out there waving with a sword and a shield. She being real secret. She on some Catholic nun type shit. She like, oh yeah, I'm an ally. Let me come to the powwow. Yeah, let me come workshop with you. Yeah. Come
She
on.
didn't infiltrated behind enemy lines.
There it goes. And that's how they do it. Exactly what she doing. That's how they infiltrate right there. Talking about just be chill. Nah, bruh. She on the same type height. You feel me? But she looks more European than anything. She doesn't look like I wouldn't even took her for a Mexican. She looks like a European.
White passing and then some more, yeah.
Yeah, it's best that she don't say it.
Which isn't an indigenous identity. So yeah, you can be chill. Like,
Wait, did she then just say Mexican is not an identity? Wait, what?
Native Mexican identity. He can only say he's Mexican, which isn't an indigenous identity.
So she just said Mexican is not an indigenous identity, but she's also trying to proclaim she's Native because she's Mexican. I'm confused. All right, I'm we ain't even gonna watch no more of that. We're gonna lose brain cells on that one right there. Okay, we're gonna lose some brain cells, but hold on. What is this one right here about? I see old boy. He's looking strange. He got the American flag in the back. I see a Mexican flag. I see a feather.
He's having a complete identity crisis. He is. To me, it looks like a mental breakdown. I think somebody should call help for him. Get a straight jacket because this guy wants to identify as everything.
Damn, well, let's see.
Ask me this question, whether I'm Native American, whether I'm Mexican indigenous, or I'm Mexican Spanish. And that's
damn, wait a minute. That sounds like an identity crisis. He said what?
A lot of people ask me this question, whether I'm Native American, whether I'm Mexican indigenous, or I'm Mexican Spanish. And that's because I don't have a lot of hair on my body. In fact, any native to America, whether it be South America, Central America, or North America, if you were a native indigenous person, you didn't have much hair on your body. But then I have lighter colored eyes. So it's like, am I one or the other? And the simple answer is, I'm Mexican American. Both of my parents are Mexican, and I was born here in America, so I'm Mexican American. But you know what, when you really think about it, I could even say that I'm Native.
So you descend from European migrants, okay?
When you really think about it, I could even say that I'm Native American.
Wait, what?
Really think about it, I could even say that I'm Native American. Because the fact is that many of the countries in Southwest United States used to belong to Mexico and be Mexican territory. California, Nevada, Utah, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, all used to be Mexico, and the people that lived there were Mexican. And yes, this includes Native Americans that used to live there. Also parts of Colorado, parts of Wyoming.
I wonder if you know that I know that I am right. Oh, you got the new Modella? That's what's up. That's what's up. I see. That's your BMW? That's your girl? Wait. I see. But I just want to know one thing. You ready? Why the line?
Yeah, talk about some flawed logic, y'all. Talk about some flawed logic. So he's saying, oh, hey, parts of the USA used to be Spanish territory. So that means we're Native Americans. No, that's like saying, hey, Louisiana used to be French territory. So a descendant of a French colonizer is now a Native American because what was once French territory is now U.S. territory. That makes no sense. Just because the territory changes European colonizer hands doesn't change the fact that you descend from those European colonizers. And this is the elephant in the room that they don't want to talk about, y'all. Let's see what else.
Includes Native Americans that used to live there. Also, Texas all used to be Mexico, and the people that lived there were Mexican. And yes, this includes Native Americans that used to live.
Thank you, Star Child. Spanish Europeans stole California and the rest of Central and South America from the indigenous, but they want to say, well, we stole it from the Americans first, so we're Native Americans now. What the fuck? Huh? That don't even make no sense. Shout out to Boxing. Logics United. Thank you for the contribution. Says, love what you do, bro. Keep waking us up. Will do, brother. Thank you. Y'all, this is baffling.
There. Also parts of Colorado, parts of Wyoming, parts of Kansas, and even Oklahoma used to belong to Mexico. And some of these Native Americans were in Mexico at that time. These territories were in fact part of Mexico before the mid-19th century. So it's crazy to think that some Native Americans could have been considered Mexican Native Americans at some point in time.
Oh my God, we just got, guys, if you're having an identity crisis and you're Hispanic, okay, you can go to nativeblack.ancestry.com and you can book a consultation, okay? I don't discriminate. If you live in the Americas, period, if you are in the Americas, period, and you need help figuring out where you come from, okay, go to nativeblack.ancestry.com because you Spaniards, you Latinos, y'all got a lot of black ancestry that y'all don't want to talk about. Let's talk about it, y'all. Come on. This is crazy, y'all. This is crazy. I got to cut to a quick commercial break just to cleanse my palate real quick. It's just so much tomfoolery coming from the Mexicans.
Hi, my name is Michelle, and I came across Mike on YouTube showing some historical information about how, we're not all from Africa. And of course, it got my attention as I've been doing my genealogy research for a little while, but I hit a brick road and I needed more help. So the consultation that I had with Mike, it was great, very informative. It showed me a lot of history that I was unaware of, and it's made me more aware of what I don't know. So with finding him, I'm pretty sure that it's going to open up a new door, information about who I really am, who my lineage is. And I'm excited to get started. I'm so happy to have found him, and I recommend him to anyone who may have hit a brick road, who is interested in, going a little bit further than they may have been able to get, or just to find out the truth about your ancestry. Contact him.
Let's talk about it, y'all. Real people, real results. Make sure to check out nativeblack.ancestry.com if you need assistance with genealogy research. We're going to play one more video, and then we'll segue into our next live stream. What is this one about? It looks like we may be ending on a high note, okay? It looks like we got a beautiful melanated sister here that we can end the broadcast with, so we don't have to close out listening to these Latinos bang on one another for claiming native when they're not native, but they think they native, but they're not native. I mean, what is this one about, Joshina? Oh, and you know what? I got you on mute. My bad. Hold on. Let me unmute you. There you go. Go for it.
Well, like you said, it's right on topic. She is going to go right into the Olmecs. She's going to go into the identity crisis that the Mexicans are having, and kind of like ties it all together.
All right, well, let's get into it.
I don't know why y'all trying to make it seem like to my people. I just want to know why you white Mexicans always trying to take credit for what the brown skinned people do. Who welcomed the slaves? Brown people that look like me, not you. Not you. When y'all came here and integrated into our neighborhoods, you came as white people. You fought for that since 1930. So I don't know why y'all trying to make it seem like to my people that y'all been browning down with us. Y'all ain't been down with us. I'm a 9 tray baby. I remember the riots in middle school between blacks and Mexicans. Ain't no damn black and fucking brown. Black people are brown. Hello, do you see my skin color? Or are you that dumb? Did y'all not graduate kindergarten? Black is a status. Ain't got nothing to do with my skin color. But please, stop making it seem like y'all welcome slaves. Like y'all are so kumbaya with my people. Y'all not. Like, stop. Ain't never been black and brown. Y'all only use Tupac when it's convenient.
Ooh, not you only use Tupac when it's convenient. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord, she was cooking on that one.
I think I got the wrong topic, but this is still a good one.
Yeah, that was still a good one, regardless. Okay. She laid it down, dropped the mic on us. Well, you know what? Let's go ahead and do a quick round robin of closing remarks. When we close out this broadcast, don't go anywhere, guys. We still got more content on the way. As soon as this stream ends, there's going to be like a 5-second countdown on your screen, and then it'll push you into the next live stream automatically. But let's do some closing remarks. Let's start with Empress. What's on your mind?
I would just like to say basically the same thing to Latin America as I would say to the Pan-Africans and Africans. Claim what you want to claim. I'm not going to come from you unless you come from me. Leave me and my indigeneity alone, and I won't worry about yours. And Viva la Gaspayenga. Yeah, the one who gave y'all first free city of independence in South America. A black man, a black indigenous man. Yeah. And then came y'all black president. Y'all got to give us our props, man. We helped y'all a lot more than what y'all give up to us. But anyway, on that note, sis.
Well, I would like to just add to that and say that, you know, there were Black indigenous people here before Spain came over and conquered and colonized in Americas and Southern America and on, you know, in the Caribbean islands. It's been proven. Queen Khalifa was here. It's been recorded. They tried to say it was a romanticized or a fantasy. And but how many people had this same fantasy about this same woman? The Amazonians, Queen Khalifa's people were here, and she ruled a big part of the what we call the United States of North America and South America, all the way to the Caribbean islands. They try to disinherit and you know, disconnect from the indigenous blood that they do have, and unfortunately it has worked. They have very few indigenous people left. They just now have started to recognize and honor the Afro-Indigenous people of their land. Right now in 2024, if I'm not mistaken, they just started counting Afro-Indigenous people in Mexico on the 2020 census. So they're moving in the right direction, but it's taking too long. And also the indigenous people of their land need to stand up and speak out a lot more, because you are still being erased right now to this day. So on that note, do your genealogy, book with Mike. He can help you to find your roots and your lineage. And we'll see you in the next live.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you guys rocking with me. In the next live stream, I'll definitely drop a link if you guys want to hang out with me some more. We will be celebrating my birthday a bit on the next live stream. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm an old man now, y'all.
Yeah,
I'm an old man. I'm having a midlife crisis. Or quarter life midlife crisis. I don't know. All right, well, guys, don't go anywhere. As soon as this broadcast ends, it'll push you into the next one. We'll see you in just a moment.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British men. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them. And this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
Many know about slavery, but few discuss paper genocide. We did not all come from Africa, and most of us have Aboriginal roots that were stripped away due to reclassification and miseducation. As a native Black American and a member of the Muskogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. If you want to learn how to trace your genealogy and apply for tribal citizenship, go to nativeblackancestry.com to schedule a consultation.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British men. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them. And this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
All right. Smash the like button on the way in. Subscribe to the channel if you're new. You won't regret it, I promise. Make sure to check out the website, nativeblackancestry.com, if you want access to genealogy resources. You can also book a one-on-one session with me where I teach the 3-step process me and my family used to trace our heritage and get tribal citizenship with the Muskogee Creek Nation back in 2021. I've also built out the first Hidden History of Native Black Americans course. You can also access that on the website, nativeblackancestry.com. Right now, I'm doing an early bird special where you can get 50% off if you sign up for the course before the 1st of next month. So definitely make sure to take advantage of that promotion. Now, guys, what we're going to be doing tonight is hearing from the ancestors. Or excuse me, the elders, okay? I don't believe this lady's transitioned yet. I'd also love to hear from you guys tonight. So the StreamYard link is posted. If anybody would like to call in, just go ahead and click the link in the chat. But we're going to hear from the elders. Let's see what the elders have to say about what they were taught growing up, what oral tradition they want to pass down to the next generation. But you know what? Before we hear from the elders, you know what I want to do? I want to play a short video from a scholar that is so good when it comes to breaking down this indigenous American knowledge. I'm actually working on getting him as a guest on the show here, probably next Friday. So this is just going to serve as a little introduction to him and his content. And if you like what you hear, let me know in the chat, because I'll most likely have him on the show next Friday. But check him out. He's on YouTube and TikTok as Handsome History. Let's see what he has for us.
Been in the Americas for probably 10,000 years or more. Most of the slaves were descendants of Aboriginal Indians that had been in the Americas for probably 10,000 years or more. The 1892 World's Fair in Chicago has...
Wait. He's starting out strong. I don't know if y'all picking up what he just put down. He said most of the slaves in America descend from indigenous people who've been here for 10,000 years or more. So it's one thing for us to say it, and people say, oh, y'all just pretendians. Oh, you black folks, you just want to be Indian. But now that we got some white dude, if you will, echoing the same points, citing the same sources, I mean, I don't know, guys. Maybe they'll treat it differently when it comes from their own people. Maybe not.
Most of the slaves were descendants of Aboriginal Indians that had been in the Americas for probably 10,000 years or more. The 1892 World's Fair in Chicago has a white tea European scientist claiming this exact theory. First of all, the scientist, Mr. Smith, spent a year in Colorado and inside what we now call the Grand Canyon. He excavated. He brought mummies to the fair, and I quote, "They were better maintained and preserved than the mummies in Egypt," unquote.
They're doing a World's Fair, and they're showcasing mummies found in the Grand Canyon preserved better than the mummies found in Egypt. All right.
Then he goes into the point that all the scientists today recognize that the inhabitants of these dwellings predated the historic man and that their descendants were still with us. This is a European scientist, now in America, 1892. These facts established, let's take a look at what earlier writers who had traveled to America, usually as missionaries, wrote about their experiences with the Aboriginal Indians. So you might ask, well, what happened to them? Well, first of all, many of them, millions of them are still here, and they've been reclassified as Negroes and African Americans who were brought over in the slave trade from Africa. Let's take a look at this book written in 1791. This was a missionary.
I got to run that back. He just said what? He just said the Indians are still here. They're reclassified as African Americans and told that they came from Africa. Oh, where have we heard that before? From our grandparents, perhaps?
With the Aboriginal Indians. So you might ask, well, what happened to them? Well, first of all, many of them, millions of them are still here, and they've been reclassified as Negroes and African Americans who were brought over in the slave trade from Africa. Let's take a look at this book written in 1791. This was a missionary involved with more northern Mississippian Indians, would have been up against the Great Lakes. And he discusses how early on, like way back, 1400s, 1500s, the intermarriage begins between Europeans, who most of them were dark-skinned or many of them were Moors, but they begin to intermarry with the Indians. And then what it says is, like, when the English would defeat the French in their wars, they would enslave the Indians that were fighting on the side of the French. Now, what did that mean? Here's what you need to understand. When the English would beat the French or the French would beat the English, they were both using Aboriginal Indians as the muscle, as the fighters. So if the English beat the French, they would simply they wouldn't take them anywhere. They would just enslave the Aboriginals in place in the villages that they already lived in the towns they already built, and on the farmland that they were already producing on for thousands of years. They wouldn't move them anywhere. This 1791 writer goes on to say that at that point in the 1790s, he makes the case that most of your Indians in America are actually mixed European. Now, I think he's way off there. He's talking about your elite, and that's where you have the formation of these Native American tribes or the takeover of Aboriginal tribes by these mixed Native American elite. Very, very critical to always distinguish between the elite and the masses. Important to emphasize that this was what I call enslavement in place. In other words,
ding, 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 ding. The phrase of the day is enslavement in place. When we do our genealogy research, some of us are surprised to learn that we don't even descend from ancestors that were ever enslaved. And for those of us that do have ancestors that were enslaved for a period of time, just because they were enslaved does not mean that they came from Africa. Why would a slave master import an African from the other side of the world and then have to spend a bunch of time teaching him how to farm and cultivate indigenous American crops when they can just take some of these Indians they just captured in this battle and have them work their land as prisoners of war? They're already expert agriculturalists, right?
Your town, your region of a tribe lost battles, and you just started working for the winners. You did the same work, only now you had to provide 10 or 20% of the agriculture production to them, to the so-called masters. And believe me, this was a very normal practice for thousands of years. So with this understanding, what was going on in the southeastern United States at the time of the Civil War makes a lot more sense. They simply renamed them and relabeled them as Negroes and then African Americans and Blacks as the new regime took over. Most of that relabeling occurs after the Civil War. It's a takeover after the Civil War. And this is the social and economic system that Americans live with today. Handsome history out.
Come on, y'all. Let's talk about it. Hey, if you appreciate his content, Make sure to post a comment in the chat. I'm working on getting him on here as a guest next week. Let me know what you guys think. But without further ado, let's check in with the elders and see what the elders have for us. I believe this elder right here is 96 years old. 96, y'all. Let's get into it. I wonder if she's going to say, yeah, my people came from Africa and I got proof my people came from Africa. Or I wonder if she's going to say, no, my people are indigenous. I got proof my people are indigenous. I mean, both things can be true. Some of us do have a dual mixed heritage. It is few and far in between. I mean, barely any African slaves were ever shipped to North America. Most of them are shipped to Brazil, South America, Caribbean islands, right? Barely any came to North America, but let's see what the elder has for us.
My grandmother. How you doing, Grandma?
I'm well, thank you.
Nice.
Okay. From growing up, I can remember when they told us that Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves.
So what year was that you were born?
1928.
Okay, 1928.
And Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves.
Damn. No, I'm just like 1928 though. Okay. 1920. She done lived through some things, y'all.
Slaves in 1914. I'm not sure. But anyway, I still felt that we were still slaves.
Oh yeah.
My parents were sharecroppers. And to me, we was treated as if we was just servants, slaves. We had to do whatever the owner of the property said for us to do.
And most people don't understand that the North didn't really free anybody. Lincoln never really emancipated anybody. Guys, look it up. Right after quote unquote emancipation, there was something called the Reconstruction era. During the Reconstruction era, Union soldiers forced previous slaves right back to their slave master's plantation. That same slave master that you are a slave under, now the Union is forcing you to be a laborer. You're not a slave, you're a laborer now. Now we got a Freedmen's Bureau, and we're going to write you a labor contract. And guys, some people hire me to do their genealogy research. I just presented results to a client a couple days ago, and I found the actual Freedmen's Bureau labor contract, and this stuff will blow your mind. They literally write in the contract that you still have to refer to the plantation owner as master, and you have to work sun up and sun down 6 days a week. And your payment, because you're not a slave anymore, so you're going to get paid now. Your payment is food and water and being able to stay in that shack. That same slave shack that you previously stayed in for free. Yeah, now you're being compensated by having the privilege of staying there. Oh, and then Massa promises you, not Massa, your employer promises you a percentage of the crop yield, which is why they call it sharecropping. But guess what? When it's time to harvest and you come to get your share of the crop, they say, well, you know what, Tommy? We've got to deduct the expenses for the tools you were using and the unpaid rent for that shack you're sleeping in. Oh, and you got sick twice this year. We got to deduct that medicine. So guys, this was just slavery with extra steps. But we're free now. And guess what? We're free in the sense that we have the illusion of choice. Here's the choice, guys. We go back to our previous slave master's plantation, still working for nothing, basically. Or we migrate up north and work in a factory for 12 hours a day. Slavery in a concrete jungle instead of on a cotton plantation. And guess what? You're forced to choose either or, because if you don't choose the plantation in the South and you don't choose to migrate up north and work in a factory, well, the Union is enforcing vagrancy laws, where if they just see Black indigenous folks just chilling in the street, just playing the harmonica, just shooting the chick, well, you're a vagrant now. You're not working. Oh, we're going to incarcerate you and put you in a labor camp on a chain gang. So guys, the Union didn't free shit. Let's talk about it. Come on. But I digress, y'all. I digress.
Is that what that you were born?
1928.
Okay, 1928.
And Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves in 1914. I'm not sure. But anyway, I still felt that we were still slaves.
Oh, yeah.
My parents were sharecroppers. And to me, we was treated as if we was just servants, slaves. We had to do whatever the owner of the property said for us to do.
So what were y'all, sharecroppers?
We were sharecroppers. Sharecroppers mean that you were living on the owner's place. He owned the land, the house. He supplied the animals for the farming and the equipment. My parents lived there and had to work to pay back what we used of his because we was on his land. Sharecroppers, you sharing, you do the work, the owner owned everything.
Okay.
That's mean you, or just to me, as a slave.
So where did you grow up? Like what town and which city, which state?
Hey, correct me if I'm wrong, y'all. That don't sound much different than modern employment, right? You working, the owner owns everything. Oh no, but we have employment at will, right? So we can go from modern plantation to modern plantation. We can pick and choose which plantation we want to work on, just like our sharecropping ancestors after emancipation during the Reconstruction era. But guys, we're not slaves anymore. We're a special kind of slave. And we're not the only one. It's not based on our phenotype. It's not based on our heritage. It's not based on anything other than economics. White folks are slaves. Black folks are slaves. Mexican folks are slaves. We're all slaves now. We're called wage slaves. Guys, before I dropped out of college and became an entrepreneur, I was taking macro and microeconomics. And the first thing the economics professor teaches you in college, at least mine, I had a good one. Shout out to him. First thing he taught was debt equals slavery. So I'm sorry to tell you, you maybe came here for some more lighthearted content, but I have to let you know that you're a slave. And I'm a slave. The difference between someone like you who may work a 9 to 5 and someone like me who's an entrepreneur is I just have slightly more mobility. You know, when you want to leave the plantation, you got to get a pass from the overseer, and Massa lets me come and go freely, I guess, you know. My shack is a little bit more spacious, and I have a fireplace and some more modern amenities. I mean, guys, we're all slaves. It's just you have folks who work 9 to 5s, and you have folks who are business owners. And even business owners, entrepreneurs like myself, are still slaves to the system. We're just more so like overseers, right? Overseers. What is an overseer on a plantation? A business manager for the owner of the corporation. You've got your plantation owner, aka the founder of the company. Beneath the founder, there's a few different people on the org chart, but main one is going to be the sales manager or the business manager or the operations manager. On the plantation, that would be the overseer. And the overseer isn't a slave, but I mean, he's tied to the plantation just like a slave. You got to be out there in the hot ass field with the slaves, hanging around the slaves all damn day. It's kind of like being a prison guard. I mean, you're not a prisoner. You get to go home at the end of the day, but goddamn it, you still in prison all day, right? Right. So you got to understand, we're all slaves. Some of us just have a more comfortable position, a little bit more mobility. Some of us don't even realize we're slaves at all. And for anybody that wants to debate this theory of mine, remember, you have the illusion of choice, just like our ancestors who could choose to go up north to a factory or choose a plantation owner to work for in the South during Reconstruction, right? You can work at this job or you can work at that job, but guess what your ass can never do? choose not to work. Just like our ancestors didn't have the choice not to work because there were vagrancy laws, right? Nowadays, there's not vagrancy laws. We've just got an economic system that has you tied in since birth. You go to school, go into debt to go to school, to get a job that you need to pay off the debt that you got from going to school to get a job. And you really got that job because you need to buy a house. And even if you do buy a house, I mean, you got a 30-year mortgage, you and the bank own the property. You're basically just a glorified renter from the bank, right? But then you have to go to work all day, be in traffic all day to be able to afford this house that you're not even in most of the time because you're out at work. And you get the weekends off though. You're not a slave. Wink. Let's get into it, y'all. Let's get into it.
Ellerville, Georgia.
Okay.
The year 1928.
1928.
Yes.
All right.
So still, to me, slavery was going on. Everything the owner said we had to do. He would come out.
And I'm sorry. I promise I'm going to stop interrupting the elder in just a moment. But remember, again, for anybody that doubts the authenticity of my theory I'm presenting tonight, remember the 13th Amendment. Slavery is abolished except as punishment for a crime. So if the government if they, through psychological warfare and social engineering, have you commit certain actions in your community and then criminalize those actions, well, now you're incarcerated and now you're a slave. So you're either going to be a slave in prison or you're going to be a slave of corporate America.
And inspect, what are you doing? My father's name was Masco. Always addressed him as Masco, as a servant. Masco, did you do such and such a thing? Masco, I thought you told me you had plowed that land over there, and I'm over here and I see it's not plowed. Now, isn't that treating a grown adult as a slave?
So what happened if he didn't do it?
He was like not punished, but scolded, talked down to, as if you should have did this, or why didn't you do this, or why didn't you do that? As if my daddy was a child and he was the father. That's the way I looked at it. One day he came to the house, and daddy was at the house from the field doing work, fixing the pig pen, but the pigs had gotten out. So I'm in the house with my mother, helping her prepare food because the food had to be ready. They come to the house at 12 o'clock from the field to eat dinner. It had to be ready and on the table. So this was our job, my mother and myself. The other was in the field working with daddy. Okay. Daddy said to me, in order to fix the pig pen, he needed a hammer. Mavis, bring me a hammer. I take my daddy the hammer. He said to my daddy, Masco, why ain't this gal in the field? Boy, that stuck with me. My daddy didn't look up, still fixing it. He said, she's here helping her mother in the house. And I thought to myself, why should he be talking to my daddy like that? I'm not his child. I'm my daddy's child. I kept that in me. I never forgot it. And every time I talk about it now, I get mad. Because nobody is supposed to be talking to another human being like that about their own child. This stuck with me, and it made me work hard and to push my children hard. And my dad always said, whatever you get in your head, no man can take out. And whatever you get in your head will help you through your life. I push myself and I push my kids to get all that they could in their head. And that would be able to help take them through life. They wouldn't have to be no slave for nobody. So this was my theory coming up under slavery. I say it was slavery because we was talked down to and we was treated like slaves.
So when you were younger, were like people like still being lynched and things of that nature?
No, that was in the past, and thank God it was. We had, I guess.
Whoa, elder. Respectfully, elder. We got to correct you, elder. It was not in the past. In the area that this elder lived in the 1920s, 1930s, 1940s, perhaps she did not hear of nor experience any lynching type events. But on the contrary, if I pull up this map of Black massacres in the South and the East Coast, I mean, guys, look at these dates. Look at some of these dates. I'm only going to read the ones post 1900s, since the elder said, no, that was behind us, no lynching, right? Now, respectfully, in your area of, I think she said she was in Georgia, it wasn't really going on like that. Last one in Georgia, I guess, was Atlanta in 1906. Is that right? 1906, right? But 1919, we got a Black massacre in Chicago. 1908, one in Springfield. 1921, Tulsa, Black Wall Street. 1910, Sitcham. 1920, what is that? Okanee or something? I'm not quite sure. 2015, we've got Charleston. 1919, we've got Washington. 1943, we've got Detroit. So, hey, just like slavery didn't end, it was updated by way of sharecropping. Lynching didn't end, it was updated. It was updated by way of race massacre, if you will. Peep game.
Moved up an inch or two above beyond that. We had gotten out of that stage when Abraham Lincoln declared freedom for the slaves. That cut that off. Okay. But it didn't cut off white men being in charge of us. When they say you're free, you can go. We had nowhere to go. We had nothing to do. No land, no nothing. So we still had to depend on the white man to furnish a place for us to stay and to work. And when we worked, everything we worked for, half went to the boss, which was a white man that owned the land, and half was supposed to go to us to live on. I can remember one year, the boss man came out and said, Masco, you split even. You don't have anything left. So that meant whatever we put into the land, the work that we did, it wasn't enough to pay off our portion to be paid half and half. So that meant that whole winter, Daddy had nothing to furnish us with food, clothes. We went barefooted, cold weather, hardly anything to eat. Rabbits, squirrels, birds, anything we could do to get through that winter. It wasn't easy. So being free from slavery, we really wasn't free.
Finished my consultation with Mike. A lot of information in a short period of time, but it was very valuable information. I'm definitely excited to get started searching up my genealogy. He's been an awesome resource, gave me a lot of information, a lot of things, a lot of pieces to the puzzle I didn't have. He was able to help me find them, and I 100% recommend Mike and his services to anyone who's looking to crack the code, so to speak, on their genealogy, because there's a lot of how we say fake news going around with this subject, and it's very important that people are able to put the pieces together, because if you don't know your history, you don't know your future. So 100% sign up.
It wasn't easy. So being free from slavery, we really wasn't free. We were still slaves to a certain extent.
So when did things start to change, like, and get better?
It got better as the black man started to realize where he was and where he wanted to be and where he needed to be and what he needed to do for his family. He started to saving, that he could purchase his own land, own different things for himself. Had to work hard to do this, but it was done. And I'm so proud of our family, because we did work up to wherein we was able to bring our parents out from under the bondage, I would say bondage, the white men working for him instead of ourselves. And we was able to purchase a home for them so that they would have modern things like we have today. All the convenience that we have today. We was able to work together and get them a place where they could relax and enjoy some of the nicer things of life rather than outside facilities for all your personal needs. They had it inside of their homes now, and they could enjoy. That was the things that brought joy to us, to have them to come up from slaves, from outside toilet to inside toilet, from outside going to the spring, getting water and well, to having running water in the house.
Okay, Mom. Good morning, everyone. You know me. You've seen
Yeah,
me
this is my
before.
mother.
Yeah,
Yeah.
good to see you again. This is my mother. My mother is 96 years old. So we kind of switched this year. She's 96. I'm 69. And we just celebrated our family reunion. And so she's expressing some of the things that she's gone through throughout her life. And a question that I always wanted to know from my mother was, she has seen many things happen. Now, were there airplanes during the time you were a little girl?
No, I don't remember. Yeah, there was airplane, but there was what they call the crop airplanes. They didn't have the jets like they have now. They started with the propellers. I don't know how they did it.
The crop planes, that sounds pretty,
Yeah.
Okay, crop planes. Now,
Yeah, they had those. They didn't have the jets like they have now.
okay, so
They
for
started with them.
entertainment, you didn't have television. So
We
what
didn't.
did you all do for entertainment?
We had games and things that we played as two of us together.
Did you listen to the radio?
Well, later on, teenagers, they did finally get a radio with batteries, operated on batteries. And sometimes we could get the reception and sometimes we couldn't, but we had to hold our ears closed in order to hear it. Started out with that type of radio.
What was the first car you remember having?
An old Ford. And we had to push it up and down the hill to make it start. Pushed it up the hill and then let it, when it come down the hill, it would get up enough speed and then it would crank up. Then it would take off. But first, even before we got caught, we was go 5 miles to town on the wagon and mule. I go to church, wagon and mule. And when we go to town, which is in Ellerville, we would park the mule behind that store, corner store, and leave them there until they go and shop and take them some food so they could eat. And then we go hook the wagon up, go back 5 miles home. So that's how we traveled until we got this Ford car. We got the Ford car, but we still had to push it to get it started and crank it up in the front of the car to get it started. It wasn't easy, but we took it as we advancing. We are growing now. We are getting better. So
now the thing that I really am very proud of Granddad for doing, even though he was a sharecropper and he worked for a white man, he still grew his own crops in the event that there wasn't enough food for the family from the sharecropping. They had their own garden. They had their own way of getting food. So he had 19 children that were birthed by my grandmother, but 13 grew to be adults. And unfortunately, they didn't have enough boys. They had 10 girls and 3 boys. But those girls were out there in that field, you know, plowing and sowing and harvesting just like they were men. And so some of them stayed home to cook. My mother, she was one of the ones that was out in the field. She was the one that would go in and cook too. So I'm so proud of her. And I thank God for her diligence and her efforts and how she helped to stay with her mom and stay with her family. And to this day, all of the sisters, and we lost the last brother, but they call each other every day. They have so much family love for each other. They talk with each other, and I've never seen them have an argument. If there was one, they made sure it was clear before they departed from each other. So family is very important to my mother. There are 4 of them living now, and they're all girls in her family.
Yeah, hold 1 second.
I'm not getting called. See, that's why I'll be calling her now to see how she's doing.
That's your phone, Grandma? I think it's under your lap. Oh, peace to the family out here. We out here in Florida, Orlando, Florida family, where it's beautiful out here. They got some good mangoes out here. We're going to get to that later, though. But yeah, so Grandma, one thing I have to ask you, growing up I know you had talks with your parents. You knew
Tell me, go call them.
you knew your grandparents and everything, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did they ever teach you that you come from Africa?
No.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. Time out now. Time out. Let's run that back. Elders born in the 1920s. Grandparents was able to pass oral tradition on to her. And what did they say about Africa?
I have to ask you, growing up, I know you had talks with your parents. You knew
Tell me, go call them.
you knew your grandparents and everything, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did they ever teach you that you come from Africa?
No.
Okay. Okay.
But I can remember they never taught us about Africa. I can remember them telling us that my grandfather, Anthony, he, mother said that he came from Africa.
Okay.
That's the only one I can remember. That's the only time I heard them,
Come on, yo, let's talk about it. The best we can get is loose rumors that, oh, you know what, I think so-and-so in our family tree may have came from Africa. No shipping manifest, no real oral tradition. That's not oral tradition. That's like, oh, I heard from a bird. If it was oral tradition, it would be passed down what country he came from, because Africa is a continent, not a country, right? Also, there would be African cultural customs passed down through the generations, just like we have all these indigenous customs passed down through our family tree, right? Mom, a lot of y'all haven't even heard of no African ancestors at all spoken about by your elders. And for those of us that do, it's always like I heard so-and-so was born in Africa, but we can't really substantiate that. Now, let's see if she can substantiate the rumor of the ancestor being born in Africa, or if she provides more credence to oral tradition being passed down of her indigeneity.
Speak about Africa. Now, on my father's side, I never heard them speak anything about who came from Africa.
Okay. Now, where did they say they come from?
They never stated. They just knew that. I guess they just remember they all grew up here in
the U.S.
All
right. So they spoke about being Indians here.
Indians.
Who was Native in your family, Grandma? Who was the Native American in your family from your grandparents?
Oh, okay. Grandmama Emmett. She was. It was stated that she was an Indian girl, right off the Indian reservation, and her husband was the one that come from Africa, and they got married. Now that's on my mother's side. I don't. Now my grandmother on my.
And again, guys, we have different family histories. We're not a monolith. It could be true that her indigenous female ancestor got with an African. Or it could be a rumor that that man came from Africa, and in actuality, he was a slave shipped in from South America or the Caribbean or Central America. Guys, there was an Indian slave trade where indigenous melanated people were shipped from South America to North and vice versa. I mean, you hear about Pocahontas, right? You guys remember Pocahontas died in Europe? They were taking indigenous people as slaves since 1492, shipping them to Europe, Africa, different colonies in the Americas. So when you hear these loose family rumors of so-and-so being born in Africa, he could have been a Taino. He could have been a Mexica. He could have been a Carib. But Africa?
Daddy's side, she can remember that she was 12 years old when freedom cried out. That means she was born under slavery. And being from 12 years old, she was still living under slavery, not knowing that she was really free, still following the same thing as the slaves did.
Nice. And I know you talked to some elders, Tina, about I guess our history here in America. So what do you know about I guess grandmother Emmerich and the Native American side?
We had a cousin, Jesse Collier. He lived to, I believe he was just about 100 or just about to be 100 years old. And I was at a reunion one year, and we were trying to determine what Native American tribe Grandma Emmerich was from, because everyone who describes her describes her as a Native American, describes her as having that red skin tone, long jet black hair, straight. She actually called my grandmother Redbird because she said that she had skin tone similar to hers. And when I was trying to find that information out, no one could ever tell me what tribe she was from, but they all described her the same. They all described her and said that she was Native American. And then Jesse Collier told me how he definitely knew she was Native was because there's a story that was told that when the Klansmen would come through the town, they would be looking for my great-great-grandfather, Anthony Richardson, who was married to Emmerich, and he would go and have to hide in the woods. But when they would come to the house, they wouldn't mess with my great-great-grandmother Emmerich because she was Native, and they wouldn't mess with the children. But they were looking for Anthony Richardson because they knew that he was a black man. So he would hide in the woods until they would leave, and then they would come back. So to them, to the family, that was also proved not just from vision.
Come on. Well, we're hearing much more oral tradition, much more evidence to cite the indigeneity and just a loose rumor on the African. What most likely is going on here is both parties are indigenous, the grandmother and the grandfather. The grandmother just most likely had the complexion for protection. If you were a fairer skinned native, you're still identified as an Indian. If you're a darker skinned native, well, you're reclassified to a Negro, right?
Proof, but also proof of what the white men were doing then when they were trying to kill black men and, hurt black men. They wouldn't touch her, not because she was a black woman, but because she was Native, and that they wouldn't touch the children either. But we still don't know, what tribe she was from.
Yeah.
But we do, just from passing down information, my grandmother remembers her. We have older cousins too that are still around that remember her growing up in Georgia, and they all describe her the same.
Cool. Nice. Good. So, Grandma, from back then to now, like how has things changed?
Oh my goodness, it's like a miracle. We are not segregated in the schools. We're not segregated in the towns and the stores. You couldn't go into the front doors of their houses. Now we can go any place we want to go, like we want to go. And we don't have to be looked down on.
Come on, y'all. The illusion of progress. We call this the illusion of progress. Guys, we're not slaves no more. We're doing good because we get to enter through the front door. Guys, we're not slaves anymore. We're doing great because they're not hanging us in the streets. The illusion of progress. But as we continue to progress, continue to fight, continue to advocate for ourselves, we do advance. We do tip the needle more so in our favor. But guys, look at this. Look at how they had to bring us to the lowest of low, knowing that, well, if these Indians don't want to convert, let's enslave them, and then they'll beg to be assimilated into our society, because at least they won't be a slave no more. And then when they're a part of our society, let's still lynch them and ostracize them and Jim Crow them and redline them and segregate them. And then when they finally advocate for some change, we'll let them fuck some white bitches and come through the front door. And then when they're not content with that and they want some real material progress, we'll give them pseudo revolutionaries like Umar Johnson. I mean, come on. Let's talk about it. The illusion of progress.
Pushed aside or may feel that we're not as good. It's like free at last.
Yeah.
Thank God Almighty, we're free at last.
Nice.
And being able to know that I can go into a store now or into a nailery and have a white man do my pedicure.
Okay.
Hey, I rock with her. Hey, I rock with that sentiment heavy because sometimes I be chilling in the back of the Uber, having this white person chaperone me. I be looking out into the backyard, and seeing them white folks cutting my grass. I ain't gonna front. It make me feel some type of way. And that feeling that I feel is good. It is a very good feeling that I feel, okay? Sometimes that's just, and especially as a historian, as a historian, as a digital archivist, as someone who really knows the history, I mean, it's just so crazy when I see how in some aspects, how the tide has shifted, but you know why it shifted to such a degree? Because guys, remember, we're not slaves now based on phenotype. We're slaves based on economic stature, based on where you fit when it comes to this class system, right? The real elitist white folks in charge who descend from conquistadors and plantation owners, they're not driving me around in the Uber. They're not fixing me my meal. The poor whites are. The poor whites who are slaves, just like us. We're wage slaves. And if you're lower on the totem pole, then you got to be a greeter at Walmart or a DoorDasher or a Lyft driver or something of the sort. And if you're higher up, well, you might run a business or be an entrepreneur or have some more mobility and stuff, but we're still locked into the same system. We're still living on the same plantation. The plantation is just global now, isn't it?
So Grandma, we about to hang up, let this go. But I just want to ask you: you've been on this earth for 96 years. Mm-hmm. Do you have any just words of wisdom for everybody who's watching, or just advice for anybody who's watching?
Yes. Learn to be true to God, true to yourself, and true to your fellow man. And know without a shadow of doubt that God is in charge and you belong to him and you owe.
Let's talk about it.
Nobody, nothing but God to be owed.
Let's talk about it. Shout out to the elder. Who's this? So Rand says, I'm a black DoorDasher, so I'm lower. Hey, we all start on the low end of the totem pole unless we're born into a wealthy family, right? But the point is, for members in our community who are lower on the totem pole, we got to work twice as hard. We got to stack our bread, learn new skills, become entrepreneurs, because no one's going to teach us how to do it. So, I mean, we do have at least the ability to rise above our station, but that's if we can fight the psychological battle, right? It's a war for attention. They want you looking at girls twerking on Instagram or TikTok at 2 a.m. instead of purchasing a course on real estate or getting into this field or this trade or that trade, right? So today the war is really for your mind. It's really for attention, because we do live in the age of information. Back in the day, this knowledge was gatekept by secret societies, Ivy League institutions. Nowadays, it's all available online. But what do you want to seek out? That's what it's all about. But shout out to a lot of our service-based members of our community, whether you're a trucker or a DoorDasher or a Lyft rider or whatever. First, you got to realize where you're at in the totem pole, and then you got to figure out how to rise above, and then you got to do the hard part. And the hard part is living a few years of your life like most people won't, so that you can spend the rest of your life like most people can't.
For anybody who is on the fence about having Mike help you or walk you through or educating you about genealogy and the genocide that has happened with the paper trail, I implore you to reach out, allow him to educate you and assist you in this process. I have learned so much in this consultation. I feel educated, empowered, and excited for learning about my history, and looking forward to the future. So if you're on the fence, please go ahead, hit up Mike. I promise you will not be disappointed.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
Many know about slavery, but few discuss paper genocide. We did not all come from Africa, and most of us have Aboriginal roots that were stripped away due to reclassification and miseducation. As a native Black American and a member of the Muskogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. If you want to learn how to trace your genealogy and apply for tribal citizenship, go to nativeblackancestry.com to schedule a consultation.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British men. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, smash the like button on the way in. Subscribe to the channel if you're new. Make sure to check out the website nativeblackancestry.com if you need assistance with genealogy research or would like access to a digital archive I've personally curated with over 600 documents, family photos, Black Indian obituaries, ex-slave interviews, you name it. But guys, tonight we're going to listen to the elders. Tonight, I ask you, Grandma said we Indian, school said we African. Who lied? There's a lot of folks out there that are trying to convince us that our grandparents lied to us, that our uncles and our aunties, for some reason, just wanted to lie about being indigenous. I don't know what benefit they would gain from that. If anything, that's going against the grain. If anything, they would be ostracized. They would face hardship. They would face oppression for claiming to be indigenous. So why would they pass down this oral tradition unless it was true? You know, in the Black community, some of our elders have a saying. They say, I'm too old to exaggerate or lie. So in that same vein, I ask you, do you really think your grandparents lied to you? Or do you think that the school system that was designed by our oppressor to miseducate our youth and send them to some kind of wage-based slavery system? I mean, do y'all really think that the school was telling us the truth? I mean, they told us Christopher Columbus was a hero until last week, right? As far as history is concerned, it was basically last week when they said, oh, you know what? Columbus wasn't such a good guy after all, right? It was just yesterday we found out the founding fathers were all slave-holding pieces of shit, right? I mean, guys, the school system, really? Now, I'm a little biased. I'm going to go by the elders. I'm going to go by the oral history, but let's just hear what some elders have to say, and you guys can come to your own conclusion. Let's get into it. This first elder, she's a YouTuber. Her channel is called Anita Talks History and Genealogy. Let's check out what she has to say.
My maternal grandfather, my paternal grandfather was born in Orangeburg, South Carolina, dark-skinned man. But when my brother went and took his DNA, it came back that he was indigenous to Colombia, South America. His people were slaves in South Carolina. But he's native to the Americas. They're native to the Americas, and they're not light-skinned. They weren't mixed. And my grandmother was a Bonaparte. Her people came here after Napoleon was beat, during the Haitian Revolution. They were either came or were brought here from Haiti. They were slaves in South Carolina. And they were called colored. They weren't called African. They were called colored. In records that the Europeans left themselves. And my native ancestors in Virginia and Pennsylvania, they were redesignated, racially redesignated as mulatto, colored, Negro, or Black. That is what the colonizers did after they came here, killed and subjugated the natives they found, and also intermixed with them. That's why there's light-skinned ones. And then they redesignated them and said that they were mulatto or colored, Negro, Black.
Come on, guys, we have to listen to the elders. While the world is trying to tell us one thing, while everyone's trying to keep us away from our Aboriginal ties here in the Americas, our elders are all saying the same thing. Guys, I'm a professional genealogist. I meet with dozens of Black Americans every week, and I ask them the same thing at the beginning of our meeting. What motivated you to start looking into your family's heritage? And they all say the same thing. My grandma, my uncle, my auntie, someone in the family passed down oral tradition of indigenous heritage. Everybody I meet with, guys, go ask a random Black American on the street, not a migrant, not a tether, a foundational Black American, a native Black American. Ask a random Black American on the street, did your family ever say anything about having Indians in the family? They'll say yes. It's that common.
On my birth certificate, it says colored. That's what they said. They call my dad's people mulatto. They were born in South Carolina. Why didn't they call them Black or African? But they did later on. They were changing the census records. They had the power to do that. But I have the records where they were called mulatto. So I want to know these people who are upset because somebody is saying that Africans were here first. Africans were everywhere first. That's just a fact. Even Europeans admit that. Everything comes out. I mean, the educated Europeans. I'm not talking about,
And see, this is where we can agree to disagree. Even though she's a respectable elder, she's preaching our indigenous roots, she's still looking at it from a Pan-African lens. Oftentimes, the elders in our community just can't rid themselves of that Pan-Africanism that's been ingrained in them. So you see how they'll still try to say, well, yeah, we're indigenous, but, at some point in time, we came from Africa. The true Aboriginal people of the Americas was Black, but they migrated here from Africa. I don't subscribe to that, respectfully. I don't believe that every continent on the earth was occupied except for the Americas until some Africans came over, and then some Asians came across the Bering Strait, and then some Europeans came over. I mean, no, I don't subscribe to that. But again, we gotta, take what's useful, discard what's not. Clearly we can disagree with her on the whole linking it to Africa, but we can agree with her other sentiments. We can still take in the history that she's telling us.
The ones with their own personal agenda. All humans came out of Africa. So who do you think?
Mike TV does not endorse that notion.
If the Africans weren't the first one there, who were the first ones there?
Did Africans travel to the Americas long before Europeans? Yes. We traded with them. We circumnavigated the globe. They circumnavigated the globe. We went over there. They came over here. But to say that they are the original people who, no.
Because they only named 3 races: European, Asians, and Africans. So you have to come from one of those or a mixture of all of them.
Now she's claiming that there's only 3 races in the world: European, African, or Asian. That could be true on the Eastern Hemisphere. What about the Western Hemisphere? I understand on the Eastern Hemisphere, you could say you got Europeans, you got Asians, you got Africans, but when we talk about the Western Hemisphere, come on, Auntie, come on. We love you, though. We understand. It's not your fault.
So it makes no sense, the argument that folks are putting up about a phenotype. What is the phenotype that came in over or the race or the ethnic group that came in over the Iberian Peninsula. Who were they? Probably Asiatic, the Asians. You know, they weren't Europeans. And so when you look at the southern borders of the Americas, they were open. There wasn't nobody stopping anybody from coming. And the route that my ancestors took, or they're claiming that they took, not my ancestors, but the historians, would have been the same route that the Aborigines in Australia took. You know, the Aborigines are not light-skinned natives, right? They are native to Australia. They were the first people on Australia over 50,000 to 80,000 years ago.
But are you trying to claim that the Aborigine Australians who are dark-skinned, are you claiming they migrated from Africa as well? Or are you claiming that they were originally on the island of Australia, but when it comes to American Indians, well, we have to descend from African migrants? I mean, guys, these are just questions I have. These are just questions.
And I'm thinking that that's the route my ancestors took. They went through Melanesia, through Asia.
Oh Lord, oh Lord, oh Lord. Okay. So it looks like we're gonna go down a little bit of a Pan-African rabbit hole. You know, shout out to the information she gave early on about the reclassification and the mulatto and the Negro and the Carolinas and stuff. But Lord, oh, she's just theorizing, just daydreaming about maybe her indigenous American ancestors migrated from Africa through Australia and Polynesia to South America. I mean, hey, to each their own. To each their own. We here for the meat, okay? We here for the meat. We're gonna spit out the bones. Let's talk about it, y'all. Let's talk about it. But you know what? I got another elder that I wanted to queue up. Hold on a minute. This one was real feisty. I think this elder was talking about her indigenous roots online, and some people were trying to, you know, some pangoofies was trying to get at her foul. Elder had to stand on business.
Well, I'm not going to waste any more energy. I did block that guy, and then I had somebody else on Instagram coming to my DM.
And shout out to Vibes. Vibes says, gathering more information before I get my consultation. I had roll numbers and their blood quantum and land allotments. Nice, nice. Well, I look forward to connecting with you whenever the time is right. Kudos to you for doing that digging ahead of time.
Asking me what did I mean by black people were, African Americans. That classification was made in 1988. For those that don't know, Messy Jesse Jackson in 1988 coined all of us African American, and he has Cherokee ancestry. Okay, Jesse Jackson has Cherokee ancestry. Hey, beautiful sister.
Come on, you can't run from the truth. Even the person who spearheaded the African relabeling of our community has American Indian heritage.
So, okay, I've been arguing with folks all day that's been coming on my posts, being disrespectful to my heritage, to my posts and my ancestry posts. Now, I'm posting all these Indians that's in my bloodline, right? And for someone to come on my post and tell me that all the Indians came from Africa is killing off my grandma. That's what we call a grandma killer. Okay.
Oh, and that's what the last elder was kind of trying to do at the end. Yeah, we're Indians, but the Indians came from Africa. No, 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 no. And shout out to this elder for standing on lineage. She said that is a grandma killer, y'all. That is a grandma killer. I've never heard somebody put it in that kind of, and come on. She ain't lying. That's a grandma killer.
My grandma, when Roots came out in the 70s, I was a young kid. I asked her, I said, Grandma, what tribe in Africa we come from? You know what my grandma said? She said, we not African. She said, my people are from Virginia and we're Indian.
So I'm just asking, guys, do you believe your grandma or do you believe the European in school that was funded by the Jewish central banking industrial complex military industrial cabal to make us good wage slaves? I mean, who do you really think had your best interests at heart? What does the system have to gain by convincing us we're African? And what do our ancestors have to gain by saying we're indigenous? I can think of a whole bunch of reasons the system would have to try to separate us from our ties to this land. I can think of so many reasons, but I can't think of anything that our ancestors gained by telling us that we're Indians if that's not true. If it's true, I can see why they would pass down that oral tradition. They're keeping it alive. That's what they have to gain, keeping the legacy alive. But I can't think of any financial motivation. I can't think of any social advantage. I don't think of any other vested interest our grandparents would have in telling us this other than it being the truth. If your grandma told you that you got French in your family or you got German in your family, I don't think she would say that just because she wanted to cosplay as a mixed German or something. I think she would say that because it's true. So in that same vein, when we hear that we have indigenous roots from our ancestors, why do we take that with a grain of salt?
Told me that we were Cherokee, but I'm finding out that she was also Pamunkey and Mattapony, okay, under the Powhatan chiefdom. My daddy's side, okay, my daddy's side is West Indian from Barbados, Arawak Bayesian, okay. His mother is mixed with Irish and Seminole and Timucuan, and also have some Lakota Sioux, okay. I'm so deep into my genealogy that I know exactly.
And the average Native Black American is so deep in their genealogy. Meanwhile, these Pan-Africans can't tell us, what are they, Yoruba? Are they Igbo? Are they Bantu? Are they can't tell us a damn thing about their imaginary African heritage, but we can trace our heritage all the way back to the 1700s, huh?
Exactly who I am. And no one can tell me that's the government, white people, black people, or other Indians ain't gonna fucking tell me who the fuck I am and where my people descended from. I don't believe in the out of Africa theory. Okay, it's been debunked. So you trying to tell me they brought 20 million motherfucking Africans here on fucking sailboats? They were sailboats back then in the Atlantic Ocean. Do y'all know how treacherous the Atlantic Ocean is with hurricanes and shit? Yeah, they brought some Africans over here, 350,000, okay? But all of us that's here in America are not African, okay? A lot of us descended from here. So I would implore you to do your own family genealogy and stop making broad statements and calling everybody and lumping us all up, because I'm gonna tell you, the worst fucking colorists and racists I've encountered were black people. Yeah. And they'll be the first ones to say, oh, well, I heard we had Indian in our family. Well, where did the Indian go? Where? Just disappeared? You killed them off like...
Guys, can we put 2 and 2 together, please? I really don't understand this. I was listening to The Breakfast Club. I mean, I wasn't actually listening to it. It was like a clip on YouTube from The Breakfast Club. And DJ Envy was like, yeah, my great-great-grandfather was Indian. What? You'll hear Black Americans say, yeah, my great-great-great-grandma, she was Indian. Huh? That means you're Indian. You descend from them. If they are Indian, you are Indian. Of course, you may not be as pure Indian as them. You may have other admixture, right? But why do some members of our community still not realize 1 + 1 = 2? Oh, yeah, I heard there's Indians in the family. Grandma was Indian. Yeah, they said she was Choctaw. Oh, yeah, uncle was part Indian. No, you're Indian. Come on. Let's talk about it, y'all. Let's talk about it.
Be the first ones to say, oh, well, I heard we had Indian in our family. Well, where did the Indian go? Where? Just disappeared? You killed him off like Walter Plecker did? Now, I suggest you not only check your own family history tree, but also research Walter Plecker and the 1924 Racial Integrity Act and how they fucking changed a lot of Indians to mulatto. Yes, I've seen stuff change from Indian to mulatto to motherfucking colored, black, and then African American. How was my grandmother 4 different races in her lifetime? She was born in 1914, right? Born an Indian, classified. I know you do, sister. I can look at you and look at them beautiful locks you have, okay? People don't understand locks are an Indian trait. Yes. Yes, it is. It's an Indian trait. Okay? West Indian and North American Indian, right? So I will implore you to do your own research and stop having people labeling you. Because how did my grandmother was born an Indian on the census? What was it? Okay, she was born in 1914, 1920 census. I could pull up right now. They classified her as mulatto. Then later on, every 20 years, they change our race, right? So
guys, I see this with my genealogy clients all the time. I'll show them where in 1870, one of their ancestors is classified as a mulatto. Then 1880, they become a Negro. Then 1890, they go mulatto again. Then 1900, they become black. Then down the line, their descendants are reclassified to African American eventually. And you got to ask yourself, if they're not hiding anything, why can we find one ancestor reclassified as 4 different ethnicities within their lifetime? I've been reclassified as 2, I guess. You know, I was born African American, and it wasn't until I did my family's genealogy, I applied for tribal citizenship and was granted it, that now I magically became an American Indian, right? But guys, these are things that just make you go, And as always, if any of you guys need personalized assistance with genealogy research, make sure to check out the website, nativeblackancestry.com. I'm here to help.
Glad that, you know what I'm saying, I even, you know what I mean, experienced this. I'm glad I experienced you from, you know what I mean, enlighten me from the internet to, you know what I mean, online, getting one-on-one in depth, giving me a lot of information that I can take back to my people as well. And hopefully we could both get the everything meshing with everything with the lineage and everything with the genealogy. This is no scam. This is all real. This is a real homeboy that put it down. He mean what he say. He got receipts and he put it down. He stands on business. Straight up. One love.
Let's talk about it, y'all. Real people, real results. Make sure to check out nativeblackancestry.com.
Takes critical thinking, and I'm getting encountered by people that's like 40 years old or older. Okay, 40 years old or older, and nobody never. Now this brother told me that his great grandmother was full Cherokee, but then got on 2 of my posts and said, "Yeah, we're all African. All the American Indians are African," because it was all one big. I don't believe in Pangea. Okay, or the out of Africa theory. None of my grandparents came from that continent. You know, Africa is not a country, it's a continent. I can tell you what states, counties that my ancestors came from. I can even tell you about the European ones. Yeah, all Indians and Europeans. Not one African on my tree. You got to know your history so you don't repeat it, right? This is why, you know, the census we did in 2020, my grandchildren and great-grandchildren will see it, because we won't see it, until, you know, they won't make it public for 80 years, right? They won't make it public for 80 years. But see, this is why I'm doing all this research and I'm writing a book. So my children, my children's children, and my children's children will know who they are, who they descended from, what tribes, and will have all the proof and the paperwork because I have all the records. Now, for someone to get on my post, my genealogy post, and disrespect my heritage like that, that's an act of war.
Talk about it. That is an act of war that is not to be taken lightly. And you see why I go so hard in the paint when we got all these goofy folks trying to speak on our ancestry. That is the most disrespectful thing you can ever do to a person. And they feel entitled to do it to us because the colonizers have done it to us for oh so long already. Let's talk about it. But guys, I still want to listen to what the elders have to say, but let's switch from some feminine energy to some masculine energy. Okay, we got an 85-year-old elder right here. Let's see what he has to say. Let's see if he says he's African.
Yeah, doing, man. I'm here with a powerful brother. What's your name again, sir?
Lionel Van Dam.
Lionel Van Dam. I see you got on a veteran hat, man. You got on the veteran hat. What's that? What branch you been in?
The Army.
Okay, the Army. But I didn't come
career at the age of 17.
And you are how old today?
85.
You are 85. Something that was very interesting that you said to me when the last time I was here to see my grandmother, and we talked a little bit about the Native American Indians. And when you told me you was a Native American, it really, hold up, say that again.
Cherokee Indian.
Cherokee Indian.
Cherokee Indian. There you go.
When did you learn you was a Cherokee Indian?
My mother. With my mother at 3 years old.
Oh, so when you was 3 years old, your mother let you know?
Yes.
Have you ever been to some of the powwows that's out there?
Yes, I have.
What can you tell us about it?
Powwows, reunion of all the tribes, all the Cherokee Nation. We stick together like glue. We feed the nation of our people, and we take care of our people, and we never give up. I'll die an Indian, and that's it. I don't care what my complexion is. It doesn't matter. My kids are Indian, and I'm Indian.
So are you telling me, sir, that you are not African? You don't have no African blood or nothing?
I have no I don't know what my daddy was. He raped my mother, I guess. He stole a piece from her because she was pretty. Oh, incidentally, my mother was very fair, almost white, blue veins, red hair. But she still was a Cherokee Indian. She had no white in her at all. She's part of the nation. She's dead. She lived to be 89. Grandmother lived to be 90. Grandfather lived to be 110. I'm 85 and I'm going to try and beat my grandfather and go 112 if I can.
Beautiful. You're going to definitely make it. What can you tell me about the relationship between the Cherokee Indians and the African people?
Hi. Thank you, darling. Between the African, we have no.
Empress says, "Who's the interviewer? I don't like him." Well, I'm not surprised that you don't like him. He's actually this weird Pan-African dude named Sinetter. He runs some East Coast channel called the House of Consciousness or something. And he's actually been behind a lot of these sexual predators and a lot of these scammers that have come out of the Pan-African community. When you hear about people like Brother Polite or people like Nature Boy, both people incarcerated right now for sex crimes, right? These Pan-African scammers were kind of introduced to the community by way of this host, Sinetter. And the only reason why I'm playing one of his videos is because he happens to be talking to an elder and this elder speaking about his indigenous roots. But yes, the host is a pan goofy motherfucker. Yes.
Moms, I'll tell you this, and I like you young people to understand it. The Africans will always be the Africans. They've got their own country. They was born in Africa. Africa is their country. You're a Negro, what the white man gave you that name, and that's what you are. The Africans have nothing to do with the Negroes in the United States. They walk away in a minute and say, I'm a doctor, I'm a lawyer, I'm whatever, and I'm African, and I'm black, and I've got my own country. So that's it. I do not deny my relationship. I'll be an Indian until I die.
So when you writing on your resume or when they say, what is your nationality, what do you say?
Cherokee Indian. I've lost some good jobs. I went to, I'll tell you a secret. I went to apply for a porter job that's sweeping the streets of Rockefeller Center, which everybody knows Rockefeller Center has got all kind of little things on the sidewalk. I was going there to sweep the street to get a job. My name is Van Dyne. The reason why my name is Van Dyne, because my grandfather worked for the Dutch.
Interesting history there. And yeah, the host is getting on my nerves too, y'all. The host is getting on my nerves with the weird line of questioning, right? Come on. As soon as they come across the elder proclaiming his Aboriginal roots, it becomes like this whole monkey in a zoo type thing, right? Like, oh, really? Well, let's keep it going, y'all. Let's keep it going.
I know one thing. I never heard that my people were slaves. Mama knew what she was talking about, but I always thought that she wanted to be something that we wasn't. And I remember I used to say, Mama, we black. She said, I don't care how black. She said, you're the Indian. I will never forget that. I was about 7 years old. Like I said, I've been thinking like a native all my life, but I didn't never want to expose it because I was in the South. Then I said, well, maybe if I go to New York, I can more expand myself, not knowing that I was going to meet other Indians that more so look like me.
You hear that? The elder said he was in the South and he felt like he couldn't really talk about it, right? He's in the South and it's not really a safe environment for him to proclaim his Aboriginal roots, for him to portray his indigeneity. So he felt more safe doing that in New York. And he thought that he would be one of one. And it turned out he ran into a whole bunch of other black Indians in New York, huh?
I arrived here in 1960, about 1961. I just had got out of high school. I became another person after I got here. I ain't saying I'm not black, but I'm not an African, you know? I'm a Native American from this country.
Damn, you can't be more plain than that. I'm not saying I'm not black. I'm saying I'm not an African. That's right. That's right. Ding, 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 ding.
Me, I dress cultural every day. You know, I wear my band every day. I put on my native clothes, and that's just me. This is another idea I got from the Navajo people. I got this idea from the Navajo people. Some of the thing, I'm gonna be frank, I ain't say it come from me. This right here came from me, but the black color with the blue, I got this idea from the Navajo. You know, I made this myself, and I just love this shirt. Everything I basically got, the spirit give it to me. You know, and that's a good thing about me. You know, I go by the spirit, and the funny thing about it, I don't be asking for it. You know, like people go, say, oh, I'm going to spirit, I'm gonna ask for a name, I'm going to name ceremony, I'm gonna ask for a name. Everything I ever got, I never went to nobody for it. The spirit already gave it to me.
I've experienced that as well. I'll be speaking to white folks, and they learn that I'm an American Indian, and next thing you know, this old white lady goes to the car, comes back, and she's like, hey, I was at a powwow, and someone gave me this dream catcher, and I just want you to have it. Oh, wow, you're an American Indian? Well, you know what? I have this little artifact. I just want you to have it. Hey, guys, something weird about it is something a little metaphysical about it, but yes, you will be gifted things, believe it or not.
It's the spirit that live in you determine who you are. No matter what people think or what people say about you or how you look, because I know who I am. And can't nobody tell me who I am. I know who I am. I ain't go and join no tribe and like a lot of people do. Why should I join them? You know, I don't need to join nobody to give me no rules what I should do.
My name is Frances Tuck, and I contacted Mike from Mike TV on YouTube because I wanted to find out about my family's Native American history that I believed existed. Through the research that I was able to do through Mike TV, I was able to find out that our name is indeed on the registry. I had a consultation with Mike today, and because of his advice and the research that he has done, I am now confident that I'm able to find my family's roots in the Native American History database. Thank you, Mike.
And if anybody wants to find this elder on social media, I believe he's an artist. He's a sculptor. I think he even writes books. His name is Eagle Eye. So just look up online, Eagle Eye.
People don't know natives come looking different ways. And it took me a long time to realize that. This is where the Native Americans of color is right here on this side of the town. What's that?
What nation are you from?
I'm Cherokee.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, from Georgia.
I'm one of my nations. I'm Lenape, but the other three grandparents, I don't know what nation they were from.
Oh, yeah, Lenape. Yeah, I think I knew you from here, from the last powwow. Yeah. I was here, but I didn't have on my regalia.
I got to see this brother, so he is pretty sharp.
Oh, yeah, thank you, yeah. I'm the real deal.
Yes, you are.
Yes, right. Your name is what?
Tracy.
Say, okay, I'm Eagle Eye.
Eagle Eye.
Yeah, so when you see, just say Eagle Eye.
All right.
All right.
Yeah, Vibes, I definitely agree. That's why I launched the new channel, Native Black American Network. On that channel, I'm going to have more like panel members and weekly guests and things of that nature. So if you want to help out, shoot me an email, Mike at nativebblackancestry.com.
And, you know, if you come across any content creators who you think would be great to have on the channel to interview, you know, share some knowledge, then that's what that Native Black American Network channel is all about.
Thank you. Yeah. My whole name is Eagle Eye, Backlog, Black, Brown, Red, White, and Yellow Buffalo. That's my whole name. Right now, if I'd have still been in the South, you don't see natives in the South, my complexion, saying they native. Because they're still in the South and they ain't been exposed to the natives here with the dark complexion on the reservation still today. I said, good God, Mama was telling the truth.
Creator, bless this wonderful gathering.
It makes me feel good to know I'm doing a part of something is me. It's a part of me, period. He went the wrong way. You all right? That supposed went the other way. You're supposed to go the other way.
Hey, leave it to the Black Indians to, you know, get everybody else on track. Like, wait, right away, you're going the wrong way now. You're going the wrong way. Come on.
Every day I walk out the house, I am who I am. So what's in your spirit and what's in your heart that make you who you are.
American Indians and Alaska Natives are the only racial group in the U.S. required to prove their ethnic origins. Guys, we can claim to be African. No one bats an eye. No one says, what African language do you speak? No one says, what African country do you come from? No one says, what's the name of your African ancestor? What's the name of your African tribe? But as soon as we claim to be American Indians, wait a minute. Got to have some paperwork and some documents and some citizenship and some government recognition. I mean, all right. Damn, that's crazy. I don't see any Pan-Africans standing outside of the powwow saying, hey, Black folks, you're not really Native. You're not really Choctaw. You're not really Cherokee. You're African. Oh, wait, they only do that shit online, huh? They don't pull up to the res. They don't pull up to the powwow. They don't pull up to the function. They keep that shit in the chat room. Okay. All right. Let's talk about it. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, don't go anywhere. As soon as this broadcast ends, it's going to redirect you into the next broadcast. I will be having some live callers on the next show and whatnot, so make sure not to go anywhere. Let me see what you guys are talking about, though. Amanda. Oh, shout out to Amanda. Just met with you, was it yesterday? All my days are a blur. I think it might have been yesterday or the day before, but shout out to Amanda. Amanda says, I remember going to powwows growing up. And just like he said, I never saw any people that look like us. This is amazing. I feel it. A lot of white folks at the powwows, though, right? But all right, guys, don't touch that dial. We will be live in just a moment. When this stream ends, it's going to redirect you into the next one. I'll see you in just a second.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings, Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
Many know about slavery, but few discuss paper genocide. We did not all come from Africa, and most of us have Aboriginal roots that were stripped away due to reclassification and miseducation. As a Native Black American and a member of the Muskogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. If you want to learn how to trace your genealogy and apply for tribal citizenship, go to nativeblack.ancestry.com to schedule a consultation.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
All right. We are live on TikTok and YouTube. Thank you all for tuning in. Make sure to subscribe if you're tuning in on YouTube. If you're watching on TikTok, give me a follow. Let's get the likes up, guys. Thank you for joining me this evening. We've got some heavy-handed receipts that we're going to get into, as always. Big announcement. We also are now, once again, monetized on YouTube. So the super chat option is available, the membership option, as well as... what else you got? Super stickers, I suppose. Whereas the folks on the folks on TikTok, you guys already know how you can show your support. Let me see who we got over in the chat on YouTube. We are still here. Says, hey, nice to see you. Thank you for tuning in. We're just waiting for the folks on TikTok to get the likes to 5,000, and then we will officially begin tonight's presentation. I see quite a few familiar faces over on TikTok. Let's gather around. Make sure to share the broadcast, whether you're on YouTube or TikTok. You know I'm shadow banned. You know they're always trying to censor your boy. So make sure to share the broadcast with a few of your friends. It definitely goes a long way. And check out the website, nativeblack.ancestry.com, if you need access to historical documentation citing our indigeneity, or if you even want more personalized guidance with genealogy to discover your ancestral roots or apply for tribal citizenship, then make sure to check out nativeblack.ancestry.com. You even have access to my calendar where you can book a day and time that works best to connect with me one-on-one. And you know what? Hold on. That segue was smooth for TikTok, but it was not smooth at all for YouTube. Let me go ahead and bring that up. Here we go. Come on, y'all. Real people, real results. What are you waiting for? Go to nativeblack.ancestry.com if you've yet to put together the missing pieces and, you know, really take these things that seem like aloof rumors, like, oh, so-and-so was indigenous, or, oh, yeah, don't you know my great-great-grandmother was an Indian? Well, guys, it's one thing to hear these oral traditions passed down, and it's another thing to actually find the documentation. It's another thing to take that documentation and then secure tribal citizenship. I mean, guys, it's a very, very powerful thing. But again, if you need one-on-one guidance, make sure to check out nativeblack.ancestry.com. And it looks like we got Luna tuned in on TikTok. Nice to see you, Luna. It has been a while. Always nice to see a familiar face. Guys, we are almost to 5,000 likes on TikTok. Once we hit 5K likes on TikTok, we will officially begin tonight's presentation. I've got some receipts on how we don't descend from West African slaves, but instead indigenous communities that were enslaved in place. I mean, guys, think about it. I mean, how do you bring an African over here and all of a sudden they're an expert cultivator of indigenous American crops such as tobacco and indigo and corn and cotton? I mean,
The math just ain't math, if you ask me. How you take a foreigner from the other side of the world, have them come over here, and you need them so heavily for their agricultural skills. Guys, I don't know Africans to be like these crazy smart agriculturalists. I mean, I can't really, maybe it's because I'm an ignorant American, but when I think Africa, I don't think farms. I don't think rich farmland. I don't think the world's pantry, such as the Americas are, right? You know, we're responsible for like 2/3 of the world's food supply or something like that. Do you know those Irish folks would not exist if it wasn't for our indigenous crop, the potato, making its way over there? I mean, come on. We know so many Asian communities by their spiciness, you know, the pad thai, the tom yum, the tom kha, but a lot of these spices are actually indigenous to the Americas, not Asia. So damn, I think a thank you is long overdue. And guys, don't get it twisted. They often try to conflate this thing, though. Mainstream academics will try to refer to this as the Columbian Exchange. Be careful of the wordplay, guys. Be careful of the wordplay. The Columbian Exchange, they say. Can I get some fists or feathers in the chat if any of you guys have heard that phrase floated around, the Columbian Exchange? I mean, it may seem like an innocent enough phrase, but guys, it has devilish intent. The Columbian Exchange. Trying to make it seem as if, you know, there was some kind of exchange, like you take something from me and I take something from you. And you know, in our community, we have the saying, right? Fair exchange is no robbery, right, guys? But when it comes to these pale-faced pilgrim and conquistadors coming to our ancestral homeland, oh, it was all robbery. It was all robbery and massacre. And oh Lord, we're live streaming on TikTok right now, so I have to watch the words that I use, but you catch my drift. But when they talk about this Columbian Exchange, what they're trying to allege is that, you know, the Europeans actually brought something, a benefit to the Americas. And in exchange, they took something, a benefit from the Americas, you know, an exchange. Come on, y'all. Come on. This is how they claim the exchanges. They claim that they got from the Americas, you know, things like maize, you know, corn, cacao, later turned into chocolate, tobacco, rich land that they were able to mechanize right before the Industrial Revolution, right? But what do they claim that they like gave us in exchange, right? Check this out, guys. I'm sure you've heard this before. They claim that the Spanish introduced pigs, cows, and horses. Yeah. Hey, we took everything from your grandma. We kicked you guys out of your house, took it over, forced you to work your land for free 99 as our slaves, reclassified you, did everything that we could to destabilize your community. But you know what? You guys got horses and pigs and cows. All right. Limitlessly on TikTok says, and germs. That's right. That's right. That's right. Come on. Come on. And actually, even though we're not at 5,000 likes on TikTok yet, again, I said once we hit 5,000 likes on TikTok, we'll officially begin tonight's presentation. But even though we're not at 5,000 likes on TikTok yet, I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit and give you a little receipt here. Just a little receipt. Because I'm sure that you guys have heard the claim time and time again of the Spaniards bringing horses. Guys, that's false. That's false. And sometimes we need a brother in arms of another complexion to break it down. You know, sometimes members in our community, hey, y'all will not believe it unless it comes from a white tea person. Okay, so I know an indigenous scholar,
and his information's on the up and up. Actually, he's on TikTok and YouTube. But for the folks tuning in on TikTok, you may be familiar with him. His TikTok and YouTube page is called Handsome History. If any of you guys want to check him out, Handsome History. They actually did a great video, I think just today or yesterday or something, about how they ain't bring no horses over here. Hey, we never really stopped to think about that, huh? The Spanish documented a lot. Most of the Europeans did. And they make the claim that they brought horses over here, that there was no such thing as horses until some Spaniards brought it over, but never any records of breeding farms, never really any records of sustained importation of what do they call the horses that breed with the other studs or mares? I don't know the whole horse lingo, but you know what I'm saying, guys. In actuality, for you to create a new type of horse species or whatever they call it, I believe they say it takes up to 100 years. So why don't we have any steady documentation of the Spanish importing horses over here and having these breeding farms? But hey, while they teach you that Christopher Columbus was a hero that discovered our ancestral homeland, they'll also slide in this Columbian exchange where we brought some horses and some cows and some pigs and took everything from you in return, especially gold. So trillions of dollars in gold. Damn. So not only do the Spanish conquistadors not have any written accounts of breeding farms or breeding programs for the horses that they allegedly introduced to the Americas, but they actually have detailed accounts of wild horses already here. All right. Guys, you have to understand they'll do every petty little thing to make it seem like our ancestors were just these like woodland savages. No, they built pyramids and cities that were larger than London. They built vast, vast culture and civilization spanning from the Great Lakes down to the Caribbean and Central and South America. But guys are going to make it seem like we was roaming with some buffalo living in teepees. No, you got us confused with those Mongolian migrants. Come on, not in a single generation. Oh, and it looks like we have some folks in the comment section that have some questions for your boy Mike. Guys, don't be shy. Go ahead and click the request to join button, and you guys can chop it up with me. Ask me any questions you'd like. I know it's hard when you guys want to refute the claim of Black Indigenous people being in the Americas, and then whoa, you're actually faced with one live and direct. What do you do? What do you do? And for those of you that aren't familiar with me, as a full-time historian, genealogist, digital archivist, and card-carrying member of the Muskogee Creek Nation, I do what I can to educate my people. So if any of you guys have questions about genealogy, tribal citizenship, or anything in between, let me know. During a lot of the consultations that I've been doing lately with clients, we've actually been breaking down this whole Creek-Friedman court case. I know some of you guys have seen it in the news, but not really known what it was about or what's exactly going on. So many things like that I'm able to break down with ease and kind of demystify, if you will. Come on, y'all. Let's break it down. Let's break it all the way down. And in TikTok, Kia, why are you being so shy? Kia, Kaya, whatever your name is. I mean, I sent you a little request to join backstage. Why don't you accept it? Let's chop it up. Kia wants us to know how he's not indigenous. He or she, I mean, I'm not going to gender you based off of an avatar and a gamer tag, right? But go ahead and chop it up with us. Let us know why you're not indigenous and why you think we care about you not being indigenous and what country in Africa your people come from. Or you can just say in the chat, I guess. Oh, you know what? The folks on YouTube says they can't hear the video. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, you guys definitely should be able to hear it. Let me go ahead and try to redo my screen share for the folks on YouTube. I know the folks on TikTok have been able to hear it. But let's see what's going on with YouTube. And for the folks watching on YouTube, have you been able to hear it at all? Or at a certain point, did the audio cut out? Let me know, let me know. Matter of fact, when I play this from the top, can you hear it now?
The Spanish knew the horses were already here. We've all been told that horses went extinct in the Americas 10,000 years ago, and that the Spanish reintroduced them. But here's what's strange. The Spanish themselves never left us records of horse import programs, stud farms, or breeding plantations in Florida or Georgia. No logs, no manifest, nothing, nada. What they did leave are quotes describing horses already present in America. For example, the Soto's chronicler in the 1540s wrote, "We found horses that had gone loose, and the Indians said they had seen them before in the woods." Rodrigo Rangel, Soto's secretary, described horses running loose in the country. They had become wild. Decades later, De la Vega wrote in La Florida del Inca, "In those parts, there were horses wandering, not of our bringing, but as though the land had long since known them." Think about that. If the Spanish had imported them, we'd see shipping records or missionary accounts of their horse farms. We'd see references to massive investments in breeding stock, but there's none of that. The officers at St. Augustine had a few personal mounts, sure, but no serious breeding infrastructure. And without that, no chance of producing a swamp-adapted pony in a single generation. Because here's the reality of animal husbandry. Creating a new functional breed takes 15 generations, roughly 100 years of stability. You need pastures, controlled mating, culling, and careful trait selection, expertise. If the Marsh pony had really been created by the Spanish, we'd find remnants of that system. Diaries, mission reports, surviving breeds in the 1800s that trace back to Spanish plantations. But nothing exists. The infrastructure simply wasn't here. The indigenous lowland cultures, on the other hand, had centuries of stable, large-scale marsh agriculture. They'd had the time and knowledge to create exactly such an animal. And remember the so-called extinction? That claim rests on fossils from about 20 square kilometers of sites in the far north, less than 0.0005%
Come on. So essentially, when mainstream academics try to say that there was no such thing as horses in the Americas and they went extinct a long, long time ago until some Spaniards brought them over, you got to realize that they've barely done any archaeological evidence on that. Come on. 0.0005% of the continent of America has been searched for horse remains.
Of the Americas continents. In swamps and rainforests, bones dissolve in centuries. So of course we don't have fossils in Georgia or Florida. That absence is preservation bias, not proof of extinction. So when you put it all together, the story that horses vanished and had to be reintroduced by the Spanish collapses. The Spanish never documented bringing them. Their own writers admitted they saw them wild, and their biology of breeding shows it couldn't have been the Spanish. Let's face it, the marsh pony was indigenous science, and that's why the Colonial Trust had to erase it and claim it as its own invention.
Come on, y'all, let's talk about it. The word of the day is indigenous science. So many different examples, different case studies I'm going to prepare for you this evening that shows the indigenous science of our ancestors, from how whole forested areas were really like man-made gardens of sorts. I mean, how in Florida and certain swamplands and marshlands, they created whole islands of orange grove trees to sustain many villages. I mean, you got to understand, our ancestors lived in abundance. These folks came over here, parceled it, squared it, surveyed it, mortgaged it, deeded it, mechanized it, taxed it. Come on. This was all an indigenous science that our ancestors had perfected. And you know what? It looks like we got somebody trying to tune in on TikTok. Let's see who we got. Coming from the back to the front is Unbelievable Truth. Unbelievable Truth, let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind. Unbelievable Truth going once. Oh, guys, I think they got stage fright. I don't know. Hold on. Are you there, Unbelievable Truth? If you're there, we can't hear you. I'll give you a good 3 seconds to get it together. Oops, I don't know how to count. See you next time. Let me see what you guys are talking about. Jay says, American had woolly mammoth, but yet there's no elephant. Yep, I feel you. But yeah, guys, it looks like we have hit 5,000 likes on TikTok. Thank you guys for helping me reach my goal. We can go ahead and officially get this party started now. What we'll do is we'll bring up some thought-provoking questions, see if there's anybody out there on TikTok or YouTube that wants to join and answer them. And then we'll get into some receipts. For the folks on YouTube, I just dropped the StreamYard link in the chat. For the folks on TikTok, you know what to do. Go ahead and request to join as a guest. And as far as the questions that we have queued up this evening, they are as follows. Why are so many people upset that Black Americans are acknowledging their indigenous American roots, but they had no issue when Black folks claim to be Moors, Hebrews, Nubians, etc., etc.? Did you know the Americas have more pyramids than Africa? If most Black Americans are said to descend from African slaves, why do U.S. Census records from the 1700s and 1800s list so many free people of color, but so few actual Africans? And last but not least, who benefits more from us believing we're from Africa, us or the same people who stole our land? So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you want to answer these questions, go ahead and request to join as a guest on TikTok, or you can click the StreamYard link if you're watching on YouTube. I guess I'll go ahead and send some invites out to some people on TikTok as well. Make it easy for you. I swear, some of y'all don't be coming up unless you get a personal invite. It looks like we might already have somebody backstage on TikTok. Let me see. And if there's anybody that is unable to join, but still wants to answer the questions, then you can go ahead and answer them in the comment section or the chat. Jay, nice to see you. We got Kishi in the building. Is it just you, or is it you and your sister? Where's Miss Johnson at? Free Spiritness, thank you for the heart. Appreciate it. Cree, thank you for the roses. Appreciate all the support. Let me see. As a matter of fact, speaking of Cree, I thought I saw Cree backstage. Am I tripping? Oh, yeah, we got Cree backstage. Cree, where you calling in from and what's on your mind?
Well, I live in the Dakotas now, but I am from Louisiana. So our history is very much so rich. And I didn't know how important it was to be indigenous in this country until I moved to the Dakotas. And then folks started asking me a lot of questions as far as like registration and all this, that, and the third. Then I brought up Walter Plecker and the One Drop. And they were befuddled, like I was making this stuff up. And me, I'm just thinking to myself, look, my grandma don't have to lie. My great-grandparents didn't lie. Who's lying? And it wasn't until I heard Africans were certain countries in the western part of Africa were seeking reparations for slavery here. And I was like, hold up, wait a minute. Red flag. I need to do a little bit more research in what it means to be African American, because Africa is a continent, right? Mm-hmm. And if I'm supposed to originate from somewhere, I need to originate from a country, not just, a landmass. If I'm going to claim that title.
I feel you. Yep.
So, I remember being questioned about my indigeneity. And I asked this question: who built the mounds? Who built the mounds? Who built them? They couldn't answer.
I see. So these were what, Plains Indians that you were coming in contact with in the Dakotas?
Yes.
Okay, I got you. So when you presented them with the new information that they weren't privy to, such as Walter Plecker and the one drop rule and stuff, were they receptive? Did they try to negate your indigenous claims, or? Nope, I might have lost her. Are you still there, Cree? No, Cree, if you're there, I cannot hear you. Say something again. And I'm getting no audio from you. I'm going to go ahead and drop you down and just try to reconnect. And we got another guest coming from the back to the front. On TikTok, we've got Jay. Jay, go ahead and let the people know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Calling from New York City. One of the things I can't get is the ships. Now, I lived in Puerto Rico, and the Spanish that came to Puerto Rico, and the stories always came that they barely make it. Those ships used to get shipwrecked. So how can you bring thousands of people in these little, because those ships weren't as big as people make them out to be. They were actually small. So how do you bring thousands of people through the Atlantic on rough waves to the Americas? It doesn't make any sense. And when the Pilgrims came, they were barely alive when they made it. So how do you get all these people out over here? It just doesn't make no sense. History doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I feel you.
Even Hernan Cortez, when he landed in Mexico, he barely made it there. Mm-hmm. Their ships were wrecked. So it doesn't make any sense that all these people got enslaved and all of a sudden went through the Atlantic Ocean and they just made it here okay. Like they got the people here. Meanwhile, some of these ships were carrying weapons like cannonballs and rifles and all kinds of stuff. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, I feel you. And I think to a lot of people it doesn't make much sense. And that's one of the things that I really bridge the gap on during certain kind of consultations I provide through my website. Some folks have the option to book a consultation that has like an extra history lesson. And that type of consultation, we actually go into not only the different indigenous tribes, the difference between the indigenous, melanated communities versus the Plains Indians, but we also go into the whole thing about the transatlantic slave trade because for one, they totally overstate the amount of Africans that were brought over while minimizing the amount of European slaves that were brought over. Most people don't know that the first slaves in the British American colonies were Europeans, right? And then not only that, but there's so much confusion around the transatlantic slave trade because it's kind of like two opposite extremes. You've got people on one side that think that the transatlantic slave trade is a conspiracy and it never happened at all. Then you have people on the other side that think every single Black American descends from a West African slave that came here in the bottom of a ship, right? And the truth is actually much more nuanced than that. The transatlantic slave trade definitely did happen. Africans sold their fellow African to Europeans for trinkets, muskets, gunpowder, mirrors, beer, fabrics, the most frivolous of things. But this is where most people get confused. Now, first and foremost, you got to understand that the way that they play on our psyche is they make us think that, oh, there was like some kind of straight shot from West Africa straight over to the British 13 colonies or something. No, that's impossible. The distance is like 3 times the distance that you see represented on the map. This is not necessarily to scale. We've got rough seas, high tides, hurricanes, all kinds of stuff. Not only that, but the ships are not powered. So they're only powered by the wind in the sail and the ocean's natural currents or the ocean gyres. And you're going to have to resupply nonstop the longer you're out at sea. I mean, you can't keep enough portable water for you to survive going straight across the North Atlantic, right? So this is what actually happened. They went from Europe down to the west coast of Africa, where they traded, because it's called a slave trade. It's not called a holy war. It's not called a mass invasion. The white tea man did not bear crawl and sneak into Africa and chase down some Africans and throw a net on them and shit. I mean, come on now. What are we talking about? The Africans rounded up their fellow Africans they didn't like and sold them to foreigners for trinkets. And after they sold them, actually, let me pull up a different representation that actually has the ocean's gyres, because some of you guys aren't really familiar with the concept of the ocean's gyres. But here we go. So there's natural oceanic currents, right? And actually, this map doesn't do it justice. This one is the one that I like to use. So you can see through the ocean's gyres. Can I actually zoom in on this? You know what? I'll do you guys one better. Let me download the image so I can zoom in on it. There we go. So if we look at the ocean's gyres, you see that first and foremost, you've got the South Equatorial Current. That's the first current that can really take you from West Africa, where they're purchasing slaves, to the Americas. That's why most of the African slaves went to Brazil. Most of them went to South America. This is a very close distance. This makes a lot more sense. This is not impossible. This makes sense logistically, right? You hug the coastline of West Africa, you take the South Equatorial Current right over to Brazil, which is why the largest destination of African slaves was Brazil. And we see rich African culture and heritage being practiced in Brazil to this day. They eating fufu and jollof rice and praying to African orishas and all that, right? But you got to understand that the longer that you're out at sea, the more likelihood that you have of your cargo perishing, and your fellow European sailors are going to be perishing from diseases, different ailments, right? So what makes more sense? Does it make more sense that they're going to just, pass up these plantations in South America, pass up these plantations in the Caribbean, and just hold out and wait to sell their slaves in the British colonies, the last destination? before they head back home. Does that make more sense? Every day that they're out at sea, the slaves are perishing, the European sailors are at risk of perishing. Why would they pass up all these plantations to sell other slaves in North America? Now, in actuality, what makes more sense is what actually happened, which is that they offloaded their cargo at the earliest plantations possible, which is why most of them went to Brazil, Portuguese colony. Second largest destination for the African slave traffic during the transatlantic slave trade was the Caribbean, right? Suriname, Guyana, whether it's French Guyana, British Guyana, et cetera, Puerto Rico, Haiti, DR, right? The last destination is North America. They say less than 4% of all Africans trafficked during the transatlantic slave trade, less than 4% went to North America. And that includes Canada and would later be the US of A. And when we actually quantify that, they say that that's between 90,000 and 300,000 slaves. And even if we play devil's advocate and say 300,000 or 400,000 African slaves came over here to what would later be the US of A, the math still ain't mathing. We've got over 45 million Black Americans present day. It is logistically impossible to take a sample population of 300,000 or 400,000 and have that balloon to over 45 million. I don't care whether it's been 300 years, 600 years, 1,000 years. That's logistically impossible. I've crunched the numbers. In order to grow to 45 million naturally, taking into account that plantation slaves had a high mortality rate and a low birth rate, then guess how much of a sample population you would have to start with? 3 to 4 million. They would have had to traffic 3 to 4 million Africans over here to make up this 45 million Black American demographic we see present day. So Jay, hopefully that kind of demystified the transatlantic slave trade for you a little bit. And you're on mute, brother. If you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
The thing that also gets to me too is that in order to justify the transatlantic slave trade, they have to have this extermination thing going on with the natives. It is the same way in the Caribbean. They said, "Oh, the Taino Indians were exterminated, or the Indians over here were exterminated," and then we replaced them with Africans. That's another thing.
Exactly. You're connecting the other dot. You're showing us the other side of the coin. Yeah. They say, oh, a couple Europeans sneezed and all the Indians disappeared, and we repopulated the Americas with these Africans. And yeah, exactly. it doesn't hold up. Even when you talk about these rather small colonies, or excuse me, not colonies, these rather small islands like Puerto Rico or Jamaica, they still weren't able to take out the indigenous communities. They fled to the mountains. They fled to the high terrain that the conquistadors couldn't go to, right? So,
did. And the thing is,
some of them hopped in canoes and fled to mainland Florida, parts of the Southeast, right?
Yeah, because and when you take DNA samples, people from other places have Taino blood too. They were like, "Oh man, I didn't know my ancestors came from here." So I think honestly, what really happened, was they were trafficking Indians from other places to other places. That's what I kind of think that was going on. While I'm trying to figure this whole thing out, they were taking Indians from one part and sending them to another part, and that's the slave trade. They were slave trading Indians. They were slave trading Africans.
Wait, hold on. So you haven't actually researched this. You're saying that this is just a hypothesis of yours.
It's just a hypothesis to me.
Okay, wait, hold on. And it's interesting that just by participating in an exercise of critical thought, this is the conclusion you reach. This is the hypothesis you draw, because that is backed by research. I've done the research. There were dozens and dozens of wars between Black indigenous communities in the Americas and different European factions. And when we lose a war, they ship us to a different part of the Americas. There was the Yamasee War. Matter of fact, I have a book right here from the current chief of the Yamasee, Chief Sekou.
Yeah.
In this book right here.
I wanted to just say one more thing.
Yeah, go for it.
It's just like the Cherokee, right? The Cherokee originally is from the South, right? So what they do with the Cherokee? They send them to Oklahoma.
Yep, Indian removal,
All
Trail
the-
of Tears. Yep.
Yeah, all the Indians, if you notice them in every war they ever been to, they take them out of one place and then they ship them out somewhere else. And I've noticed that. I was like, if they were doing that in the United States and they were doing that in the Caribbean and all over, they were taking Indians from here, displacing them over here, taking these and make them work over here. And they were doing that all over. I don't think they just did it here in the United States. So that's why I started coming to my conclusion that the whole slave thing is a hoax. It happened, but it didn't happen. There is no way. You know, even with the ships today, we could do it now. You know, with the Carnival cruise line, we could ship people back and forth. But back in the day, we didn't have no ingenuity like that. So I kind of make thinking in my mind, just like they displaced these Cherokees and sent them to Oklahoma and took these Indians and sent them over here. That's exactly that was happening all over.
All right, so here's the passage that I was looking for that affirms your hypothesis. So there was a Yamasee War in 1715. It says, quote, in the early 18th century, the English established the colony of South Carolina on the territory of the Yamasee tribe. The colonists treated the Indians terribly. They stole their land and captured many Yamasee and sent them to the West Indies, where they were sold as slaves. By 1715, the Yamasee had had enough. They attacked the English and tried to drive them from their lands. Other Indians, including many Creek, joined in the fight. The English coaxed the Cherokee, who had a tense relationship with the Creek, to battle for their side. In the end, the English won, and the surviving Yamasee were forced to scatter and find new homes with other tribes.
Yeah.
So, yep, you guys really got to look up all of these indigenous conflicts. And the way that they hide the history is they'll try to separate it, right? They'll document certain things as slave revolts, and then they'll document other things as Indian wars. Well, what's the difference between a slave revolt and an Indian war? Well, if the Indian's already been captured as a slave and he's fighting back, well, it's a slave revolt. If the Indian's still free, not captured yet, and he's fighting back, well, it's an Indian war. And if you look up the timeline of slave revolts and Indian wars, it was a whole lot going on that they don't teach you about in school. But go ahead and give us some closing remarks, Jay, and then I got to get back to Cree, and then we got another guest up here as well.
Well, thank you for your time.
Yeah, thanks for joining. Don't hesitate to click that button in the future. And Cree, go ahead and unmute yourself. Nice to have you back. What were you telling us again about moving to the Dakotas?
Oh yeah, it was just a strange interaction, and me not knowing like what treaties are currently in place, and my children go to school, and there's extra funding for those who are indigenous to this land, right? But because we aren't registered with our tribe, they're not able to gain access to those extra money. So it's a lot of red tape for us to prove that indigeneity here.
Yep. Yeah, no, I agree. And real quick, Will Rod on TikTok says, what's the name of the book, Chief? This book is Yamasee, Indians, Culture, Heritage, and Practices. This is by Chief Sekou. If you guys are on TikTok, just look up Chief Sekou. He's active on TikTok. That's SEKU. And I think he has a link on his TikTok to buy the book. But yes, I totally understand where you're coming from. That's the whole reason why, you know, I abandoned my profession and became a full-time genealogist to kind of demystify this process for a lot of folks, because you're right. There's a lot of tangible benefits that are owed to our people by way of treaties, like the Treaty of 1866, whether it's free healthcare, free dental, money for kids for school, free college tuition. I tell people all the time, during COVID, back in 2020, I got my $1,200 check from being, a U.S. citizen from Trump, right? He gave everybody a couple $1,200 checks, right? Well, on top of that, I got a couple checks for $4,000 from my tribe for being a member of a federally recognized tribe. And this isn't to say, hey, we should be looking into tribal citizenship because we're going to get a bunch of money. No, but there is a reparations package owed to our ancestors to a degree that we just have waiting to be claimed. All you got to do is trace the dot and prove that you're a lineal descendant of a member of the tribe. And when you talk about a global catastrophe like COVID, hey, it damn sure helped a lot to have a couple extra payments of $4,000 through the whole world being shut down. Okay, but these kind of things are earmarked to indigenous tribes, and some tribes are only recognized by the state. Some tribes are recognized by the federal government. Some tribes have no recognition at all and are fighting for recognition. Some of us descend from folks who resisted Indian removal west of the Mississippi. So because of that, our ancestors got reclassified as Negro, mulattoes, freedmen, free persons of color, et cetera, et cetera. So it definitely does get very complicated, but that's the whole reason why I make myself available throughout the week for those one-on-one consultations. But yeah, Cree, go ahead and unmute yourself and lay it on us. What was the most contentious situation or conversation that you had with one of those Dakota Plains Indians?
You know that moment when the air kind of shifts and you know that someone is on the defense?
Mm-hmm.
For me, to see the disdain and disgust of someone who is supposed to be running a nonprofit organization, not even willing to hear out a proposal. I'm not asking for anything but a collaboration.
So you were trying to collaborate with one of the tribes in the Dakotas?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what kind of project were you trying to collaborate with them on?
A horticulture project, an agriculture project, something sustainable that focused on the
Shantae, thank you for the heart.
The natural wildlife in this particular area. So basically growing fruit trees that are indigenous to this area.
So how did they shoot you down?
Oh, the guy didn't even acknowledge when I walked in the door, first and foremost. It took about 10 minutes. I actually calculated how long it took him to go to his desk and then not give me eye contact.
So it's a lot of these soft racial undertones.
Mm-hmm. Oh, our information is on the wall. Oh, it's on the website.
Yeah, I feel it. See, and that's why a lot of people have confusion. They say to me, "Hey, Mike, I heard my ancestor was indigenous, but I don't know if I want to apply for tribal citizenship, Mike. I don't know if these folks are going to accept me or if they're going to ostracize me because I'm black and this and that." And I tell people all the time, I've been a member of the Muskogee Creek Nation since 2021. Never visited my tribe's reservation. I don't got to go show up at no powwows. I didn't have to do no interview. It's based on lineage. You put together your citizenship application packet, you send it in. Sometimes you got to send in some additional information, maybe a birth certificate or something, right? But it's all about proving your lineage. It has nothing to do with being approved or being accepted. It's just about proving that you descend from a member of the tribe. So, you know, a lot of people hear things like what Cree's talking about, and this kind of deters from folks from trying to get tribal citizenship, especially when we look at a lot of these tribes and we see that they look oh so white, right?
But oh my God, I'm like, yeah. Where's the copper color? Where is it?
Like, wait a minute, how did the Indians call the Europeans pale face if nowadays the Indians are pale face, right? Like, how does that happen?
Right.
Yeah. And that's a whole complicated thing. I mean, there's been a lot of intermixing since, you know, hundreds of years of colonization. You've also got Europeans that were adopted into tribes, Europeans that paid to get into tribes, hence the term $5 Indian, Europeans that intermarried into tribes. So, yeah, it gets interesting.
It definitely does. And I've seen all of those reclassifications in Louisiana in particular. And they're still going on to this day. There is a divide and a separation in skin tone, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, most stuff. It gets even deeper in Louisiana. You got white tea folks straight up come to Louisiana and just create new tribes out of thin air.
like in the early to mid 2010s and stuff, yeah, Europeans was just coming through, creating Lacombe, Choctaw tribes, and this and that, just sprouting up new tribes out of thin air, getting a whole bunch of sponsorship and doing festivals and powwows and getting to the bag. I mean, hey, it is what it is. But yeah, go ahead and leave us with some closing remarks, Cree, and then I got to get on to Unbelievable Truth.
Okay. I don't really have closing remarks. I think that was the closing remark. That story.
For sure. Well, thanks for tuning in. Don't hesitate to click that link in the future.
All right. Until next time.
Till next time. All right, Unbelievable Truth. Go ahead, unmute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
What's going on, man? I'm calling in from Atlanta, Georgia. I was just in the audience listening to you, man, and everything you say makes sense. And also, I just don't get the like why so many people just want to have these ties to Africa. Like it just don't make sense, because you just broke it down. The what was the ocean geysers?
Yep.
I was trying to look that
the
up.
Ocean's Gyres, Gyres. Yep.
And I was looking that up, and I'm like, man, and I like to this day, you still can't take a cruise ship from America straight to Africa. So,
hey, I wonder why.
And you know, we and the stuff that we got nowadays, them ships don't them ships that they was traveling in back then couldn't hold a candle to what they traveling in now.
Mm-hmm.
So if we still can't do it with the kind of technology and advancements in society technologically, it still can't get over there by boat. Like that should say something. But the fact that the people just want to be ignorant and just include everybody in our rich heritage and history, because there's no liberation movement better than the one that was held here in the Americas, you know. And that's why it's such a disconnect between us and continental Africans, because they don't seem to understand. Because we sit there and let them have they Nelson Mandelas and they Mansa Musas. We big them up for that. We let them have Dessalines. We big them up on all their countrymen, but they'll come over here and be like, hey, we had a part in that too, knowing they didn't have nothing to do with the things that we accomplished over here in this nation. Like, it's just disheartening that they can come over here with their audacity to even speak down on us like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I feel you. It gets deep, y'all. At the end of the day, I don't understand why so many Africans want to talk greasy to us when, if I really want to roast them, if we really want to get at them foul, all we got to do is Google Africans carrying Europeans. Lord, oh Lord, y'all get down in a whole different fashion than us. We don't have no pictures like this through slavery. Our ancestors was expert agriculturalists. Yes, they were working in those fields if they got captured, taken as prisoners of war. But damn, I don't see no chains on these folks. I don't see no chains. I don't see no overseers. I just see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Africans pushing Miss Beth through the Congo.
So they was willing participants.
They was willing participants. It's called a slave trade. We got colonized. They didn't get colonized. African colonization. What? When? Where? How? They were business partners with the Europeans, trading slaves to the Europeans. And then the Europeans decided to set up shop and take some of their mineral resources. I mean, look up the timeline of African colonization. They got colonized for less than 100 years. Most of Africa's colonization by Europeans started in the late 1800s, early 1900s, and most of them got their freedom or independence by the 1950s, 1960s. They were colonized a blink of the eye compared to us 400 or 500 years and still being occupied to this day, right?
And the crazy part about it is that out of 55 countries on that continent.
No, shit, he giving man's a piggyback ride, y'all. I didn't see it all.
33%, no, 33 or 32 of the 54 continents don't have infrastructure. If we really want to be dirty about it.
Yeah, Cree says, did you notice that bleaching is popular there? Yes, because they have this weird fetish with the white tea people and this inferiority complex. Yes, no self-esteem. Yeah,
cake soap is a big thing. It's really a big thing, not just in Africa, amongst the
Caribbean as well.
Caribbean, yes.
And what's the similarity there? A lot of the Africans went to the Caribbean, right? Oh,
right.
We connecting dots.
And they don't like it. They that you talking white tea supremacists pointing blackface, and those
Look
people
at
who
this.
talking
They
about
carrying mans on their head in a hammock. We would never. We could never.
We would have died out there for that, about that.
We
would have been willing to we would have been willing to put our lives on the line before we did some goofy stuff like that.
Hey. As a matter of fact, if anybody wants a quick story about just how resilient our ancestors were, I mean, if anybody wants me to read through, if anybody wants me to go to my website, nativebblackancestry.com, and go into the digital archive and read a couple of these ex-slave interviews from indigenous people captured and sent to plantations, do y'all want me to read how they were rebelling, how they were resisting? I got a story where so-and-so's mama was beating a little white tea boy who tried to whip her. I got another story where old dude, the indigenous Black Indian father, he damn near took out the master and then had to go live in the woods by the plantation because he was beefing so hard with the master, right? But they want us to think that we was just getting beaten, not doing nothing, huh?
We have plenty of revolts in America, 1526, further back than that.
Come on, let's talk about it. Here. This is what we'll do. We put the likes on the shoulder of the TikTok folks. I said at the beginning of the stream, in order to get started, we needed 5,000 likes from the TikTok community. We got there. So now we're going to put it on the YouTube community, okay? If anybody sends a super chat, any amount, okay? If anybody sends a super chat, I'm going to go into the digital archive. We're going to read through one of these ex-indigenous slave interviews, and we're going to see just how resilient our ancestors were. But in the meantime, in between time, go ahead and finish out your thought. Unbelievable truth, and then we're going to go ahead and segue to Shantae.
Okay. Yeah, I wanna talk to you behind the scenes and do my genealogy too, man. Something I'm interested in. Something I've been trying to, look into it, because for a long time I used to always know. I always could tell them apart. Like when I seen them, I could always tell that they was not like me. Like it's just like even in school, like when you seen them come to school before they start trying to emulate our culture, you know what I'm saying? Like they had their own way of dressing, and they was easy to just like to point out, like, yeah, you not from here.
Mm-hmm. And oftentimes we knew we were different from certain kids at school, but we couldn't verbalize it. We didn't really know, oh, they're from Africa, but we just knew
Right.
something different about how they act, how they look.
And most times the dead giveaway was their accent.
Mm-hmm.
Like sometimes I can see an African and I don't even have to hear them talk. I can already tell when I see one. Even the ones who lighter complected, I can still tell them. Now sometimes it get a little tricky with them folks, and that's why it's kind of disheartening that they can't even respect us enough to just be like, okay, yeah, we're gonna ride with y'all. We roll for y'all. We open doors for y'all.
Yeah. Oh, and real quick, guys, I forgot to mention, make sure to check out my website, nativebblackancestry.com, because as a thank you for visiting the website, you do get to download a free copy of my ebook, Reclassified: The Hidden History of Black Indians in the Southeast from Indian to Negro. And I actually just updated and expanded this ebook with a whole lot more information. So definitely check out nativebblackancestry.com and get your free download of the ebook. But yeah, go ahead and give us some closing remarks, brother, and then I'm gonna segue to Shantae.
Okay, and like a lot of people, like this might sound cliche, but a lot of us did grow up hearing that we had Indian in us and we were Indians, and a lot of people just took it as a joke, weren't taking it serious, and now it's all coming to the light, man. Like our grandparents was not lying when they was telling us this, you know. That's how I'm gonna close on.
Most def. And they can't even hoodwink us into thinking that, oh, our ancestors lied about being indigenous because they were ashamed to be African. No, how are these people ashamed to be African when they fell for the propaganda, were rocking dashikis every February, got the family together to watch Roots and Color Purple? No, they were proud to be African when they were programmed that way. So you can't pull that whole we were ashamed to be African. No. Every Black American can admit that their first entry-level base stepping stone of wokeness or higher knowledge of self is that Pan-African shit, just by default. We got to go through it. We got to go through the Nubian kings of the gods of the earth and the Egyptian hieroglyphs and the mummies and shit. And then those of us who ascend, who awaken and push further, we realize, okay, that was just a trap meant to keep you on a hamster wheel. Some of us never ascend from that. Some of us get caught up in that, especially the elders in our community. But
pushing it.
Yeah.
And the crazy part is that they didn't even like their own clothes before we made it popular over here in America. They weren't wearing dashiki cloths until we start wearing it. They're like, oh, the Americans wearing it. The Black Americans wearing it. Let's go ahead and start wearing dashiki cloths again. Yeah. They was never even into their own clothing.
Nah, not at all. Not at all. But all right, next up we've got Shantae. Shantae, go ahead, unmute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
I am also calling from Georgia, Gwinnett County. And I just end up like scrolling past and seeing your live. I've never been here before. I'm new.
Oh, well, welcome.
Thank you.
I don't bite. Thanks for joining.
No. I believe everything happens for a reason. I recently just started like trying to trace my family roots back. And I'm kind of like nervous. But when you was talking, and I went to this nativeblack.ancestry.com and I looked on there and I seen your last name. It was crazy because that's my grandmother's her dad's name is Lane.
Oh, wow. Small world.
Yes. So I'm just like sometimes you just get certain like clues to chime in. Like this probably directed me to this so I can kind of learn more to try to draw it back, because I got stuck in, I think, the 1800s with my great grandfather. And then it just continues to like blossom because each limb branches out into another branch and it just keeps going and going and going. So I'm just excited about unfolding more information. I'm not from Georgia. I'm from Wisconsin, but my grandfather came from Mississippi. And my grandmother was from Tibby, Mississippi. So now I'm starting to try to go back to try to figure it out, but it's kind of hard trying to find a lot of information because they didn't have a lot of records. So I've been trying to go through like Ancestry and kind of look for names in different trees to try to get information off. So that's all I wanted to come up and say is like the name. When I see your name, I'm like, oh, here's a clue. Even if it's for me to go to the website to read more information to try to kind of give myself guidance.
Yeah, definitely. And that's why I built out the website so that it's really a hub of information, a lot of historical resources. You know, I've got that digital archive where you can get access to like 600 plus documents, all highlighting our indigeneity. And of course, besides that, you can, have access to my calendar, schedule a one-on-one if you like. And actually, for anybody interested in booking a consultation with me, I forgot to mention earlier in the broadcast that you can, at checkout, use the coupon code TikTok, one word, all lowercase, and that hooks you up with like an extra 15 or 20% off your initial consultation. But yeah, so I'm assuming that you have some oral tradition in the family being passed down of indigenous ancestry?
Yes, we did. My cousin, the oldest grandchild on my grandfather and my grandmother's side, he was in charge of doing the genealogy. My grandmother actually, her name was Etta T. Lane before she married my grandfather. So she passed having my mother. So I never really got the chance to meet her. So we really couldn't get a lot of information from her. Her information really came from her family, who was still like in Mississippi, but we was in Wisconsin. So he was more in charge of it. He kind of like, I don't know. he kind of dropped the ball, but then I got interested in it because it's like the guy said before, it just don't feel, we've never been told we came from Africa.
Yeah.
So we never was raised like that.
You know, real quick, I got to pause the show. Kim, thank you for the Cash App. Appreciate it. Kim came through with a dub for education. I appreciate the support. And actually, let me cue the special tune for you. Thank you for sliding something in the brown paper bag. And also a huge shout out to everybody supporting through TikTok, sending gifts and whatnot. I appreciate the support from everyone. But yeah, Shantae, I totally understand where you're coming from, especially with hitting that brick wall in the 1800s. There's especially a point of contention we hit in like the mid 1800s. I kind of call it like the mid 1800s brick wall, where a lot of times if our ancestors were captured as prisoners of war, you know, forced into servitude, they won't actually show up on the U.S. Census until the 1850s, 1860s for the first time. Whereas, you know, some of our ancestors who were not enslaved, you know, they'll show up on census records earlier than the 1850s. So that's, you know, a telltale way to kind of differentiate whether or not you could have had enslaved ancestors or not. But that's also why a lot of us kind of reach a roadblock when we get right around like the 1850s.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British men. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners. Raised up the children to worship their images. Set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them. And this shit get way deeper than your pigment.